Good morning, ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Media. Ma'am, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Unmute me, please unmute me.
Yes, ma'am. Now you're audible.
I'm audible? Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. We will be starting in a few minutes. I think uh, we will wait for the participants to join, and in few minutes we will start.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I will present my screen. When I will introduce you, then you can present your screen.
Okay. Then,
You can stop sharing now.
wait. From
Yes,
where
yes,
should
ma'am.
I stop sharing?
I think there will be an option uh, at the top of your screen in the middle.
Okay, stop video and in the middle and share.
Yeah. Or else you can go to the WebEx link and from there you can stop sharing.
Okay, just wait.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I'm not able to unshare my slides. Can you help me out?
Uh, okay, I will share my slide. I think your will be unshared then.
Yeah. Okay, I got the option. Stop unsharing. Now is it fine?
Yeah, yeah. Now.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, Shruti.
Yes, ma'am.
Shruti, my name is Professor Shravani Mathur. Okay, Shravani.
Okay. I think yes, it is correct, right?
Yeah, but the pronunciation you pronounced yesterday was Shravani, but that was not correct. That is Shravani Mathur, right?
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay. I will.
Ma'am, so I think we have waited quite some time for our participants. So, with your permission, we can start the event for today.
Sh- Sure, sure.
Okay, ma'am. Shruti, kindly introduce, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to all. I hope you all are ready for the another day of inspiring and knowledge sharing. I'm thrilled to see that we all have gathered again after fantastic day one of SRS'23, filled with insightful talks and engaging oral presentations. We are continuing the tradition established by SRS'22 last year, which was designed to introduce emerging talents to renowned researchers and industry leaders, offering them an interactive platform for meaningful engagement with scholars in the field of research. Before we kick off day two of SRS'23, I want to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our participants, speakers, and volunteers for making yesterday such a resounding success. Your enthusiasm and dedication have been truly remarkable. Uh, we are honored to have with us today Professor Shravani Mathur, Dr. Kanika Singh, Dr. Neeraj K. Jaiswal, Mr. Chandraman Patel, and Dr. Pawan Kumar. I appreciate the speakers who have graciously taken time to join with us and elevate this occasion with their presence. I encourage you all to actively participate, ask questions, and engage with our speakers and presenters. Your insights and perspectives are invaluable to the success of this event. Without further ado, let us dive into our first session of today. Uh, Please join me in heading to our opening talk. Now we start with our plenary talks. Our first speaker of the day is Professor Shravani Mathur, Vice Chair of IEEE Women in Engineering MP section. Professor Mathur graduated electrical engineering from MJP Rohilkhand University, Bareilly in 2005 and in the same year joined as a lecturer in Sri Ramaswarup Memorial College of Engineering and Management, Lucknow. She completed her master's in power system from Rajiv Gandhi Pratyogiki Vishwavidyalaya, after which she joined Oriental Group of Institutions as an associate professor. She is also associated with IEEE, ISTE, and IET as professional member and nominated as affiliated member on various committees of IEEE. She has participated in 25 teacher training programs, refresher courses like STTPs, QIPs, conferences, workshops in IITs and other reputed universities. She is the speaker at IEEE Returning Mothers Conference 2023. In addition, she had been nominated as Publicity Brand Ambassador of IEEE TEN SYMP 2021, a flagship conference of IEEE Region 10. She has been selected as Executive Committee member of IEEE TELS and IES chapter, as well as core team member of social media of IEEE MP section for year 2021 2023. Recently, she has served as Publicity Committee Head for IEEE Women in Engineering International Leadership Summit 2023 at Raipur. Thank you, ma'am. Now you can share your presentation.
Uh, Thank you, Shruti. My
Yes,
screen is
ma'am.
visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible.
Okay. Uh,
Yeah, you can
thank
start with your presentation.
Thank you, Shruti, and the team of SRS'23 for inviting me for this lecture. And I wish best wishes from my side to the Students Research Symposium 2023. My topic
Yes,
for
ma'am.
today's
Thank you.
my topic for today's discussion is role of women in engineering. For in these days, what is the role of the women in engineering who have gained a lot of experience, who have gained a lot of degrees and experience? What is their role for the upcoming generation? How to motivate the upcoming generation? Myself, Professor Shravani Mathur, Associate Professor and Treasurer, IEEE IES Madhya Pradesh section. Yes, 21st century technological advancements, as we all are aware about the technological advancements which we can see in this year, in this century, you can say the technological transformation. What is that? We have virtual reality. We can see the virtual reality, the reality which does not exist, but we can have an glimpse of the reality. That is virtual reality. Autonomous vehicles like we have Ola cabs, Uber cabs, these can help us providing various, if somebody is not able to drive long distances, he can hire Uber or Ola and go to the outstation very comfortably. So these are the various technological transformations which have taken place in 21st century, and we are using all these things for our upliftment. If we go through Uber, we can save time, we can save energy. Okay, we just have to pay the driver, or we just have to pay the Uber company, and the comfort comes to us and we reach our destination. In the same way, if we talk about virtual reality, we can play games on that, we can have fun with that, and we can see, we can use virtual reality in teaching our coming generation. You know how we can stand a giraffe in front of the students by making use of virtual reality. We can make stand dog or lion, how these animals are look like we can't see in the jungles. If all the students are not able to go to the jungle, they can see on the Google, they can see in their books, they can see through virtual reality in 3D form also. Okay, three-dimensional form also. Now, the next technological transformation in 21st century is, I have explained already two transformations. There are various and so many transformations like autonomous vehicles, Uber, Ola, taxis, virtual reality, blockchain technology, 5G means fifth generation of the telecommunication. Fifth generation provides the highest speed of internet for today's, there are two types of concepts: working from home and working from the, in the hybrid mode, and the third one is working from the on-site location. So when we work from on-site location, we have to travel to the location, we have to travel to the destination, and we go there and start our work with full internet speed, right? We have a broadband at our office, at our homes if we work from home. So we have work from home, and if we don't have speed working fast, then how could we sustain in our jobs? And we are working on 6G also, sixth generation of telecommunication also, we are working on that. So fifth generation is the highest speed up to now. We use broadband connection for working from home or working from our on-site location. And there is a hybrid mode also. Hybrid means you can work 3 days from office and 3 days from home. Okay. So these are various technological advancements which we haven't seen before. Before the pandemic COVID-19, we can't even imagine that people could work from home. It's a new concept during the pandemic COVID-19 that students have to study on the computers and laptops and mobile phones. Our means employees have to work from home on computers, laptops, using broadband or any other mobile connection. Now the other technological transformation or advancement is AI. AI is means artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence means intelligence which is in our brain. Okay, we have to create the neurons artificially that can understand what we are thinking or what is our expectation. You have heard of chat gpt. Chat gpt can solve various problems of your daily life. Okay, if you ask chat gpt to create a resume, then it will obviously create your resume. It will create your different photos for professional look, for personal look. See, various kind of activities can be done using artificial intelligence. Now, cloud computing. So I have shown the three pictures in my slide. The first is of virtual reality. We can see 3D images of and show our students how the animals work or how they can feed or what is their habitat. Students can learn from the virtual reality. We can use Ola, Uber, autonomous vehicles to move from here to other place with full comfort and full peace. Okay. We can use fifth generation telecommunication network. That means highest internet speed. We can use AI, artificial intelligence for, for solving various day-to-day life problems, cloud computing. Now, believing facts rather than traditional societal norms. See, what we are doing right now, I am saying all these things because these are the technological advancements which have taken place in the um, near days, and what is the impact on human culture and lifestyle as we are using various social media platforms. Now women are becoming more and more aware of things, aware of technological advancements. Women and girls are becoming more technological advanced by making use of social media platforms. You can see in the picture, that is Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, or Insta or LinkedIn, right? And these are these we generally don't use in our daily lives, but the upper eight icons we use in our daily lives, right? And by using all these social media networks, what happens? We come to know about what is happening around us, what is happening in the world today. Okay, we can see what if we use LinkedIn, we can obviously see what posts are what posts have been posted, so you can apply to that. The woman, or I'm talking about anyone, you who can see a post of some any kind of post, you can apply on that. If you Facebook also does this. Facebook also does this, that if you see a post on some group, you can share your resume with that, and you can get a job with that by making use of LinkedIn, Facebook, or various other Indeed type platforms. And you know what is trending right now, you can see on Google. You can see what is trending right now, what techniques are trending right now. So I must say to the women or the girls, keep yourself updated. What is happening around you? You can use all these social media platforms to get updated. And if you have any query, you can post it on these platforms. Obviously you will get the answers. So make use of these social media platforms. What I mean to say, make use of it, and you will find that it will be very if you use it in the right direction, it will be very beneficial. Okay, but if you just waste your time scrolling the internet up and up, scrolling up and scrolling up, then you will not get anything. But how to use all these social media platform, this depends on you. It depends on you, that how you use these social media platforms. You just use these for your entertainment, or you use this for your personal and professional growth. Okay, so so just sit back and think what I have to do by making use of all these social media platforms. Okay, because anything can be a boon or anything can be a curse. It depends on you, how you take it, how you take it. So I must urge all the participants over here and all the audience who are listening to me or who are viewing my slides, that make you make the time management, make a time slot, that I have to give 2 hours to my 2 hours to these social media platforms, and I will not waste my time on that. I mean, I have to find out what is fruitful for me and what is not fruitful for me. So it depends on your thinking, it depends on how you think or how you take the things. Motivation. Yes, motivation is the first key for your success. Okay, it has few things. What is exactly motivation? The driving force behind human actions. Whatever you do in your daily life. Okay, whatever you do in daily life, it will lead you to a result. Okay, it will lead you to a result. Motivation does what? It initiates, guides, and maintains goal-oriented behavior. Means if you have some goal in your life, then you have to initiate how to proceed for that achievement of goal. How to proceed for the achievement of that goal, and what are the steps I have to take for reaching my goal, and how to maintain that steps. How to maintain that steps is really it depends on you, how you achieve your goal, and this is the feeling of motivation. Okay, now come to the types of motivation. The motivation can be of three types. The first is extrinsic, the second is intrinsic, and the third one is family motivation. Extrinsic means it arises from the outside of the individual. See, if I want, I have to earn this trophy, I have to earn this certificate. So this motivation arises from my inside, right? And this is, from outside. In extrinsic, these are the outside world things. I will achieve this trophy, I will achieve this certificate. Okay, now what is intrinsic? It is internal and arises from within the individual. Like solving a complicated crossword puzzle. Why you are solving the crossword puzzle in the Times of India or anywhere you can find the crossword puzzle? Why you do this? Because for your satisfaction, yes, I have achieved this. I know the crossword puzzle. It is not going to provide you any kind of certificate or any kind of award. It is just intrinsic motivation that I have to do this. I have to do this and I will achieve this by solving the crossword puzzle. Now, the third one is family motivation. Now, family motivation is what? When you are not motivated, you are not self-motivated to do internally, but because it is a means of support to your family financially. You have to go out and earn a bread for your family. So this is the family motivation. You're not willing to do that, but you have to go outside and earn a living for your family. So this is the family motivation. So these are the three types of motivation that lets you to do some work, to achieve some goal, right? Understand? Now, the three components of motivation and tips for improving your motivation. Three components of motivation are what? Activation, persistence, and intensity. Now, decision to initiate a behavior. Activation is what? It is the decision to initiate a behavior. See, if I want to take admission in BTech at IIT Indore, right? So what I have to do? What is the motivation? What is the first step for getting into the IITs? Okay, you have to go through the hard work which you have done in your previous classes, the study. Okay, so it is a decision to initiate. Yes, I have to take the admission in BTech in IIT in IITs. Okay, so activation of the process. This is the activation of the process. What you have done for the activation? You have studied very hard for that. Okay, you have studied very hard for that. You have gone to various coaching centers. So you have activated the process for your goal achievement, right? Now, what is persistence? Persistence is what? It is the continued effort towards a goal, even though obstacles may exist. See, going to a coaching center, if it's raining very hard, but you have to go to the coaching center. Why? Because you have to gain something from that center. Okay, you have to gain something from that learning of physics, chemistry, maths there. So you have to go. There are obstacles. There is raining very heavily outside, but you have to go to your coaching center. Is the persistence through which you continued your effort towards the goal achievement. Okay, now come to the third component of the motivation, that is intensity. Intensity is the concentration and vigor. It is the concentration and vigor that goes into pursuing a goal. If you have the concentration, if a student is studying lightly, okay, he also wants to take admission to IITs, and a sincere student also wants to take admission to IITs, then obviously the uh, student who's not more much interested in learning, well, it's okay, it's like that. But a sincere student will do what? He will continuously concentrate on his goals. He will continuously work to achieve his goals. So these are the three factors of your, you can say, components of the motivation. Now, for improving your motivation, what you have to do, adjust your goals to focus on things that really matters to you. See, we can't focus on everything. Okay, we have to focus on few particular things which we can say we can achieve. Okay, this is in our control, this is in my control, so I can achieve these things, right? So don't focus on various things, focus on one thing and achieve that. The second one, if you are tackling something that feels too big, break it up into the smaller steps. If you think it's a very big achievement, it's a very big, big steps have to be taken, then just put it into the smaller steps, break it into the smaller steps, and then solving the one by one steps, you can achieve your goal. If there are things you feel insecure about, try working on it. Means you have to work on the things which you think, I'm afraid of this, I can't do this. So try working on that. Start working on that the same day. You will get the result. Okay. Now, women engineers for sustainable development. We have our women engineers working in various offices, various IT industries, various non-IT industries, and various teaching professions. So, where the biased nature of society influences the subject a girl can choose. Means when I was taking admission to BTech, I was given two choices between electrical and chemical. Okay, but the boys have been given three options that you can choose from: electrical, mechanical, and chemical. So I was deprived of that at that time, deprived of choosing mechanical branch at that time in 2005. Okay. So these are few things which we have overcome now, and girls are also taking admissions in mechanical engineering. So the biased nature of the society has been, it has been splitting. It has been going, losing its standing. and it's very good. So also, existing gender gap in the pay reveals that a woman's skills are not recognized. If a man is getting more than women, if so, there is a gender gap in the pay. But these days, we are trying to bridge this gap. The companies are trying to bridge this gap, and this will obviously lead women to continue in their organizations. Okay, they can bring diversity to the work culture. They can bring diversity because same thing a woman can do in different pattern, in different okay, and men can do differently. They lead teams to think outside the box. Women are a good leader. They are good leaders. They think outside the box and solve the problems, solve the technological problems. She is Marie Curie. We all know her. She received 2 Nobel Prize. She was a Polish and naturalized French physicist and chemist, both. Okay. She got the Nobel Prizes for both, who conducted pioneering research on radioactivity. And today, due to her, we are able to get what? Radium. Okay. She is Upasana Taku. When Upasana Taku got her chance to learn engineering, she co-founded MobiQuick. We all know about MobiQuick. It's a mobile wallet for digital payments like Paytm and Google Pay. So she co-founded the MobiQuick. So if you push women to achieve heights, she can achieve, obviously. Responsibility of women engineers to be role models. You need to show the girls that engineering is exciting. Engineering is really exciting. You have to show to your girls. Breaking the glass ceiling. When you educate women, you educate a generation, because she educates her children, she educates her students, and she, transform the society from a non-learned to the learned society. She is Dr. Sudha Murthy, chairman of Infosys Foundation. She is on the mission to foster equal opportunities for women in the workplace. She has the passion for problem solving. She has curiosity about how things work, and she believes in herself. And she always says that believe in yourself. You all are aware about the scientist, the rocket woman of India, Dr. Ritu Karidhal Srivastava. She is a senior scientist at ISRO and Deputy Operations Director to India's Mars Orbiter mission, MOM Mangalyaan. We all know her very well and her achievements. If you have any queries, then please ask. Anyone has any query?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Now the participants can unmute themselves and they can ask their queries to the professor. Or they can also write in the chat box so that I will read for you. Okay, ma'am. So there is no question in the chat box, and we are also running out of the schedule. So I would like to thank to our distinguished professor, uh, Professor Shravani Mathur. Your insights, expertise, and wisdom have truly enriched our event today. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, you all. Thanks for listening me
Yes,
patiently.
thank you, ma'am. Just a minute. I will share my slide. Uh, we move on to our next plenary talk. Now I invite Dr. Kanika Singh, Chair IEEE NTC Women in Nanotechnology. Dr. Kanika Singh is senior member of IEEE and working as senior project manager at ABS, American Bureau of Shipping. Dr. Singh pursued her education from top universities, Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Delhi, Karlsruhe University, Germany, and PhD from Pusan National University, South Korea. With her 25 years of IEEE membership, she took various roles and positions at IEEE, now serving as the EAB DEI coordinator, advisory board member of IEEE NTC Tri-Nano, and IEEE Women in Science and Engineering. Also served as vice chair of IEEE EMBS Delhi chapter. She is the recipient of various technical fellowship awards and academic awards. Few of them include prestigious Brain Korea BK21 Fellowship Award, Korean Research Fellowship KRF Award, Best Paper Awardee at IEEE IEC KATS, IEEE Outstanding Young Engineer Award, PAAD German Government Fellowship Award, an Outstanding Research Fellow Award at International Conference, Kyushu University, Japan. We welcome you, ma'am, and now you can start presenting. I think, ma'am, you are muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
All right. Thank you very
Yes,
much
yes,
for
ma'am.
the nice introduction. And it is surely my pleasure to be a part of this symposium. And it's not
Yes,
the
ma'am. It
first
is our
time.
pleasure to.
And last time also I was part of this symposium. I've been
Yes, ma'am.
quite a privilege to be being invited by IIT Indore for several events. So thank you once again. Let me start
Yes,
with
ma'am.
my
Welcome, ma'am.
presentation for today. Um,
Yes, ma'am. Your slide are visible.
all right. Okay, so 1 minute. So, as informed earlier in my introduction, I am associated with IEEE Women in Nanotechnology. It's an affiliate membership of Women in Engineering, and surely I've been associated with IEEE for a pretty long time. Today, the topic I'm going to discuss and give you a brief outlook is about nanotechnology education and research for social impact. So clearly, nanotechnology is a fast-growing and most impactful field in global scientific world. And for its continuous development, there is a nanoscience, nanotechnology, and it's an important aspect to put education of nanotechnology on top priority. So that is what my emphasis today. And we've been working on this aspect, which I will show you through my slides. So I'll just, the content I'll focus is on introduction of myself. I think it's already given, but just briefly, and then what exactly is nanotechnology, maybe I'm not sure if the attendees all are aware of this field or have been exposed to this field. Then I'm going to emphasize on nanotechnology education, product and market, and the social impact. But nevertheless, being a IEEE member, I would give you an insight about the importance of IEEE membership and also women in nanotechnology and what activities we are involved in and how even IIT Indore is associated with our WIN. Giving a brief introduction, I've been an IEEE senior member. I've been associated now almost 25 years with IEEE. And there are some achievements. I've been IIT Delhi topper, and I've received outstanding research paper awards in various international conferences, including IEEE International Conference. And also I was bestowed with IEEE Outstanding Young Engineer Award and Best Standardization Proposal Award. And of course, we have some fellowships like Brain Korea, DART, German Fellowship, which is another prestigious fellowship, and AICT Fellowship, CSCR Fellowship, and I was also a visiting fellow at KU Leuven. It's a microtechnology center and a very renowned center for micro nanotechnology. So let me introduce nanotechnology as a field and why. I mean, this field itself is a very cross-disciplinary field. It's an interdisciplinary field. When we talk about nanotechnology, there's a lot of disciplines which work together in order to work on some research-oriented project. So history, of course, is it started was presented by 1959 by Dr. Richard Feynman, and invention was with the scanning 10 element microscope in 1981, and so and so forth. The term nanotechnology was actually given by a scientist in Japan, and then it was recognized as in 1974. And this lot, they recognize there's plenty of room in the bottom. And of course, when I say nano, micro, these are very miniature forms of the scientific world. So it started like passive nanostructures and dispersed contact nanostructure, product incorporating nanostructures like aerosols, colloids, and coatings and nanoparticles and polymers and ceramics. Active nanostructures like considering the drugs, biodevices, physiochemical activities, and then systems. Then it moved on to systems and micro nanotechnology. So it's been explored in various forms. And clearly, then we talk about sensors and nanosensors and organic electronics, computational nanotechnology, and setting up the incubation facilities. There are various applications and it's innumerous because it has been explored and it's being explored in different ways of nanotechnology. It's like nanoanalysis from nanochemistry, biotechnology, nano-optics, and nanoelectronics. So very clearly, it's an innovative, interdisciplinary, and requires skill sets, which I'll talk about in my next slides. And it has various features which actually makes it very unique. So talking about nanotechnology education, which is our main agenda today, what is important when we talk about nano education? There are some of the degrees being associated with this education, but it's on a high level. And I'm not sure if like we don't have exactly those format of degrees, but clearly it requires visualization. So what are the main skill sets, or maybe I must say there is a lot of requirements when we set up nano degrees in an institute. there has to be proper facilities for developing micro nano sensors, a clean room environment with several expensive instruments. So it has gained a lot of in advancement, not only in nanotechnology, but visualization of nanotechnology with advanced instruments. And it's not easy for every institute to set up such facilities. And we do have traditional engineering degrees, and the concept is not clearly indicated or provided to the students. So there are, of course, a lot of gaps between education and industrial application. But for far most various countries, if I talk about world level or the global level, there has been emphasis in some curriculum, some university curriculums, and some still need to advance their curriculums on these aspects. So we did a lot of research, and it's been a project-based research where we have tried to investigate several models for nanotechnology education. And clearly there has been several models. Also, different researchers are trying to investigate. That is, one is like T structure, which was basic courses plus specialization, and basic course and the interdisciplinary specialization, where nanotechnology is a cross-disciplinary area of technology and traditional way, and it includes the skill set and learning. On the other hand, MIT Caltech has given another model that is based on the pie structure. And the pie structure was including 2-3 universities which came forward with this structure, where we have the Stanford, Silicon Valley and Michigan State universities and state universities. But when they investigated, there are fusion of several engineering concepts to be added in this curriculum, from economy and from social engineering, fundamental engineering concept, pure sciences also, and practical engineering, social engineering, and so on and so forth. And then there were levels. Another model was spiral education type, where we have different models. Level 1 was nanotechnology model for the freshmen, where the fundamentals and potential engineering was introduced. Then there was introduction of nanoscale characterization and fabrication, and imaging methods, and also visualization of that nanotechnology concept. Then third was on computational molecular mechanics, and that is intermolecular forces, how they are stimulated and being fabricated. And lastly, there was the fourth level with a lot of literature review and actual making the research work come through with the research dissertation. But clearly, in Korea also, we are working on this model that is double core education system, and it's being explored in within many other university joint industry project. And this is double education track system, where fundamental engineering is introduced to the freshmen, and then sophomores are actually being given the double major or graduate preparatory courses, and which includes the sciences plus computer skills, and then dependent engineering with innovative ventures and business mind. So there has been several, nanoscience and nanotechnology where universities are trying to emphasize on that. China is like giving 21% of several degree and possible arrangement. This was some of the research-oriented survey which was conducted, and we tried to claim how many nanosciences courses are available. So this is still under discussions with our university and colleges. But when we talk about the curriculum, and I talk to that, it's interdisciplinary. It is including a lot of solid states, because we cannot neglect chemistry and physics, which are the fundamentals of all engineering. And then we have the logic architecture of electronics devices, material sciences, because nanomaterial is unique in its features, and that has led to several inventions with their unique features which are being explored in various applications. Then, of course, we have diffraction and material extreme engineering, ferroelectronics, or maybe the microprocessors, and the non-volatile material, artificial biomaterials, then MEMS, actuators, intelligent materials, superconducting devices, and transport phenomena. Because when we develop any chip, we do have microfluidics, thermodynamics, microaccelerometers, we have several sensors. So it is surely a mix of several education. So nano manpower. Now why we are giving this education? What is the main purpose? To create a nano manpower or skilled individuals for extreme engineering education. And this is like a EQ project where government, education, universities, and industry join hands together in order to create these nano extreme engineers. And the curriculum is under the new growth engine, and this is called the Nano Extreme Engineer Epicenter, and nano laboratories being set up for excellence skill set to be developed within the students. And university industry joint programs and steering committee is being set up with the mix of government and university and the industry. So there are some efforts being made in this direction. And we have another concept of this nanotechnology. Now, when I talk about in IEEE, we do have IEEE Nanotechnology Council. They are also having several programs and efforts towards this. We do have annual nano conferences, and which are being actually attended by several international universities and students, and of course industry and various other education members. So like if you are aware of engineering, IEEE Tri Engineering, we do have IEEE Tri Nano Forum, and you can actually log on to this website where nanotechnology universities in global format has been listed and introduced, and it is giving a comprehensive list of global universities offering associate or certificate or undergrad or grad or PhD programs in nanotechnology. And if you're seeking any course in nanotechnology, I think it will be a very good knowledge base for you. So that's another thing you can reach out and check what availability is possible. When we are producing this nano skilled manpower, they need to have a job. And of course, we need to investigate the market in order to produce some employment for the skilled nanotechnology members. So we did a survey on that, and there are various industries which are providing this nanotechnology application-oriented industries like health, physical sciences, food sciences, engineering, tissue engineering, even beauty. They are using nanocosmetics. So the first and the foremost, the initial invention of carbon nanotubes had led to revolution in many industries. And then we had the surface protection materials, solar panels, and food and packaging, and so on and so forth. So, of course, we clearly see a lot of possible products. But what are the expectations? Have they been met? It's still a dicey situation, but it depends on, when we see a global level, it can be varying because it is relative to different countries having different facilities available. And there are technical and economic barriers because, as I told you, to set up the nanotechnology, it is little high cost oriented. And then, of course, once it is set up, there are innumerable possibilities. And in attempt to drive this material application, not asking the best solutions, but some tailored material or techno needed scalability is required. So potential technology solutions achieved with nano materials and technical consequences. So these some expectations when we talk about custom tailored nanomaterials or sensors. Then companies sometimes they are skip the nanotechnology R&D and just they focus on the best solutions. They are more profit driven, so of course their focus is to earn more than to put more money on investments. So that stagnates and saturates, and new product sometimes stagnates with this kind of concept, and market forecasts sometimes come down also. So it's a very a difficult situation sometimes in, but as I told you, it cannot be generalized. So how it is moving is that technology, nanotechnology, there is a lot of market pull of the product. But on the other hand, nanotechnology market is also trying to push back that technology to research because some aspects are not investigated and already the product is out into the market without any proper actually IC and TCs, they are trying to develop some standard in this market in order to develop new products for nanotechnology. And these functionalities and integration of microscopic and new product for environmental technology. So there's a push and pull in the market throughout the nanotechnology. So challenges for nanotechnology and its commercialization are therapeutic efficacy because we do need to have some clinical trials in order to achieve those standard material and standard sensors or standard ecosystems, nanosystems. This scalability is another aspect. Then inadequate regulations. So I told you there are several standard and technical committees working on developing nano standards, but we still need some regulation enforced into the nanotechnology market. Safety, reproducibility, and poor intellectual property rights. That's another issue during the industry when they are under fabrication, and quality control. So it's a major governance has to be set up for developing this. But surely nanotechnology is in boom in India, of course. And there are many companies like Nanofuturit and Azo nanotechnology, Nanowork, and for food and safety, and even nano agriculture is very on the boom. And clearly, if you see in India, we have many companies which are trying to um, explore or reach out to the customers with their products. And this is Nano Shell, Nano Mona Tech, and we have nanoculture education tech, biomix and nanofactor, so and so forth. So it is in a big boom. Okay, so thinking on the social impact, which is also one of the most important aspect nowadays, as all of the industries in the world are moving toward sustainability and SDGs. This is very important because technically these SDGs are gonna be driven by the new regulations, and clearly SDG 6, which has a very good nanotechnology perspective, where we ensure the availability of sustainability, water management, sanitation. These are very useful because nanotechnology research is advancing in order to purify the water and improve the quality of water by reducing pollution. So we have achieved on this aspect. So then another is climate change. There are many problems with the climate change, like cardiorespiratory diseases, infection diseases, and melting glaciers, rising sea levels, heat stress, and displacement. But nanotechnology is trying to combat all these through greenhouse segregation or green and clean tech, wastewater treatments, biofuel production, and they are trying to give some kind of sensing, monitoring, and providing some green architecture for remediation. And I also mentioned about the nano agriculture practices which are ongoing. So, process of technology producing drinking water, sustainable wastewater treatment, solid waste, and nanobio interaction modeling. These are all being explored in very details with nanofiltration, nanoabsorbance, nanomembranes, nanohydrochlorides, and reactivity and remediation. So it is affecting the pollution and providing several serious important solutions for the sustainable environment, and also a better helping out in climate change and pollution combating several pollution aspects. So this is carbon nanotubes are helping our silicon based material, alkaline, graphene, and polymer nanoparticles, and so forth. So that's what I wanted to emphasize today. But being an IEEE member, I want to give you an insight how IEEE could affect your life, and has affected mine too. So I think IEEE itself is like a tree of opportunities, and it is giving a local and global networking, recognition, technical enhancement. It's giving a energy, enriching the knowledge base and career building resources. It's a very much member centric. So it is important the members being engaged in the societies, councils, and committees. So when you see it's like a tree giving you an equal opportunity and justice. And of course, these society councils, chapters, technical committees, these are giving you a ladder. These are kind of a ladder to reach out to the global IEEE. So this is what you could focus on to be recognized through IEEE. And IEEE has several available fundings, awards, and they support women in STEM. And they did celebrate their 25th anniversary. And we all think that it's not only women, but we also encourage men who support women, because it's a collaboration of men and women together to promote women engineer scientists and inspire the young girls. So, and when I talk about Nanotechnology Council, we are a multidisciplinary group having several society associated with NTC, and we make many programs and awards and funding programs to work together. And this is the website on IEEE Nano. And then I would another emphasis, because I'm the chair of IEEE NTC Women in Nanotechnology. The main objective or the charter of our this Women in Nanotechnology is to embrace women and elevate the membership and recognize women achievers and their outstanding awards, organize workshops and forums, and promote member-grade advancement, flagship events, and strengthen diversity. This is my main motive because we has taken a pledge to have diversity included in, it's not only gender balance, but we have to go beyond that. And that's what is important, is prospects of diversity, inclusiveness, and equity. And that is from the mission of UN or any sustainable UNDP, where they say, leave no one behind. If you're on the table, everybody should have the equal opportunity to speak up and give and post their ideas. And embrace everybody's uniqueness, which is most important. And that's what is clearly important for overall growth of the teams. So we as an IEEE mission, we need to have a foster technology and innovation and excellence, and to benefit humanity require talents and perspectives. And we do have a tab committee, diversity and inclusiveness. And Women in Nanotechnology clearly supports a DEI effort. So I fully support if somebody is interested to be taking up some role in us, we'll be happy to welcome them. And we have taken this pledge, and we do have a committee or advisory committee with very senior members from IEEE. And then nanotechnology has been multi-generational group, unconscious bias and breaking all the biases. This is our main goal and main focus to encompass gender balance and beyond that. So our statistics has been improving since 2020, and I see a lot of changes. Many women many women have joined Women in Nanotechnology, and we could achieve almost 22 to 25% now to have female members in nanotechnology. And these are some statistics where we have several locations from where the women have achieved or tried to join us. So they are from different backgrounds, education, research, operation, admin, or they are also into engineering and sales, marketing. So there's a lot of growth going from January 2022 to, this is old data, but we have been growing since then. And we did a lot of activities in previous years, and also this year we did a lot of activities. And we celebrated the International Women Day with nanotechnology. And then we had another joint program with virtual roundtable discussions with the President NTC, then Delma Nevak, she's the DIV chair, the previous chair of IV, and we had a good discussions and outcomes. Then we have been trying to promote and propagate about women in nanotechnology. Several chapters have been initiated through this, and the Women Forum was, and also we had another IIT Roorkee where I gave a lecture there for introducing women in nanotechnology. And we're proud to have 2 regional coordinators, which are men, and they are supportive to women. And that's the region coordinator 10, Dr. Pawat Kumar and Stephen Opry. from Kenya section. So we always open to have men also our members. There have been several events. I don't have all the info here, but you can reach out on our websites. We do have many events. So this year we had another Kerala chapter came up with a leadership series of where I lectured on the climate change and remedy through nanotechnology. Then we had a research by Charcha where the ladies who are pioneer in nanotechnology. We had a leadership series from our indoor section, which was organized by them. And then I clearly and tried to promote this women in nanotechnology and trying to have more members joining us as a committee member. It's free of cost, and I highly encourage you to reach out to me if you have interest and would like to be a part of this. We could collaborate together. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. And if you have any questions, please feel free to.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your talk. Now participants can unmute themselves and ask the queries to Dr. Kanikasan. You can also write in the chat box so that I will read out for you.
Good morning, ma'am. I said sorry.
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Like the last slide, you show about. I want to ask how to apply for the regional coordinator.
Okay, so actually for region 10, we had already selected. But if you are interested to be a member, we could consider. And also we are planning to develop some ad hoc committee. Maybe that's under planning. So we could think again on some official title. We are still developing some ad hoc committee. So probably you can just reach out. But yes, regional coordinator for region 10 is already assigned. So I think the next opportunities for the regional coordinators is from different zones this time.
Okay, ma'am. And for committee also, how can we apply for the same?
Okay, so in the last slide, I just gave you the link. If I can show you again one more time. Even you can Google it. It's very easy to see. If you see IEEE Women in Nanotechnology, it will come out. Or you can even reach out to me through my email, which was shown in the last slide. Just give me a second. So we are always seeking for active members. So you can see the web page IEEE-nano.org, where we have a special web page, Women in Nanotechnology. You can just go there, and you have to fill in a form, which will be directed to me actually, and then we will evaluate based on your form, and then based on that, probably we might ask more questions regarding your activities or information, and then you can enroll with us.
Okay, thank you.
If anyone, any other participant has any query, you may ask now. Okay. I think no one has query.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so thank you to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Kanika Singh. Your contribution has undoubtedly left a lasting impact on all of us, and we are excited to take your insights forward. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and giving such a wonderful talk.
Thank you very much. It was surely my pleasure too. And thank you being patient listening to my lecture. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Hello. Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Is it
Good morning,
audible,
sir.
gentlemen?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
How much is the time?
Only I think 2 minutes are left, sir. Please, on your video on.
I can switch it on from here.
Yes, sir. You can also switch it on.
Initially, I tried to unmute myself. It was showing you can't unmute yourself. Okay. So I think
Sir, your voice is too low, sir.
just a moment.
Now it is fine.
Okay. So I'm trying. I think,
I
gentlemen,
think
you have to open my video also.
Uh, no, sir. Actually, you will get the option from there because we can't on your video from here actually.
sir, are you able to switch on your video?
Uh, no, I can't open my video. Just a moment. I'm trying it once again.
I think you have not given permission to the camera, the application.
Just a moment. Yes, now it's open. Now it's open.
Yes, sir. Now
Actually,
it's
there were
okay.
two WebEx windows open and the video was open in another window.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now it's okay.
So, shall we start?
So,
Yes,
okay, so should I share it
Okay.
first?
No,
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 sir.
sir.
First, I will
Okay,
introduce you.
okay,
So
okay.
then,
Okay, it's okay. So please start. If everyone is here, we
yes,
can
yes, sir.
start.
Yes, sir. Now we are starting with our next plenary talk. I invite Dr. Neeraj K. Jaiswal, sir, Assistant Professor at IIIT DM Jabalpur, to deliver a talk on 2D materials for spintronics device applications. Dr. Neeraj K. Jaiswal has obtained his PhD from ABV IIIT Emporium and is currently an assistant professor at IIIT DM Jabalpur. He has research interest in the electronic structure calculations, 2D materials, organic electronics, spintronics, nanoelectronics, and energy storage devices. He has awarded DST Young Scientist Award in 2015. In 2018, he has selected as outstanding reviewer for materials chemistry and physics and elsewhere journal, an outstanding reviewer for computational materials science and elsewhere journal. So welcome, Dr. Neeraj Jaiswal. Now you can share your PPT.
Okay, so thank you, Shruti, first of all, for introducing me. And I also like to
Yes.
thank Professor Sebal Mukherjee and his team for organizing this IEEE Students Research Symposium. And because of which I am here to interact with you. So I think can I share my screen now?
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
Okay. So,
Yes, sir, your
yes.
screen is visible.
Okay. So is it visible
Yes,
properly?
sir, your slides are also visible. Yes, sir, properly it is visible.
Okay. Okay. So the topic of my talk today is 2D materials for spintronic device applications. And as Shruti has just told, I am currently affiliated with IIITDM Jabalpur, and my work is basically on 2D materials for various technological applications. And out of those, today I'll be discussing with you how we can use different 2D materials for spintronic device applications. So I'll start with most of you. I can't. Okay, turn my slides now. Slides are changing.
Yes, sir, it is changing.
Okay, okay. So I'll start my talk with Moore's law. I hope most of you, being EC student, are already aware of this law. So somewhere in 1965 and 1975, because earlier in Moore's law, Gordon Moore, who was one of the co-founder of Intel, predicted that number of transistors should be doubled every 2 years in order to fulfill the demand of the consumer. Okay, so because of which we can see here, starting from 1972, the number of transistors was somewhere between 1,000 to 5,000 on chip. Now, in 2020, how we can see the number of transistors have been increased drastically. So, but we can't continue with same growth because every material has its own limitations. Because of that limitations, we cannot further reduce the device size. Okay, because all of you may be aware of the short channel effect. If we reduce the device dimensions beyond some certain limit, then short channeling effects are prevailing. And because of that, we cannot control the electron flow in our desired manner. Okay, so because of that, we must have to switch from our conventional material to nanomaterials for further reduction in the device size. So now I'll start with this. I hope you have seen this image on the net. Can you guess what it is? Or the storage what you are using in your smartphone nowadays must be at least 32 to 64 GB. But let me tell you, this is nothing but the first hard drive which can store the data only up to 5 megabyte. Okay, so this is really interesting. In 1956, designed by IBM, this was one of the, you can say, first pen drive on at its time, which was having the capacity of only 5 megabyte. Okay, and it was not available for purchase. Okay, but the companies could rent it for a rent of somewhere around $3,200 a month. Now, including the inflation, it will come somewhere around $28,000 today. Okay, so after that, the miniaturization of devices started. Now, can you guess what this device is? Students or anyone from the audience? This was the first transistor. Okay, it was the first transistor developed in 1947. Then comes the era of microelectronics, and finally, now we are heading towards nanoelectronic devices. So our motive is how we can reduce the device dimensions, keeping the performance of the device intact. So we don't also want to compromise with the performance of the device. Okay, so now coming to the topic of my discussion, the spintronic devices. So first of all, what is spintronics? This spintronic may be a new word, a new topic of discussion for most of you. So let me introduce this, what spintronics is all about. Normally, we know that there are two types of electronic properties. Two intrinsic properties are associated with the electrons. One is the electronic charge, and another one is the electronic spin. So in electronic devices, what we are doing, we are trying to control the flow of electron via controlling over its charge. This is the concept behind the normal or the conventional electronic devices. But what happens in spintronic devices is we want to control the flow of electron by controlling over its spin. Okay, so spintronic is nothing but it is the branch of electronics which is governed by control over electronic spin rather than electronic charge. Okay, so these devices which we can control via electronic spin are known as spintronic devices. And this is going to be the future of all our conventional electronic devices. What are the advantages of these spintronic devices? First of all, it will have improved performance, low power consumption, and faster switching operations. Simultaneously, we can store high density data storage. So we can store more data in less area of the device. And the best part is we can control the spin polarization by different methods that I'm going to discuss in this talk. Okay, so now the spintronic devices, first of all, demand for spintronic materials, and spintronic materials are very rare. So what is the alternate? The alternate is we can make some specific material useful for spintronic devices. Okay, so how we can make that is separate issue, that is separate topic of discussion. But the first of all you need to know is that all the spintronic materials must have some finite spin polarization. The larger is the spin polarization, better is that material for spintronic device applications. Okay, highest spin polarization, that is 100%. If it is possible, then we'll say that particular material is half metal. Okay, and those half materials are considered to be ideal for spintronic device applications. Okay, now important part here is, okay, let me take this laser. So this high spin polarization we can induce easily in different 2D materials. Okay, so that means 2D materials can play an important role for designing the upcoming spintronic devices. Okay, so what are 2D materials? These are different 2D materials, starting with graphene. It is made up of carbon atoms packed in hexagon. And the thickness of this graphene layer is only 1 atom thick. Next is we have boron nitride, which is comprised of 50% boron, the pink atom, and 50% nitrogen, the blue atom. Okay. Similarly, ZNO, and there are also several other 2D materials possible nowadays. Graphene was first 2D material. Okay. After that, inspiring by its typical electronic properties, which were never seen before, experimentalists as well as theoretical researchers, they started to explore what are some other 2D materials which we can realize. Okay. Now, if I ask you, can you notice some similarity between all these? So the similarity is all these 2D materials, most of the 2D materials are hexagon. Like here on the right side, I have put this graphene film, and on the left side, what it is nothing but honeybee hive. Okay, so we can see all of these hexagons are perfectly matching with the hexagonal geometry of this honeybee hive. So that means honeybees are always making their hives in hexagonal shape. Why it is so? Because these hexagonal geometries are considered, first of all, the most efficient, energy efficient structure, most compact. Okay, but how does honeybees knows that this is the most structural stable structure? Because the graphene was realized only in 2004, and honeybees are already making all these hexagonal hives for thousands of years. So that means honeybees are already knowing that this hexagonal shape is having something special which is not known or not observed in some other shapes. Okay. So this graphene, which is one atom thick carbon atom packed in hexagon, can be considered as the wonder material because it is the mother of all organic nanomaterials. If we can roll this graphene along one dimension like this, we can make the carbon nanotubes, which is very well known material nowadays. And if we can further roll this portion of this graphene sheet along two different directions, then we will get zero-dimensional full ring. Or if we stack layer by layer of this graphene layer like this, then what we'll get is our well-known graphite, which is a 3D material. So this 2D graphene can create zero-dimensional full ring, 1D CNT, and as well as 3D graphite. Okay, so it's a very good property that we can realize all other organic materials using graphene. Why graphene is so important? You know, graphene was first predicted theoretically by Pierre Wallace in 1947. Okay, but it could experimentally realize only in 2004. So it took more than 50 years for the first realization of graphene by Novoselov in Gaim. Okay, so earlier graphene was considered as an academic material because it was believed that because of its thin layered structure, the graphene monolayers cannot be synthesized. Okay, it was earlier believed, but later on, we all know it was proved that graphene films can exist in monolayer form, and which leads to Nobel Prize in 2010. Interestingly, graphene is 200 times stronger than steel, and it can also accommodate up to 20% of strain without breaking, which is really amazing. Okay, now another important property of graphene is if we cut graphene into thin strips, then those thin strips are called graphene nanoribbons, and the electronic properties of those graphene nanoribbons are highly dependent on their width. So that means if we change the width of those nanoribbons, the electronic properties of graphene nanoribbons will change drastically. So we can alter the properties of graphene nanoribbon just by changing their width. It is also a zero band gap semi-metal, so which makes it an ideal material for photovoltaic applications because being a zero band gap material, it can absorb the photons of all frequencies. Okay. Also, it has ballistic transport, high current density, and highest surface to volume ratio. Being a perfect 2D material, all the atoms on the graphene surface are exposed to the nearest environment. Okay. So that means it can detect the presence of foreign atoms even with the preciseness of atoms or molecules. So it can detect even the presence of single molecule or atoms, so which is never seen before. Okay. Also, graphene is 97.5% transparent. Okay. But it is, on the other hand, it is so dense so that not even a single helium molecule can pass through it. Okay. So, you know, what took graphene more than 50 years for first realization because of it's this high transparent nature of this graphene, because earlier maybe researchers have grown the graphene film, but because of lack of characterization facilities, they never knew that they are synthesized graphene because it was almost 100% transparent. So the surface on which they were trying to grow the graphene films was looking like as nothing has been grown. Okay, so because of all these peculiar electronic properties of graphene, these two researchers, Andrei Gaim and K.S. Novoselov, they won Nobel Prize of Physics in 2010. And it was the first discovery of any material having atomic thickness. Now, I'm sure all of you would be interesting to know how graphene is looking like, where we can see it. So let me tell you, whenever we are writing with a pencil on a paper, what we are doing, we are leaving behind the stack of graphite. Okay. And if we see with a microscope very carefully, in those lines drawn by the pencil, we'll see the graphite layers. Okay. In which we have layers one upon another. If we isolate, if we peel off one such layer, then that layer is nothing but the graphene. Okay, so this is how we can just try to imagine how graphene is. So whenever you are writing with a pencil, so pay some attention because you are dealing with some novel phenol. Okay, so now what are the ingredient of Nobel Prize? Novoselov and Guy, they just use simple some Scotch tape, okay, and then some surface, metal surface, and then graphite, highly oriented pyrolytic graphite, HOPG samples. Okay, so what they did, they were having this Scotch tape, okay, sticking it on the surface and peeling it one by one many times, unless they are having only single layer graphene. So it is more clearly visible here, just like here. Initially, we have sample of graphite. Okay, on a surface, we have number of graphene layers, and if we have this Scotch tape, okay, putting it on the upper surface, then peeling it off, putting it again and peeling off. So ultimately, repeating this process again and again, multiple times, what we are doing, we are reducing the number of layers of graphite over this surface. Okay, unless we are leaving behind only a single layer, which is nothing but the mono layer of graphene. Okay, so this is how the graphene was synthesized for the first time, and this process is known as mechanical exfoliation. Okay, because they were doing this exfoliation mechanically. Okay, so this is how this graphene was first realized. And let me tell you, though there are several methods available for the production of graphene, but this mechanical exfoliation still remains one of the best methods to produce best quality graphene samples. Okay. After that, there are some other 2D materials which have been reported, like single elemental base materials, which includes graphene, silicene, germanium, borophenine, arsenine, and so on. Transition metal base, okay, which we are also referring as TMDs, MOS2, WS2, and so on, and oxide base 2D materials, ZNO, TiO, and so on. Okay, so now there are large number of 2D materials existing, but initially the graphene was first. Now, we cannot use 2D sheet in any device application. So what is the alternate? We are cutting its thin strips, which are known as graphene nanoribbons. So how we can cut graphene nanoribbon out of graphene? We are using thermally activated metal nanoparticle. Okay, and this method was proposed in 2015. So the researchers used thermally activated metal nanoparticle. They used nickel nanoparticle. Okay, and they use this nanoparticle to cut this graphene sheet. So whatever the carbon bonds were breaking, some of the carbon atoms were also becoming free. So those carbon atoms were reacting with this hydrogen gas, which were flowing along with this metal nanoparticle, making these hydrocarbons, and these hydrocarbons were removed. So like this, they were using this hot thermally activated nanoparticle to cut graphene sheet in different shapes. Another method was proposed by Koskin in 2008. He used unzipping of CNTs. So this is the CNT, and if we unzip this CNT, it will unfold into these thin strips made of carbon atoms, which are also packed in hexagons. And this is nothing but the graphene nanoribbon. Or if you directly want to control over the width of the nanoribbon, you can use graphene on silicon substrate, and then they are having some mask. The width of mask will decide what will be the overall width of the nanoribbon, and the remaining portion of graphene can be etched out by some plasma. So the material or the graphene covered under this mask will be there present as graphene nanoribbons. The diameter of this mask will decide the overall width of these nanoribbons. Okay, so by controlling the width of this mask, you can directly control over the width of the graphene nanoribbon, and this method was proposed in 2009. Okay, so earlier we were discussing about graphene and graphene nanoribbons. Why these graphene nanoribbons are so important? Because as I told you, graphene is a semi-metallic, zero band gap semi-metallic material. So that means it is neither a good conductor nor a good semiconductor. So, but our ultimate aim is to make some semiconducting devices, and physics says that if we are reducing the dimensions of any material, its band gap should increase because of the well-known phenomena of quantum confinement. So if we are reducing the dimension of any material, its band gap should increase. And we are making graphene nanoribbon out of graphene sheet. That means we are also reducing its dimension. So it was expected that its band gap should open. So nanoribbons were expected to have some finite band gap. This is what we are actually requiring for designing any semiconducting devices. Okay. Now, nanoribbons are of two types. Basically, if this is graphene sheet, this sheet, you can see hexagons. And if we cut this graphene sheet along this particular direction, then these edges are looking like it is armchair. Okay, so a chair with arms. So similarly, the nanoribbons of these shapes, nanoribbons having their edges in these shapes are known as armchair graphene nanoribbons. Or if we cut graphene in a 30-degree difference, then we'll have this different edge geometry of the nanoribbons, and those nanoribbons are called zigzag graphene nanoribbons. You can see here also these nanoribbons are having zigzag geometry along their edges. Okay, and here the nanoribbons are having the armchair geometries along the edges. Okay, so these are two main types of graphene nanoribbon, zigzag and armchair, which have well-defined electronic properties. Another type is chiral nanoribbons, but their properties are not well-defined because they are dependent on the angle of cutting direction. So we are not taking it in the consideration. So what is the electronic properties of zigzag graphene nanoribbon? It was expected that it should have some finite band gap, but later on theoretical calculations predicted that zigzag graphene nanoribbons are also metallic. But why this inconsistency was there? Because they did not include the electronic spin, because we also know that electrons should have some finite spin. So if we are neglecting the electronic spin, the zigzag graphene nanoribbons are also behaving as metallic, which is not the correct picture. But upon considering the electronic spin, the band gap was open and it was behaving like this. So this band gap was actually obtained as expected in zigzag graphene nanoribbons. And it was also found that those zigzag graphene nanoribbons prefer antiferromagnetic ground state. Okay. So we could induce the magnetism as well as the finite band gap in zigzag graphene nanoribbons, which were absent in perfect 2D graphene sheet. Okay, now how to induce those spintronic properties? This was the seminal paper by Sun et al. In 2006, and it was the first report on graphene nanoribbon becoming half metallic. So what they did, they applied some external electric field. You can see here in between there is perfect zigzag graphene environment. Okay, these small hollow circles at their edges are showing the hydrogen atoms which have been used for the edge passivation. Because if we will not passivate the ribbon edges, the edges are very reactive. Okay, and they can react with any of the atoms or molecule present in the atmosphere, which will affect ultimately the overall electronic properties of the graphene. So better we are passivating it, and then they applied this in-plane external electric field, which were along the plane of the nanoribbon. One side of the nanoribbon was kept at positive potential, other was posed at negative potential. Okay, now since you are belonging to this, most of the audience is from EC background, so you all know positive potential will act as source of sink for the electrons. It will act as a sink for the electron, and negative one will act as the source of the electron. And ultimately, what will have? One side will have lower electropotential, electrostatic potential. Other side, the electrostatic potential will arise. Okay, so what we are getting ultimately because of all this application of the external electric field is that we have just seen that zigzag graphene environments are antiferromagnetic in material, antiferromagnetic in nature. So what happens is that one side of this ribbon, like this side, okay, the charge density is having minus electrons. Charge density is comprised of minus or spin down electrons. Here the charge density is comprised of spin up electrons. Okay, so these two types of charge densities are shown here. They are named as alpha and beta by the researcher, but you can consider the one for spin up. Say this red one is for corresponding for spin down, and this blue one is corresponding for spin up charge density. Okay, so this is the left region of the ribbon. Left region means this region, and right region means this region. Okay, so in this region we have this arrangement of spin up and spin down electrons. Similarly, because of antiferromagnetic property, here the arrangement on the right edge, it is reversed. Okay, so it's transverse view you can see here. So this side A, we have no electric field applied. Okay, so what happens here when we don't have any electric field applied on this ribbon? What we have, this spin up and spin down charge densities are well separated. Okay, but once we started to apply some electric field, as we know, the left side is attached to the positive biasing, so the electrostatic potential will move downward, and on the right side we have negative biasing, so electrostatic potential will rise. Okay, so this side will move downward, this side, and this side it will move upward. So this will move downward, this will move upward. So in this situation, what will have? This spin up or the beta channel will lie along the Fermi level. So they will cross the Fermi level. So that means now the material is behaving as metallic for spin up electrons, whereas it is semiconductor or insulator for spin down electrons. Okay. If we want to have a reverse of this, means if we want to make spin down as conducting, then we can switch the polarity. Okay, then spin down will be lying across the Fermi level, and spin up will have some finite band gap. Okay, so this effect can be seen here when there is no electric field or no spin polarization considered. The zigzag graphene nanoribbons were obtained actually as a normal metallic material, but once we consider the spin polarization, the opening of band gap was obtained. Okay, And here, spin up and spin down electronic states both are overlapping each other. So we can say these are degenerating electronic states. But if we start applying electric field, the degeneracy between spin up and spin down electron states start to be broken, particularly near the Fermi level. And because of this, one type of electronic spin are approaching towards the Fermi level, other type of electronic spins are moving away from the Fermi level. And if we keep on increasing the electric field gradually in very small steps, one situation will arise where we have the spin up electrons or spin up channels lying across the Fermi level. Here you can see here in the vicinity of this Fermi level, spin up electronic states are lying across the Fermi level. So what does it mean? It implies that now these spin up electrons are behaving as a metallic channel. They are providing a mean for conduction of spin up electrons, whereas spin down electrons are still behaving as semiconductors. The material is behaving metal for spin up electrons, and for spin down electrons, it is still behaving as semiconductors. So this type of materials, this type of materials are known as half metals because they are behaving as metal for half type of electron and semiconductor for other half of electrons. Okay. So now as we increase the ribbon width increasing means the distance between this edge and this edge will increase. For example, if for ribbon width 8, this is the separation between this and this edge. If for ribbon width of 16, the separation will become doubled. So you keep on increasing the ribbon width, the coupling between opposite edges will keep on weakening. Okay, so that means the amount of electric field required to cross this Fermi level under the influence of external electric field will gradually reduce if we are taking the wider ribbon width. Okay, so for a smaller width, we need somewhat larger magnitude of electric field in order to induce half metallicity. But for wider ribbons, we can induce the half metallicity with a very small magnitude of electric field. So, okay, so it is very convenient to induce half metallic property in graphene nanoribbons, and that's why graphene nanoribbons are so special, particularly when we are talking about organic electronic devices. Okay, so this is the variation of spin up, the blue one, and spin down, the red curve. Okay, the first one is showing for 8 width. So for width 8, somewhere here we are having the overlapping of these electronic states with the Fermi level. But if we increase the ribbon width, then like for example here the open circle, they are corresponding to nanoribbons of width 11. So here we are crossing this Fermi level at a very small magnitude of electric field compared to this. Okay, similarly, you keep on increasing the ribbon width, the magnitude of electric field required to cross the Fermi level will keep on decreasing. So for width 11, it is here. For this squares, which is corresponding to 16 width zigzag graphene nanoribbon, the required electric field is only 0.1 volt per angstrom, and similarly for 32, it is further reduced. Okay. On the other hand, for spin down electrons, the band gap is increasing. Okay, so ultimately, this behavior shows that we have induced the spintronic properties in zigzag graphene nanoribbons. So these are some spintronic properties of graphene nanoribbons, which tells you that half metallicity can be induced under the influence of external electric field. Just by changing the polarity, you can switch over between the conduction channel. For example, if you want to make a spin down as the conduction channel, then you can just switch over the bias polarity. Okay, later on in another important part, Jian et al., they did ball milling of graphite sample under the halogen rich environment. Okay, so what they show is that they have shown that initially this was the separation between two layers of graphite, but when we are doing ball milling under the influence of halogen rich environment, the halogens are attached on the edges of the samples, so which ultimately leads to increase in the overall separation between these two edges. So because of this increase in the layer distance, it is much easier to isolate these layers from one and another. Okay, so but they said that these halogens are attached at the outermost edges, which are behaving as a impurity. So if we want pure graphene environment samples, we must have to remove these impurities. Okay, so based on that, we tried that if we can find the properties of those halogenated nanoribbons, then we can predict some applications where they can be used directly without removing those impurities. Okay, so we modeled all these samples where we took different possibilities of halogenations. For halogen, we started with fluorine. Okay, so like here, 1H fluorination, both H fluorination, alternate H fluorination, and so on. And we found that crystalline is when there is only hydrogen passivation, which is most common. 99% of graphene nanoelements papers are published with taking hydrogen passivation. Okay, so but our study shows that halogen passivated graphene nanoemulsions are more stable even than that of the widely explored graphene nanoemulsions. So here you can see for pristine we have binding energy on the order of say -6.6, but for both edges fluorine passivation it is significantly improved. Okay, more negative means more improved. Okay, so but here Fermi energy analysis shows that by incorporating these halogens is shifting the Fermi level down. For example, in case of pristine, the Fermi level is lying at -3.72, but for fluorination, it is -3.93. So ultimately, the effect of fluorination is to shift the Fermi level downward, which is equivalent to that as if we are introducing a p-type impurity. Okay, so these are the electronic properties of pristine one. First is pristine element, where both the edges are hydrogen passivated, and remaining are all different passivations considering fluorine and a combination of fluorine and hydrogen for H passivation. All are showing perfect metallic property when we are not considering the effect of electronic spin. Okay, so the same behavior is also reflected in corresponding density of states, where we are finding the sharp availability of density of states across the Fermi level. Okay, so this type of electronic density of states indicates that your system can be metallic, can be magnetic in nature. So in order to check whether the system is magnetic or not, we also consider the spin polarized properties, and we found that upon spin polarization, the sharp peak, this sharp peak is splitted into this type of peaks where we have some finite band gap across the Fermi level, and this gap is similar to that of the pristine graphene nanometals. Okay, but okay, this is the same behavior reflected in electronic band structures, where we are finding that electronic states are degenerated over the spin up and spin down electrons, but the degeneracy is broken for this particular structure, which corresponds to one edge fluorine passivation and another edge hydrogen passivation. Okay, so because fluorine and hydrogen both are having different electronegativity. Fluorine is the highest electronegative, so it is attracting more charge. So because of that, we are observing these small breaking in the degeneracy across the Fermi level. Okay. So here the velocity state analysis confirms that the structure is antiferromagnetic. You can see the phase change of pi here between spin up and spin down electrons. Okay, so which is another confirmation that this structure is antiferromagnetic, similar to that of the pristine nanoribbon, which was explored by Sun et al. We also applied the electric field to see what will be the effect of this external electric field, and we actually found that by applying this electric field, we can induce half metallic property in fluorinated graphene nanoribbons also. Okay, so upon this application of electric field, you will find the electronic states corresponding to spin up are lying across the Fermi level, whereas for spin down electronic states, we are having some finite band gap. So it means we have also tuned our material, the fluorinated graphene nanoribbons, into a half metal, which is an ideal requirement for spintronic device applications. Okay, here is the band gap, how the band gap varies as a function of electric field. So initially, when 0 means when there is no electric field, and when we start to apply the electric field, the band gap tends to decrease. So ultimately, some field will reach where we'll have one channel as conducting and other channel as semiconducting. This field where it occurs is known as critical electric field. So the critical electric field is the field which is required to induce the half metallicity in graphene nanoribbons. So here is the variation of electric field as a function of nanoribbon. If we keep on increasing the nanoribbon width, the critical electric field keep on decreasing. So you can induce the same half metallic property with very small magnitude of electric field in a wider ribbon compared to smaller width nanoribbon. So for one type of electronic spin, it decreases, the band gap decreases, and for other type, it increases. Okay, so we have just seen that if the structure is half antiferromagnetic, we can induce the half metallicity by the application of external electric field. But in another result, we found that this structure where we have sp3 and sp2, one edge is sp3 passivated, means outermost carbon atom is attached with two hydrogen or fluorine atoms, and other is attached with single. Okay, here is the structural stability analysis, which shows that all the structures are stable, having sufficiently negative binding energy, and this delta E is the magnetic stabilization energy. And for all these structures, we are having this magnetic stabilization energy greater than the thermal excitation energy of 25 or 26 milli-electron volts. So it also implies that these structures can behave as a magnetic material for normal practical applications. Okay, so for few of them, we found the structures are antiferromagnetic, whereas these two are ferromagnetic. Okay, their corresponding band gap, when there is no spin, it is showing metallic behavior. But when we are considering the electronic spin, we are finding that all the structures are still metallic except this second one, which is ferromagnetic. Okay, so spin down state, this dashed one is showing spin down state, black one is showing spin up state, are lying across the Fermi level. So if any one of these can cross the Fermi level, our material will become metallic for that and semiconducting for other. So that means our material can be tuned to half metal if this Fermi level is lying across this any either spin up states or spin down states. Okay. So, but here we cannot apply electric field, because if we apply the electric field, both the states will move away or will move towards the Fermi level. So, okay. So what is the alternate here? Here, what we did is the doping. So we all know that nitrogen is a very good element for p-type for n-type doping, and boron is very good element normally used for p-type doping. Okay, so we selected first of all the site where the doping should be done. So it is well known that edges of the nanoribbons are highly influencing for deciding the electronic properties, electronic states near the Fermi level. So if we'll dope here near the center, near the edge states might be disturbed. So both of these states may disappear, or both of these may cross the Fermi level, which will not make our structure a half metal. So we deliberately dope this nitrogen atom at the center. So nitrogen is all about n-type doping. N-type doping means the Fermi level will be shifted upward. So it should lie across the spin down states. Okay, so here you can see here by having this nitrogen doping, all the spin down states are lying across the Fermi level, whereas we have finite gap for spin up states. That means here we have again tuned the structures for half metallic property by this doping, and by taking boron doping instead of this nitrogen, we are now shifting the Fermi level downward, making this time spin up state conduct, spin up as the conduction channel and spin down as the semiconductor channel, which are further supported by the corresponding density of states. Here you can see finite gap for spin down state, for spin up states, and metallic property for spin down electronic states. So how much time I have, students? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, how
Yes,
much
sir.
time is remaining?
Sir, 10 minutes left there,
10 minutes. 10 minutes for presentation or including a discussion?
including sir Q&A session.
Okay, so I'll just wrap it up. Okay, so I'm not going for other discussion. So apart from organic, we can also introduce spintronic properties in inorganic nanoribbons. So this is our recent work. In 2022, we introduced this half metallic property in gallium nitride nanoribbon by the selective edge passivation. Okay, here you can see the spin up states are lying across the Fermi level, whereas spin down is having some finite band gap of 0.6 electron volts. So it is also these two structures out of the considered 5 are behaving as a half metallic. Okay, so the further confirmation in terms of density of states, where we find the large availability of density of states for spin up electrons here and here, whereas the gap for spin down electrons. Okay. Similar Bloch state analysis to confirm that these structures are settling in magnetic ground state. Okay. Okay, I am skipping it. This is the effect of concentration, how the concentration can change the magnitude of band gap. You can see here for when there is no adsorption, means 0% concentration, 25%, 50%, the band gap tends to reduce. And here also we are getting the half metallic property because one type of electrons are lying across the Fermi level, whereas we have finite band gap for other type of electronic spin. Okay. And finally, our motive is to design some device which can be used for obtaining IV characteristics, which will decide ultimately its application. So these half metallic properties of this structure, which we did in gallium nitride nanoribbons, are showing that all the current is mainly carried by spin up electrons, whereas spin down electrons are having very less or negligible contribution. Having almost zero contribution. Okay, so this type of material, this type of spin can be used for spin filtering devices, where we are having only the total current in terms of spin up or spin down, whereas the other type of electron having no contribution towards the current. Okay, so if we could realize this type of devices in near future, because graphene or other 2D materials being very flexible, then we can realize all this type of flexible, wearable electronic devices, electronic or spintronic devices. Okay, so I will present my summary. So ultimately we saw that graphene nanoribbon is an ideal material for making organic spintronic devices because we can introduce half metallicity very easily. But if the nanoribbons are not antiferromagnetic, then we can also introduce half metallicity by using doping instead of the external electric field. Okay, so if it is antiferromagnetic, just you have to introduce the external electric field in plane electric field to obtain half metallicity, whereas for ferromagnetic nanoribbons we can induce half metallicity by different types of doping. So okay, these are some key references which are useful. So okay, overall, thank you for your kind attention. I'll stop here, and now you may ask your queries or questions if you have. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, the participants can ask the doubts uh, to Dr. Neeraj Jaswal. You can also type in the chat box.
Yes, you can also type in the chat box for all participants.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
I have a question. So my name is Mike
Yes.
Redress, and first of all, thank you for such a wonderful and interesting talk on DFT. And
Thank you.
I'm also from Jabalpur, so I just
Okay.
have one question. One question, sir.
Okay.
Actually, I'm working in the 2D based photo detectors.
Your
So
voice is not clear. Hello?
sorry.
Yes.
Right now, my voice is clear.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you are
So
working in?
I'm working in 2D material based photo detector applications. So I was just wondering, like, what analysis I can get using the DFT analysis on terms of photo detector applications.
Okay. So
And
DFT.
which software should I use? Should I prefer if I am referring to this photo detector applications?
Actually, the use of software depends upon your application. For example, if I am interested only in material property, I should go for either Quantum Espresso, which is openly available, or VN2K or WASP. But if I am interested in some device application, some device properties, you can use for Quantum ATK, okay, or DMOL. Quantum ATK, but I will suggest it is good for any device applications using DFT if you want to explore the application part. But for material part, I'll suggest you go for Quantum Espresso or WASP.
Okay, sir. And sir, what properties I can analyze for the device?
Again, that depends. If you want to make some optical device, you can try to get its optical absorption spectra, dielectric loss functions. But if you are interested in making some normal electronic devices, transistor FETs, or some memory devices, you should go for like IV characteristics first of all, or you can try to find its 3D IV characteristics. Also, you can try to find in 2-terminal devices or 3-terminal devices, gate enabled or gate disabled devices. Okay. And also you can try to find whether, if you are interested in some memory devices, whether your device is capable of separating the spins so that you can make spin-based memory devices. Okay. So ultimately you have to decide what you want, and correspondingly you will find the properties which you can do. Okay. DFT is a method which is useful for all. Okay. For example, if I am working in, say, biophysics, I have different set of properties. If I am working in, say, nanoelectronics, I have to calculate different properties. Okay. So you decide what ultimately you want.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, welcome. So anyone else?
Any other participant has any question? Also, there is no query in the chat box also.
Okay. So I think then now we can end the meeting, or if you have any doubt or any query, you can ask. Chandraman, any doubt?
So,
Because Chandraman has
No, sir.
also worked with me.
I think it was a nice presentation, sir.
So, for
Shruti, so
those who
please
are
conclude.
So okay,
yes,
if there is no query, we can conclude.
yes. So, thank you to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Neeraj Jaiswal. Your contribution has not only enriched our knowledge, but also has inspired us to think differently, to strive for excellence and embrace new possibilities. So, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you very much,
inviting
sir.
me, and thank you to Professor Seval Mukherjee. Okay, so
Thank you very much,
okay,
sir.
Thank you
Chandraman.
so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Shruti. All the best for your event.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Chandrabhan Patel, CEO and co-founder of Contact L2M Private Limited, will be addressing us on IoT-enabled quantum sensors, which promises to be both enlightening and thought-provoking. Mr. Chandrabhan Patel received his master's degree in mechatronics from 3DPM IIIT Jabalpur in 2017. He is currently pursuing the PhD degree with Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Indore. He is the co-founder and CEO of Contact L2M Innovations Private Limited. Mr. Patel is the founding vice chair of IEEE Nanotechnology Council student chapter and the current chair of IEEE Sensors Council student chapter, IIT Indore. Recently, he has been conferred with MPCST Young Scientist Award for his work in 2D TMD sensor devices. His current research interest includes synthesis of monolayer 2D TMD materials via chemical vapor deposition and metal oxides for gas sensing applications. Welcome, sir, and you may start your presentation now.
Thank you very much, Shruti, for a nice introduction.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You have to share the whole screen.
Okay.
You just go to PowerPoint presentation. There is a slideshow window there.
So now, Saurabh, my slides are visible to you?
Yes, sir, it is
Yes,
visible.
sir, it is visible.
Okay. So, very good afternoon to all of you. Today, I'm going to talk on IoT-enabled 2D TMD-based gas sensing solution. We are from Quantec L2M, and I would briefly introduce to our team, to all of you. In our team, first, I would like to introduce Professor Seval Mukherjee. He's a co-founder and director in Quantec L2M. Including him, we are all other three members, Mr. Chandrabhan Patel, myself, CEO and co-founder of Contact L2M, and Mr. Mayank Dubey, he is also a co-founder and director, and Mr. Sumit Chaudhary, he is also a co-founder and director in Contact L2M. Now, I'll start my talk with the first IoT solution for gas sensing technology. So first, I'll discuss about the background. Nowadays, as we know, air pollution is become a major threat for the human community, especially NO2 gas, which causes various disease such as asthma and lung cancer. Therefore, detection of NO2 at ppm level is crucial. In the past, we have also witnessed various gas tragedies such as Bhopal gas tragedy and Visakhapatnam gas tragedies. These tragedies we have seen in the past, due to the gas leakage in the industry. So, and when we talk about the WHO data, so every year approximately 7 million people lost their lives due to the air pollution. It causes various disease and various other factors. Now we come to the solutions. What are the solutions are available in the market for the gas sensing technology? So when it comes to the available solution in the market related to the gas sensors, are generally metal oxide based gas sensors are available. But these existing solutions are suffer from poor selectivity. Uh, it means these existing solutions are not highly selective for a particular gas, which we are interested to detect. So these sensors shows poor selectivity. When we comes to the poor sensitivity, these sensors are not significantly enough or sensitive enough to detect the particular gas at a sub ppb level, which are crucial for not only for sensing application, for biomedical application and other applications. Another challenge is with the existing technology is unavailability of real-time monitoring facility. It means if particular incident occurred in the night time, that incident cannot be detected at that particular moment. That was the major challenge with the existing technology. Another major challenge associated with the existing technology is high operating temperature. When we talk about high operating temperature, it means in metal oxide case, these sensors show significant response more than 120 degrees centigrade temperature. To maintain this particular temperature, we have required a additional circuitry, which makes our product complex as well as increases the cost of our system. In addition, it also reduces the sensor shelf life. So these drawbacks comes or exist in the existing technology. So to overcome these challenges, which are actually present in the existing technology, here we have developed quantum sensor. In quantum sensor, especially, I'll talk about the 2D TMD based sensor. Why I am talking about 2D TMD sensor? Because these are very high surface to volume ratio. These are at atomic level, and these are very high selectivity for a particular gas. And so these are the major benefits with the existing quantum sensor. So when we comes to the IoT enabled portable sensor, so we have added real time and remote monitoring facility as well as various alert facility such as visual, sound, call, and SMS if the particular gas concentration exceeded in the hazardous range or if some leakage is occurred. Uh, and it also provides the past exposure history of a particular gas concentration, which actually suggests the leakage or detection in if any occurred in any other pipelines or somewhere in the industry. It also provides the battery operated as well as direct AC household supply operated. In addition, it can also operate it at solar driven circuit. Now, it measure advantage of the quantum sensor. These sensors operate at room temperature. They have not required any additional temperature to show the significant response. So, if these sensors operate at room temperature, then the definitely no additional circuitry is required to maintain the particular temperature, which reduces the cost of our system, required the power of our system, and increases the sensor shelf life. So these are the major advantage with the existing with our developed quantum sensor technology. Now we move forward, and we comes to the TRL journey. Because when we talk about a particular, compare our technology with the market-based solution, so we will have to compare our developed product with the market-based existing product, or we will have to talk about the TRL journey. So we have achieved TRL 7 till now, and we have developed a packaged, as you can see on the screen, we have developed a packaged 2D TMD sensor along with its interfacing with the IoT enabled circuit, as you can see on the screen. And we have reached the TRL 7. Still, we will have to achieve much more in this thing, and we will have to enhance our TRL up to 9 because customer feedbacks and other these things are still remaining. But these things this particular system we have developed, we have tested in our lab. So this is a shows our TRL journey at TRL 7. Now we comes to the development part, how we have done it and what particular process we have opted for the development of quantum sensor. So here when we talk about first thing, deposition of MOS2 monolayer by chemical vapor deposition process, we have opted CVD process for the deposition of MOS2. Specifically, we have targeted MOS2 material for the gas sensing application because in TMD family, many 2D TMD materials are available, such as MOS2, WS2, MOSE2, WSE2, and other 2D TMD materials. But here we have focused MOS2. So when we talk about MOS2, so we have used solution assisted process. Why we have used solution assisted process? Because we want the control over the deposited number of layers. So that's why we have used the solution assisted process. In solution assisted process, what we do, we dissolve the MOO3 powder in ammonium hydroxide solution. And this ammonium hydroxide solution is spin coated on SiO2 Si substrate. This MOO3 coated substrate we kept on bottom of the aluminum. In another bare SiO2 Si substrate, we kept top of it. In another alumina board, we take the sulfur powder, and these two boards we loads respectively in the quartz tube, as you can see in the leftmost corner. In the quartz, actually CVD schematic is here. So as you can see in the schematic, sulfur board is loaded at 180 degrees centigrade, while MO3 sample board is loaded at 800 degrees centigrade. And distance between these two boards maintained is 31 centimeter. And we have used argon and oxygen are these two gases. Argon is a carrier gas, while O2 as a you can say the assist gas during the growth. And after performing the recipe or the developed code, which we developed in Python language, or performing the recipe of the MOS2, we got the crystal of MOS2, which is in triangular in shape, and crystal side length is 90.33 micron in length, as you can see on the screen. These are the optical images here we have depicted. So this is the process to actually get the monolayer MOS2 triangles. How we will confirm it monolayer MOS2 or bilayer or trilayer? We have done the characterization, which will present in the next slide. But here we are talking about the monolayer MOS2. So if you are interested to deposit a monolayer MOS2, you'll have to start from the you have to control the deposition process from the start. Just as I have mentioned that we have used the solution assisted process. You can also directly evaporate MOO3, but that will not provide the monolayer MOS2. So that's the thing. Here we have opted the solution assisted process. Now we move forward and sorry, I think in my slide. Okay, now here is the characterization. So first we have done the AFM characterization to investigate the topology of the deposited monolayer MOS2 crystal. After that, we have done the Raman spectra calculation for the in-plane and out-of-plane peak positions of the deposited monolayer MOS2, which shows that in-plane is at 383.6, while out-of-plane peak is exhibited at 404.5. Difference between these two plane peaks, out-of-plane peak and in-plane peak difference exhibit the number of layer deposited. So here difference is less than 21 or approximately 21, which exhibit that deposited material is monolayer MOS2. After elemental characterization, we have done the XPS analysis of our deposited material, and it shows that presence of MO and sulfur peaks are there, so which highlight the deposit material is MOS2. After successfully depositing the monolayer MOS2 material, now we have required to fabricate a device with the help of this material. So at this moment, we don't have a lithography facility with us. So that's why we have to require to transfer this deposited material from our deposited substrate to the interdigited electrode device, which we have already fabricated. So we will have to transfer it. If we have a lithography facility, we can directly deposit the contact on the deposited substrate. So here what we do actually, in the transfer process, we have used the surface energy assisted transfer process. In surface energy assisted transfer process, we use the polymer carrier polymer as a carrier polymer to lift off the deposited MOS2. Carrier polymer to lift off the MOS2 from the deposited SiO to Si substrate and be kept on it to the glass substrate, where already interdigited electrodes are deposited on it. So after here we have used polystyrene as a carrier polymer, and after transferring the MOS2 on interdigited electrode device, now we have to remove this particular polymer, which we have used as a carrier polymer. So we dissolve this polystyrene polymer, this particular polymer in a polystyrene solution, and we can dissolve this particular polymer. So now the MOS2 is successfully transferred on interdigited electrode. Here, as you can see in the optical image as well in the screen, we have transferred the MOS2 triangles from the SiO to Si substrate to interdigited electrode device successfully. So this is one of the transfer process. You can also use PMMA and other polymer already mentioned in the literature. Various other techniques are available nowadays to transfer the MOS2 from one substrate to another substrate. So this is a bad transfer process. You can also use dry transfer process and other transfer process if you want to use it. Now, after transferring the MOS2 on interdigited electrode device, now we will have to require to package this particular interdigited electrode device. So what we have done, we have used the 3D printing 3D printing operation. And first, we have done the wire bonding process. As you can see on the screen, our interdigited electrode device is connected with the two metal leads. This is the wire bonding process. But here we have done the manually. Generally, in the market, wire bonders are available. But nowadays, actually, these are costly instruments, so we don't have this facility yet present. So we have done the wire bonding manually, as you can see on the screen. After that, we have actually do the packaging by a 3D printer, and as you can see that top of the portion of the packaging is open for the exposure of a particular gas. And as you can see in the another packaging, you will see that side portion is also available, and you will find that there is a fine mass on top of it to protect our sensing material from the dust particles. So that's why we have used the fine mass is there on the top of it during the packaging operation. So here our team with our professor Saival Mukherjee is presenting the developed MOS2 sensor, packaged developed MOS2 sensor. Now we move forward, and after packaging the developed MOS2 sensor, we have to require the readout circuit. If the particular gas exposed on this particular developed sensor, so certain changes, it may be the resistance change, conductance change, voltage change, and these capacitance change, these actually the readout phenomena will occur there. To read out these changes, we will have require a readout circuit. So here, first we have developed a readout circuit. This is a resistance readout circuit which can measure the resistance range from 10 ohm to 40 gigaohm. So here, this 10 ohm to 40 gigaohm range, we have further divided in three subcategories: 10 ohm to 220 kilo ohm, 220 kilo ohm to 138 mega ohm, and 138 mega ohm to 40 gigaohm. These three subsections we have further divided, and these three sections we can optimum choose the range by using a rotatable switch. As you can see, this particular circuit, first we have validated on Proteus. After that, we have done the validation on breadboard circuit. And in the next stage, we have drawn the 3D layout and done the circuit on PCB. And we have tested the circuit on PCB. And we have developed this wide resistance readout circuit, which we named as universal resistance readout circuit, which can measure the resistance range from 10 ohm to 40 gigaohm within a relative error of plus minus 2%. So this is a very compact and cost-effective solution to measure the wide resistance range, which we can use not only here for MOS2 resistance readout circuit as well as the other ENO sensors, because in MOS2 case, mostly resistance vary from 2 mega ohm to 20 mega ohms or 30 mega ohms in the mega ohm range. But when we talked about e-node sensors, there are multi-sensors on a single chip. So where we have used this particular resistance readout circuit, where the resistance variation is more than in MOS2 case. So here, for this invention, we have received the patent from the Indian government recently, and uh, uh, for this invention, I have got the MP Young Scientist Award in 2022, and we have, for this invention, cost-effective invention, we have also received the Best Technology Award from IIT Indore for 2023. So this is the invention for resistance readout circuit. Now we have developed a sensor, we have a resistance readout circuit. Now we will move forward and we will try to integrate these two things here. Before integrating these two things, we have required the real-time monitoring facility. So in the real-time monitoring facility, we have required to develop a Android application, which will provide the exact concentration of a target gas, past exposure history in various languages, as well as the alarm facility or alert facility if the gas concentration is exceeded in the hazardous range. So this Android app is developed in various languages, specifically in 4 languages till now, and user can create your own account on this particular app. He can register and he can use this particular app for the real-time monitoring of the gas concentration. Exact gas concentration he can actually get from this app, and he can also get the past exposure history in daily, weekly, and monthly basis from this developed app for a particular gas. And when we talked about the alert facility, if the particular gas concentration is higher than the threshold range, so he will get the alert by a pop-up on this particular app. If and uh, he can actually turn off the gas, or he can detect the gas by using real-time monitoring facility to avoid the hazardous incident which were occurred in the past. Now we move forward and we comes to the integration part of our developed circuit. So this is the first and second generation, QGS1 and QGS2. QGS1 quantum gas sensor first, quantum gas sensor second. So here you will see that quantum gas sensor 1 is bigger than quantum gas sensor 2. Generally, it happened actually, because as we have seen the innovation from the history as well, when we have seen the memory size for 1 KB and 2 KB, our size were bigger than the room. But nowadays we see the gigabyte memory size. We can handheld actually instruments with us. So these are the generally comes into the invention. So our QGS1 sensor, here we have integrated the Wi-Fi module as well as the GSM module with our circuit, resistance readout circuit. So what will happen if the particular gas concentration is exceeded in the hazardous range? Our IoT enabled circuit first send the message to the registered user number. If registered user number is replying on that particular message by, then it will not send again the same message. If it is not responding the message, then it will again send the message 3 times. If it is not responding to the message, then this developed circuit will call on that number simultaneously, even user is not actually responding the call or messages. So this is this type of actually actuation process we have done from our end to integrate this particular sensor. And buzzer and LEDs, these things are actually provide the real alert facility on the on a particular side where this particular sensor is installed. So here, as you can see, our developed sensor for CO2, and concentration is NO2, and its concentration is 10 ppm, and it also measure the temperature and humidity percentage, ambient temperature, ambient humidity, and it measure the concentration of these gases, SO2, CO2, NO2. So these are the actually developed sensor. So here, these are the indigenously pegged sensor and truly actually belongs to the Quantec L2M or developed by Quantec L2M. Now we move forward and we comes to the sensing performance of our developed sensor. So first, I'll talk about the temporal response, temperature dependent response of our developed sensor. Our developed sensor shows significant response at room temperature compared to the other higher temperature. As the temperature increases, our sensor response decreases significantly or drastically. So, therefore, we have opted our room temperature sensor operation. After optimizing the temperature of our developed sensor, we have exposed the different concentration of NO2, which varied from 100 ppm to 100 ppb in range. It shows significant response at 100 ppb, and response is in actually ratio form Rg by Ra. Rg is the resistance when the particular gas is exposed or target gas is exposed on the sensing surface, while Ra is the resistance of the sensor when the sensor is in ambient condition or in air condition. So this particular actually you can see the nomenclature we have used for the demonstration of response of our sensor. So it shows approximately 58 response at room temperature for 100 ppm NO2 exposure. As the NO2 exposure reduce, as the concentration of NO2 reduce from 100 ppm to 100 ppb, response of our sensor also decreases. But as you can see in the graph, even at 0.1 ppm or 100 ppb, it shows significant response for NO2. It is a great thing for our developed NO2 sensor or technology for quantum sensor technology. After bearing the NO2 exposure, we have done the humidity variation because when we have tested our sensor in our lab, the humidity variation generally it varies from 30 to 40% relative humidity variation. So we have varied the humidity of our sensing system to observe the sensing performance of our developed sensor in different humid conditions, which will be required when we installed in different places in industry, in hospitals, in various places. We have to require these actually study will be crucial. So we have varied the humidity from 75% to 97.5%, and we have seen the response of our developed sensor. We have observed that if the humidity is varied from 75% to 97.5%, our sensor response decreases. But one interesting thing comes out from here is that even 97.5% relative humidity, our sensor shows significant response. This is the major outcome because 97.5% relative humidity is in a very large humidity case, and if our sensor is showing, because if humidity varies, number of active sites are significantly reduced on the sensing surface. But even 97.5%, our sensor showing significant response. So it will be a great for our developed technology. After varying the humidity exposure of our developed NO2 sensor, we have investigated the selectivity. Selectivity, we have exposed the different gases on our sensing surface, such as H2S, SO2, CO, methanol, ammonia, and we have observed the sensing response. And we found that our sensor shows higher response for NO2 as compared to other interfering gases. So we have also calculated the selectivity coefficient for our developed NO2 sensor, and it shows that higher selectivity coefficient, which is observed for CO, which is 38.26, after that ammonia 24.95, and followed by methanol, SO2, and H2S. After validating the selectivity analysis, after performing the selectivity analysis, we have calculated the limit of detection, limit of qualification, sensitivity values of our developed sensor. These are the required for the industrial terms. If we have developed a particular technology, these parameters are required for the industrial development. So we found that our developed sensor has LOD is in ppb range, which is 1.4 ppb, while limit of qualification for our developed sensor is 4.6 ppb, with sensitivity is 0.9842, which is higher than 0.9, which shows great linearity with the existing response variation with respect to the concentration of a particular gas. After calculating the LOD, LOQ of our developed sensor, we have actually experimented or we have investigated the transient profile or of developed sensor, which shows which actually exhibit the how fast our sensor or how sluggish it is. So transient profile, as you will see here in the graph, it shows response time is 1.45 minutes and recovery time is 1.5 minutes. So it shows 90% response during this response time and 90% recovery during recovery time. After performing the transient profile, we have done the repeatability analysis. So here we have demonstrated repeatability only for 4 cycles, but we have investigated more than that. And we have also done the long-term stability, but here we have not actually included because this process is still in process. We have done the long-term stability for more than 1 year, but we are continuously doing this particular experiment, so it will require certain more time, and we will include in this presentation. Now we comes to the challenges which we have faced during this development of this technology. So first we will talk about the challenges which are related to the material fabrication. So when we talk about the material fabrication challenges, so first we have optimized the MOS2 material by varying the distance between the placement of MO3 and substrate. It varied from 90 to 19 centimeter to 38 centimeter, and we have observed the deposited material via optical images. And we have varied, after that, we have varied the flow rate concentration from 50 SCCM to 175 SCCM and observed that at which particular SCCM is optimum for this particular distance. But after that, we have varied the MO concentration from 400 microgram to 25 microgram and observe that it is showing the optimum is 200 μg. MO amount is optimum. So these are the material challenges, or we can say the optimization process, optimization parameters of the deposited MOS2 material. Here we have highlighted few, but we have done more than that. Now we come to the challenges which are related to the resistance readout fabrication and development of Android app. So here, as you can see, when we are designing, actually designing the layout, so here we have faced the this particular circuits breaks are there, or actually connections are not properly. So here we have done faces few challenges. And when we talked about the development of Android mobile application, certain errors come out. Then we will actually remove these errors, and we move forward and develop an Android app. Develop an Android app. After that, here I have highlighted the one challenge which we have faced during the packaging operation, as you can see, because these are the 3D packaging we have done. So these are the challenges which are related to the packaging of our. Now we move forward. After that, we have compared our developed quantum sensor with the existing sensor technology. So here we have considered renowned gas sensor technology such as Sangbe, SGX, Figaro, and compared with our developed Quantac L2M sensor with these existing technologies or these existing companies, renowned companies these are, and we have compared the performance our developed sensor with these companies. And as you can see in the table detection range I have highlighted, it shows that we have a wide detection range as compared to the existing technology. When we comes to the limit of detection, so it is in ppb range. It means we can detect the lower limit, which is very crucial for the development of biomedical application and other applications. When we talk about the operating humidity conditions, so we have tested for higher humidity, which we can do in actually at our end. And when we talk about the cost, so here when we talk about the cost, here I have approximated 1500 rupees, but it will not actually include the electricity charges, taxes, manpower, wholesale price, because here we have actually approximated or actually predicted the cost of our developed sensor on the lab basis. But when it comes to the market, other actually terms, or we can say the other charges will be added on it. So this price may go higher as well. But when we talked about the large number of production, this price may come down also as well. So this is not actually the actual price. This is the approximated price. Now after developing NO2 gas sensor, we come to the IoT enabled biosensor, because in our Now we talk about biosensor. We move forward and okay. So here we have developed the IoT-enabled uric acid sensor. So in uric acid case, generally market-based available uric acid sensors, they use the blood for the detection of uric acid concentration in the human body. Uric acid in blood, these are the two case, hyper and hypouricemia. If the hyperuricemia case, when the uric acid concentration in blood is more than 7 mg per dl, while hypouricemia case, when the uric acid concentration comes down to 2 mg per dl. And these are the diseases associated with these two conditions, hypersemia and hyposemia, as I have mentioned here, and similarly I have depicted in the picture as well in this slide. Now we come to the developed solution, which we have developed with the help of AIMS Bhopal. So here is the IoT-enabled uric acid sensor. So this is a portable IoT-enabled uric acid sensor we have developed in our lab. It uses the current readout circuit. As you can see on the screen, the first image, when no uric acid is dropped on the active area of our sensor, it shows reading 0.00 microampere current. While we drop a particular blood, urine, or saliva samples, which consists the uric acid concentration, it shows significant current change in our sensor readings. So here we have used the reference register reading as 00. As the uric acid concentration varied, it shows the significant change in the current. So here we have developed IoT-enabled uric acid sensor. So here is the complete packaged IoT-enabled uric acid sensor, as you can see in the box, developed by Quantec L2M. And these are the sensors which you can directly, actually, when you will see this sensor, I think you can imagine a glucose sensor which is available in the market for diabetes detection. So similar, this type of packaging or this type of development we have done in our lab for uric acid detection under the Quantec L2. So these are the sensors for the detection of uric acid, as you can see in the box. And for real-time monitoring, we have also developed Android app which provide the uric acid concentration at a particular microgram per dl, and it also generates the doctor's report, which generate a digital report. As you when you visit a particular hospitals, you get the report for a particular actually disease. So similar type of digital report you get in your mobile when you used our developed product. Here we have shown the micromolar concentration variation of a uric acid or response of our sensors with the varying concentration of our uric acid as the 100 micromolar concentration. So it shows the current change current in the range of 12 milliampere. As we move forward towards the buffer solution, our current range increases higher. We have also actually exhibited the selectivity analysis of our developed sensor with respect to the other derivatives present in our blood, such as ascorbic acid, glucose, and uric acid. So as you can see on the graph, uric acid shows higher current change as compared to the other interfering derivatives present in the biological samples, such as blood and saliva and urine samples, glucose and ascorbic acid. Now we come to the another solution which we provide in our Quantec L2M IoT-enabled agriculture sensor. So here we have developed the agriculture sensor, which is in developing phase. So here we will cover not actually complete solutions here, but I'll actually briefly I'll cover this in one. So now we move forward. So here we have developed. First, I'll talk about the disease detection of a particular crop, real-time disease detection. So here we have developed one Android app which uses the machine learning algorithm at the backend. So it detects the particular disease of a particular crop. So here we have developed the first disease detector, real-time disease detection, or we can say the advanced agriculture or digital agriculture. So here we have categorized our app for Kharif and Rabi in two subcategories. for different crops mentioned in the Kharif subsection. Different crops are mentioned in the Rabi subsection, as you can see. So here I have shown for Kharif subsection only soybean crop, and Rabi sections, as I have seen here, potato. So when you will take the live image, or as you can take the image from your gallery, mobile phone gallery, and you can upload it. Once you upload the image in this particular app, you will find the actually which particular disease is on the leaf, or is on the which particular disease is in your crop. If your plant is healthy, or if no disease is there, it will also actually mention that no particular disease, your plant or your crop is healthy. And if you are uploading random image, it will also depict that please upload a appropriate image. So this particular developed Android app using the CNN modeling here, and mention that the particular disease, if you are potato crop is facing the late blight, early blight, and any other disease, it first to show the reasons why this particular disease is caused in this particular crop, and after that it shows the measures how you can actually uh, how you can move forward, or you can take the steps to remove this particular disease from the crop. After that, it will also suggest a particular commercial solutions as well as the home solutions, home remedies, which generally we used at our ground level. And this particular app is developed in 3 to 4 languages, so you can get the information in your own language. So this is the particular disease model, real-time disease detection for a particular crop we have developed here using the machine learning algorithm. Now we come to the real-time soil fertility monitoring, NPK measurement. So here, as you can see, here we have developed one packaged sensor solution which provides the real-time monitoring of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium reading, which predict the soil fertility. So here we have actually depicted only 3 to 4 sites which we have considered, such as football ground, school ground, agriculture field, and cricket ground, which shows the real-time NPK concentration. And here, as you can see on the table, our NPK measurement is optimum for agriculture field. When we comes to the football ground, it is much higher. When we come to the cricket ground, it is also much higher to football ground or school ground as well. So these are the real time. Actually, this particular project we are still working on it. So it is in progress mode. So I think we will finish this project, I think in the October as well. So after that, these two NPK real time soil fertility monitoring as well as disease detection, we will integrate it and we will provide a complete solution, which will provide the user for the real time soil health monitoring as well as the disease detection model for the user at a momentary basis. Now we comes to the actually the we can say the certifications or recognition we got from different. So here we got the media highlight on a global investor summit we have participated, which were held in Indore in 2022. And this is our Contact L2M website. You can also visit here. You can see our developed solution, and you can also got the team information from here and other information on our website, Contact L2M. And here is the certificate of recognition from the Tata Steel. Recently, we have participated in Material Next Challenge, and we got the uh, certificate from Tata Steel, and we also got the DPIT certificate, DPIT certificate for our developed for our startups. Now we move forward, and we have also received the grant from the TIH IoT Alliance Startup and Spin-off grant from TIH IIT Bombay. We have received the 10 lakh rupees grant for our development on water and gas sensor solutions. And we have also actually in communication with the Tata Steel for our developed innovation. Now we move forward. This is our Contact L2M team. So here, as you can see in the picture, these are the Contact L2M members. And actually, here, here I have not included all the members. So more than that are also in our Contact L2M team. For more information, you can also visit our Contact L2M website. Here, there you will get the all information related to the Contact L2M team and our innovations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the wonderful talk. Uh, any questions? If any participant has any questions, you can ask by unmuting yourself, or you can also type in the chat box. Uh, any participants have any question? Okay, so thank you to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Chandraban Patel. Thank you for sharing the knowledge you have and for the time you have taken for this talk. Your passion always encourage us. Thank you so much, sir. I think your voice is not audible.
Thank you, Shruti. It is a nice event. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will wait for some time and we will shortly start the next talk. Uh, Now we will start with our next plenary talk. I will now like to invite Dr. Pawan Kumar, IEEE Young Professional. He will be addressing us on the 75th anniversary of Transistor. Dr. Pawan Kumar received his BTech degree from Electronics and Communication Engineering from Rajasthan Technical University, Kota in 2013 and MTech degree in Material Science and Nanotechnology from National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra in 2016. He has completed his PhD degree in Electrical Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. He has currently joined the postdoctorate at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Kumar is the founding chair of IEEE Sensors Council Student Chapter at IIT Indore and a founding member of IEEE Nanotechnology Council Student Branch Chapter and IEEE MP Section Electron Device Chapter. Dr. Kumar is the recipient of Best Volunteer Award from IEEE India. Uh, I request all participants to please mute yourself. Kindly mute yourself. I request all participants. So Dr. Kumar is a recipient of Best Volunteer Award from IEEE India Council in 2020. He is currently the Regional Coordinator R10 of IEEE Nanotechnology Council, Women in Nanotechnology. He is also the section student representative of IEEE MP section and committee member of IEEE EDS Young Professionals. Mr. Kumar's current research interest includes analytical model development and fabrication of MGZNO, or CDZNO heterostructure field effect transistor. I invite Dr. Pawan Kumar, and you may start your presentation.
Thank you, Shruti.
Welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Slides are visible. You can put it in slideshow mode. Yes, sir. And now it is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all the committee of the SRS for giving me this opportunity to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the transistor. Now, like different type of the transistor already developed. The first generation of like transistor, like vacuum tubes, then second generation it comes to like transistors. Then we move toward the integrated circuit. The fourth generation is like innovation included microprocessor. So first, if you want to understand what is a transistor means like trans plus resistor. It transfer the power from one resistance level to other resistance level. Like
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Pawan Kumar. Can you please start your video or share your video?
no, it's fine.
Yes, it is visible, perfectly visible. You may start with your presentation now.
No, the first the before the transistor fabrication, the industry come like fabricate the vacuum tube. That's vacuum tube generally like a electronics device to control the current flowing in the circuit using in vacuum sealed glass. Like in right hand side you can see in the image of vacuum tube like a glass and inside like it filament like wire. So current is flowing inside the and the vacuum tube is working. This vacuum tube like we have used in televisions and other computer monitor also like CRT, and the first English physician John Ambrose Fleming was invented the vacuum tube, and then the basic working principle of the vacuum tube is depend on addition effect, also known thermionic emission. And the major disadvantage of the vacuum tube is the required heating element. You can see like in the picture, and that produce heating element is if apply any supply, then produce the electron to which it consume more power. So it's burned quickly. So the major drawback of the vacuum tube, like they have shorter lifespan upon the 1,000 hours. Vacuum tube cannot be integrated with other elements like ICs. The switching time of the vacuum tube is more, and vacuum tube does not work instantly when the switch on, and because it requires some time for the cathode to get hot. And the other disadvantage of the vacuum tube, change in temperature slightly affect the performance of the vacuum tube. And the vacuum tubes are also size is large, so we need to require more space for any electronics equipment to application for the vacuum tube. So to remove this drawback, There are different type of the transistor is available in the market, like uni-junction transistor, bipolar transistor, and field effect transistor. The bipolar transistor is two types, like N-type, P-type, depending on the doping of the semiconductor. And the field effect transistor means like electron movement from one uh, contact, like one contact to other contact in under the influence of the field. So there are different type of the field effect transistor, like junction field effect transistor, more metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor, heterostructure field effect transistor, and FinFET transistor. There is two type also, like displacement type and enhancement type. Displacement type is already channel is present in the transistor, but enhancement means is create the channel by using the electric supply. It's also two types, P channel and N channel, depending on the like which type of the substrate you have used, yeah, which type of the semiconductor, like P type semiconductor and type semiconductor, our channel is decided. The importance of the transistor. There are different type of the application, like amplifier, portable sensors, like electrical vehicle and satellite. So those all the electronics equipment are operated at different power supply. Like some electronics equipment operate high voltage, somewhere we need the more than high voltage, like 20 volt, 30 volt. So we need a converter to convert like higher voltage to lower and lower to higher. So this converter is consist of like active element and passive element, like a capacitor, inductor, and the some solid state devices. This solid state device is transistor. This solid state device is used as a switch, like different type of the transistor, like IGBT, MOSFET, and HFET. They are operate at different frequencies, and by the application and by the efficiency, we can use like BJT, like lower, if you want to work at lower frequency, they can use BJT. If you want to work at higher frequency, like in megahertz range, then you can use like HFET and MOSFET. And if you need the higher power density application point of view, then we can use thyristor and IGBT transistor. Because like depending on the application, the size of the our converter is reduces, so more like less space is required in the our application, like electrical vehicle application. And for the like if you want to fabricate a transistor, so like what type of the property we have seen a transistor for the we need a material as to like fabrication a transistor. So if you want to operate high frequency, so a material you choose at operating at high frequency, the saturation velocity is also high. If you your application is power devices, then we need to like high band gap, and the material operate at high temperature, as well as breakdown voltage is also high. There are different type of the material available in the industry, like silicon, gallium nitride, gallium arsenic, zinc oxide. And the oxide is also currently like some researcher invent, like gallium oxide, silicon carbide, and these semiconductor material have the different band gap and the different thermal conduction, saturation velocity, and electric field breakdown. Depending on your application, you can choose your material and then further to like move your transistor fabrication. So if you want to like some transistor, we need a high conductance, low on state resistance. So if you operate high power level, we need low on resistance, so we need high conductance. We can check currently available in the literature which transistor have high conductance and which transistor higher charge carrier density. So that, and this transistor also we can like different growth system is available, and depending on your like if you need a cost effective transistor, then you can move toward the spectrum growth transistor. Okay. So after the selection of the material and the your design, there is has after the replacement of the vacuum tube, like point contact transistor is coming in the mind. The point contact transistor is only like developed by a John Braden and like three Bell Laboratory in 1947. And point contact transistor comprise a block of germanium and two gold contact. Like P-type and N-type, there is a metal, there is a point contact. So a small current was applied of one of the contact, output current of the other contact was amplified. Okay. The advantage of the point contact as compared to vacuum tube, like vacuum tube is needs to larger size, but point contact transistor is smaller in size. Power also lower consumption as compared to vacuum tube, lower operating temperature and quicker response time. Like on-off time is quick as compared to vacuum tube. But like drawback is like it cannot be operated at higher voltage because of it's like a point. If apply higher voltage, the point is break easily. So then researcher move to other research like bipolar junction transistor, and then bipolar junction transistor is successfully uh, made by the Jordan Tell and Morgan like 1915 Bell Lab. And the first prototype of the transistor is like RCA, it's a Radio Corporation of America laboratory is developed, and there is like this is the basic structure of the bipolar junction transistor, like P and PN, depending on your doping of the concentration in the intrinsic semiconductor. And these are the circuit symbol of the basic PN BJT transistor, like NPN and PNP. And there, like if NPN transistor means the majority current is flowed by the help of the electron, and PNP transistor means the majority current carried by the holes. But there is some advantage of the BJT, like high voltage heading capability, simple driving requirement, cost effectiveness, and specific performance of the characteristic. Because of the high voltage handling capability in a transistor, because they commonly used in power amplifiers to amplify the signals for the satellite communication application. It's operate a high voltage. It means like we can make a high voltage circuits for the application of electrical vehicle point of view. And the BJT is also controlled using current signals. So where MOSFET is voltage signals is required. So these are the basic like advantage of the BJT, but some drawback like BJT low input impedance, low switching speed. Low input impedance means like the easily if impedance is lower, then we can the noise is easily catched by the our transistor, and we need to amplify and separate the real signal and our another noise signal, so that like poor noise immunity is also produced by the BJT. The thermal runaway power, like two junctions are present in BJT, so power losses is higher. So for removing this problem, like researcher moving a new transistor like metal oxide field effect transistor. The metal oxide field effect transistor is fabricated by the Dawn and Mohammed like Atala in 1959. MOSFET are truly compact transistors, and it is it was invented like same MOSFET, like these are the simple circuit, and MOSFET is like metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. So if you want to separate, MOS is structurally given by name, means metal oxide and semiconductor. The structure consists of top on metal, in between oxide, and bottom in semiconductor. The name MOS FET. FET is field effect transistor, means the electron moving inside the transistor is under the influence of the field. That's why it's called more metal oxide field effect transistor. The advantage of the MOSFET is like higher input impedance, lower power consumption as compared to BJT, point contact, and the vacuum tube. Voltage regulator. If BJT is can be used like current regulator, if we need voltage regulator, can MOSFET be easily used. And positive temperature coefficient to stop the thermal runaway. I mean, because in BJT there is two junctions, so in collector point of view, there is a thermal runaway, and due to its thermal runaway, the junction is breakdown. So our transistor is also breakdown, but there is no junction like uh, this type of the thermal runaway is completely removed in the MOSFET, or extremely large input impedance in the MOSFET. So that's why MOSFET is used, but MOSFET is also have some disadvantage. What is the disadvantage? Like if electron moving from source to drain, there are different type of the scattering, like coulombic scattering and the other things. So it means like it's not be operate at the higher voltage as well as higher frequency. So researcher moving a new structure. The new structure is called high electron mobility transistor. This high electron mobility transistor formed in 1980 by the Fujitsu Laboratory in Japan. And the other name of this high electron transistor is like heterostructure Felipe transistor, modulation doped FET, selectively doped heterojunction transistor. So this heterostructure Felipe transistor is a device like formed by the two different material. One is higher band gap, one is a lower gap, and these are the centrally aligned. So this is the heterojunction. In this heterojunction, the electron is confined in this quantum well. So the physics of uh, behind this, like quantum well, like there are two type of the polarization, like spontaneous polarization and piezoelectric polarization. These two polarization helps to confine the electron in the heterojunction. Spontaneous polarization means due to the electronegativity of the material, and the piezoelectrical polarization means like stress in the deposit thin film. How can there different type of the step to fabricate a transistor? So I have discussed like first we need to deposit our material, which type of the material we want to like as a channel. So first we deposit with the help of the different type of technique like spectring technique and epitaxially grown technique. Then you with the help of the wet etching process and dry etching process, you can fabricate your active region. Then you need to remove gate leakage, so that we need a mesa isolation formation. So we need to deposit a oxide with the help of the different type of the CVDs, and then with the help of the like reactive ion etching process, we can be remove our the unwanted portion of the oxide. Then further we deposit for like source drain and gate contact, and with the help of the lift off process we can easily fabricate our the transistor. This four step we majorly we have included in our fabrication process. The advantage of this here is like high electronic mobility, the mobility is higher this transistor, and also source resistance is lower. It's operate at higher frequency like in megahertz range, and as well as higher power densities. The disadvantage of the hemp is like it's deposit by the a mostly grown ME and MOVC, so that the cost of the systems grown system is higher. So we need to resolve this problem. We need to some cost effective system to fabricate these transistors. So these currently this type of the transistors are available in the market. Or these all the transistor, the application is different, like RF power transistor, wireless base station, high frequency mimics application, military like radar and communication link, power transmission line, and MEMS pressure sensors, Hall sensor, switch sensor. If you want to be a biosensor with the help of the transistor like prostate cancer detection, lung cancer detection, diabetes detection, uric acid detection, and there is some water pollutant detection also you can, and gas sensor. So industry are working on this type of the application by using the different type of the transistor for the different application. Thank you. These are the like this PPT is only for the like 75th celebration of the transistor. So now I'm going to present the other PPT that relevant to like IEEE benefit. Because what the advantage of the IEEE? Like IEEE means like it's a community, and this community allow to different type of the researchers and engineers to create some event, some technical event, and it's like IEEE means it's a platform to young researchers to interact some professional and some invention technologies also. If you a IEEE member, what the advantage of IEEE member? It is like it means the largest community of electronics and electrical engineer, and in which there are different type of the industry and different type of the institutes are involved in this society. And if you want to really work in this domain like uh, electronics domain and electrical domain, then you can easily create some platform, some like SRS is one of the like good event in IEEE. So this type of the other event is already happen in the IEEE. They provide the good platform for the student to interact and getting like research opportunity in other countries and other group. There are different type of the memberships in the IEEE, like student membership, graduate student member, associate member grade, senior grade, and life member. All like these all membership are depend on the your if you are currently a student in UG PG, then you can get student membership, and if you are graduated in your institute, then you are IEEE member. So the yearly this membership you need to renew yearly, and you need to pay some amount for this. The benefit of the IEEE, there are some product and services available like Google Apps, IEEE TV, Resume Lab, Microsoft Dream, Spark, Center of Leadership Excellence, and other benefits. The global benefit means there are different type of the event organized by the IEEE, like IEEE Extreme. This is a coding event. In this like 24-hour event, in this participants come and they the IEEE provides some code and some questions to solve these problems. So different type of the events and platforms provide by a globally benefit, and some scholarship award also provided by the IEEE and IEEE societies like IEEE Electron Device Society, IEEE Nanotechnology Society. Like if you Larry K. Wilson Award, Student Award, Daryl Chong Activity Award, Best Woman Volunteer Award. So different type of the award is also provided by the IEEE. If voluntarily sincere, if any volunteer work is sincerely, that different type of the technical committee are also like young professional committee, technical oriented committee like cloud computing, big data, and geo-based communities. If you IEEE member, so I request to join these communities also. There is no extra fee to need to pay for including these committees. Then if you volunteer, like I am also volunteer in different type of the conferences and the workshop in my the student time, and the volunteer is like everyone to provide the opportunity to connect to other profession and make new contacts, to network with peers and technical experts, contribute your time to your field of the interest in like prestigious organization, like gain available of the management leadership skill of your career, and improve the public perception and image engineer. If there are different type of the student branch, you can open your institute, like so if you create a student branch, so you need like get different benefit from the student branch to connecting local network and sharing ideas open in the open platform, ability to form technical society and specialist interest group, and competition and paper presentation, other work you can also organize in your student branch. The benefit of technical event under IEEE, like interact with the expert for the various domain, collaborate with the international and national professor for your research, make contact to join under higher study point of view, and discuss about the like selection topic for your research. Thank you. So if you any doubt regarding IEEE and the transistor, you can ask me.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Pavan Kumar, for your wonderful talk. If participants have any questions, you can ask by unmuting yourself, and you can also write in the chat box. Uh, I think we have given participants permission to unmute themselves. So you can unmute yourself, and if you're unable, then you can write in the chat box.
Uh, Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation. Sir, I'm Chandwan. Actually, I have one small query. Sir, how do
Yeah,
you
sir.
see the growth of semiconductor in recent years in India? What is your opinion on this topic? As we are talking about semiconductor industry, and as you have actually in your presentation actually very well covered the transistor and all other aspects. So actually,
So semiconductor growth, like some startup already started in India, in Bangalore, and some foundries also come like global and micro technology and Sahastra semiconductor. So two four industry are also established in India, but if you want semiconductor point of like initially these are industry are working on the memory technologies because of the availability of the already if you compare with the other countries like Taiwan, US and Singapore, so they already going to high peak. So in India, if completely if you want to from zero to that peak, they already achieving by the Taiwan and other country. So we need to more time, like 50 years, 60 years or more, maybe more than. So initially we can some technology in lab perspective, like sensors and the memory, there is no need to hire equipment and other systems. Like if you want to going to transistor point of view, there is different type of the lithography process. So we need a higher cost clean room facility. So the growth is definitely growing, and the future is also good in India. Micron also, you can go and visit Micron group. So their type of different type of internship and the job opportunity in Ahmedabad. Like Micron started your first office in Ahmedabad, so they recruit uh, semiconductor expert and Sahastra Semiconductor in Rajasthan Alwar district. So they also like requirement is started from their side, for the internship and as well as job for the semiconductor fabrication and packaging as well as. Okay, so the time taking process more in India, regarding time, we need 10 to 15 years to purely establish a foundry and a good clean room and a good industry in India. But definitely growth is going in positive point of view, and the time is required more, as my opinion.
Arey, thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I think there are no further queries. So let me present my screen. Thank you to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Pawan Kumar. Thank you for your time and efforts for the enlightening session you have given. We will be soon starting our model presentation at 1:30. Till that, we will wait here in the meeting.
Am I audible?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Dear participants, we will be starting in 2 minutes. We will be starting with the model presentation at 1:30 p.m. Let's start with the model presentation. We are now over with our panel talks, and the next is model or technology presentation. Um I welcome the session chair of for the model presentation, Dr. Ruchi Singh, Assistant Professor at NIT Nagpur. The moderator for this session will be Ms. Jyoti Tiwari. I request all participants to keep muted and follow the instructions of the session moderator. If you are unable to present the PPT due to the technical reasons, you can inform the moderator. They have your PPTs saved with them. They will share the PPTs on your behalf. So I would like to hand over the session to Ms. Jyoti Tiwari.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome, ma'am, Dr. Ruchi Singh, as a session chair.
Thank you, Jyoti, for the invitation.
Now, without wasting our time, I would like to invite our first presentee of today's model and technology presentation, Rijanuma T and team. Can you hear me, Rijanuma?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please share your slides and try to wind up your presentation within 7 minutes. We allowed 2 minutes for question answer session, so try to wind up within limited time.
Yes, ma'am. We'll try to, ma'am.
Yeah.
We'll start our presentation, ma'am.
Yes, please start.
Good afternoon, respected panel members. Here, our team Srimati, Srinati, and Rizanima, and myself, Shanmugapriya, are here to present our model. The model that predicts healthcare insight and PCOS risk assessment. PCOS, or polycystic ovary syndrome, is a common hormonal disorder that affects individuals with ovaries, primarily with women. Its symptoms include irregular periods, excess androgens, and ovarian size. PCOS can lead to infertility, weight issues, and increased health risk. Awareness and early diagnosis are crucial for effective treatment and better quality of life. The reason why we have chosen PCOS as our prediction model is it's increasing in today's world, affecting a growing number of women and possessing significant health challenges. The main objectives of our model is to predict PCOS using the dataset and explore various machine learning algorithms and evaluate the performance of the machine learning algorithms.
So moving on to the data collection, we have used two data sets in our model. The first data set contains information about the patients diagnosed with PCOS. It includes the features like medication history, symptoms, and test results. Moving on to the second data set, it also contains the patients with especially infertility. It provides a comparative data set to move to a model prediction. And using these two data sets, we have found the relevance. With that, we have proceeded to our prediction.
So after taking the dataset, we are enhancing a feature selection. So enhancing feature selection helps us to reduce dimensionality and better performance of a model. So techniques used would be selected based on the statistical significance we have found between the relations. And those relations found features where excessive androgen, heredity, insulin, and so on. And we'll further proceed with.
We'll move on to model building. Model building, we have used 4 machine learning algorithms. The first algorithm is logistic regression. Logistic regression is a powerful tool when dealing with binary classification problems like PCOS risk assessment, and its simplicity and interpretably makes it an ideal choice to understand the relationship between the risk factors and the likelihood of developing PCOS. And the second algorithm is random forest. Random forest is a robust ensemble technique that excels at handling complex and high dimensional data sets. It provides a reliable means to account for an intricate interplay of various factors contributing to PCOS risk. And the third algorithm is SVM, that is support vector meshing, is a formidable choice for projects like this, where we need to find a clear boundaries between the different classes or risk categories. It maximizes the margin between the data points, allowing us to better distinguish individuals at risk from those who are not. And the last algorithm is decision tree. Decision tree is renowned for their intuitive and easy to understand visualizations, have been integrated to help us identify the most critical risk factors contributing to PCOS. And the model evaluation, we have not just used the accuracy metric, and we have also used the precision, recall, and F1 score to predict correctly.
So next we'll show you the demonstration of a project, so including a video. This demonstration was started by having downloaded the sets, that is the data set set by Niti, and then we have we have processed the data and we have showed you how we have processed it through descriptions of data. Then we have proceeded further with convergence of both data sets. After that, we have implemented the algorithms set by Srimati, that is a random forest decision tree, and selected the models among them which we have found best performance. And for this we have also implemented relation distribution charts such as scatter plots, bar charts, and box plots. So by this we have concluded the precision accuracy that we have found for 4 models, which would be 76% of logistic regression, 86% of random forest, and SVM of 68%, decision tree with 81%. By this, we have concluded that random forest has been the best model performance. After finding out the best model performance, we also wanted to show you which feature has been affecting the PCOs more. And the PCOs prediction was done by follicle feature selection. So that was done through random forest predictions, which was presented in a pie chart, as you can see in the PPT. And the main importance for a feature that contributed towards PCO was
2 minutes
follicle,
left.
with follicle with 15% of contribution. Thank you for listening to our presentation. This was us presenting our project Healthcare Insight. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rizanuma team. Rizanuma and team. Basically, what I understand from your presentation is you guys have a selected number of data set of the PCOS predicted patients, and then you have analyzed the data for the other patients which are not detected with the PCOS. So what are the so my question with this is, what are the features which you have noticed from with the patient with having PCOS? And other question is, what is the number of the data set you have chosen? Like how many data sets you have when you are actually doing this machine learning process?
To answer to your first question, ma'am, we have found that the follicles, ma'am, the follicles is nothing but unfertilized eggs that were immature, ma'am. So those form a stone-like features in your uterus. So those were the counts which affected more for PCOS, ma'am. PCOS are also affected by heredity, by low resistance of insulins, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, you are telling me the medical region of PCOS, but if you are taking the data set from the patient point of view, how you know that this patient, what are the symptoms of the patients who have this PCOS? Basically, this will be the only symptoms or the criteria of judging whether this same.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'll show you the PPT once again, ma'am. We have shown that through this, we have got the feature importance, ma'am, and we have selected BMI rates. We have selected BMI rates, ma'am, and we have selected the hair growth level. We have selected the blood pressure level, in the diabetics level. All has been been taken in consideration for the PCOS, ma'am. And the feature importance which we found through this was the follicle, ma'am. So these are the data sets with test. So basically, by running the test, we find that BMI, blood group, and hemoglobin levels, ma'am, and follicle level, ma'am, because through our uterus plays a main part in PCOS prediction, ma'am. So follicle rate has also been predicted over here, ma'am. So feature selection. So through this, we conclude that these are the main features that affect PCOS. Through this, we have to take further procedures on how to prevent from occurring, ma'am.
Okay. What is the size of your data set?
Ma'am, size of our data set would be 2 data sets with 2 lakh informations of tests, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Ridhunuma and team for the wonderful presentation. Now, Jyoti, I request you to move to the next team.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Rizanuma.
Thank you.
Now our next presentee is Bhargava Dantapur. Bhargava, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, please start your presentation, and I request all the participants at the time of presentation you need to turn on your video also.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Please turn on your video also and start presentation.
Just a second. Stop. So shall I start now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So good afternoon, one and all. I am Bhargav Dantapur here before you all to present Warm, a wireless real-time monitoring system for neonatal care and resource monitored system. So along with my team members, Bhargav Dantapur, Dr. Ramya Jayachandran, Guru Satvik, and Likit Kumar. So we are seeing that at hospitals, the newborn babies are kept at the NICU, neonatal intensive care unit at hospital, because maybe the baby's organs might have not yet, still developed, and also it has to struggle for its life. So a support is required. This is the main objective of the NICU, and our objective is to build such incubators for this. Before going into the topic, I would like to explain a few terms in brief. So, what is a gestation period? I'd like to start with. So, gestation period is the period of pregnancy which describes how far the pregnancy is, and it is measured in terms of weeks. And the premature baby are those infants which are born before 37 weeks of gestation period. Now, let's see about what is an incubator and why it is required. An incubator is a rigid box-like enclosure with which an infant may be kept under controlled environment for medical care. So here we can have a look of how an incubator looks like. So coming to the types of incubators, here are the listed types of incubators. And we have actually conducted a survey and have contacted different hospitals in Bangalore and Mysore. So we have got through many different types of incubators as follows. And based on the risk of the baby, we have decided a closed box incubator. So next, we have designed the proposed warm room, and we'll know what a warm room is. So a warm is a wireless real-time monitoring system for neonatal care device, and especially for low-risk babies. So it actually provides artificial environment for the baby in which the mother womb provides also. So generally the temperature for the baby is around 37.3 degrees Celsius. So here are the features. So it's a low cost and temperature control device with IoT interface with along with smart and real-time monitoring system. So now my friend Guru Satvik will take over.
Good afternoon. Today I'll be talking about the proposed design. Now, the proposed design, this is the prototype that we have proposed. So this consists of 4 parts. One is weight monitoring system, health monitoring system, a heating part, and camera module. Now, coming to weight monitoring system, the baby weight is monitored using a weight monitoring system called as load cell. This is a cantilever-based sensor. We can this one is a basic version of load cell, so which can weigh up to the measure of 5 kilograms. And the analog values, whatever that is being given by the load cell, is converted using some calculations by the help of an amplifier called H6711. So here we can see the test range, whatever the outputs that we have got. We had kept a 500 kilogram of weight, 500 grams of weight. So these are the results that we got. Now this takes the time taken by the sensor module to detect the variation in weight and get stabilized. Now coming to the temperature control, yes, 18B20. digital thermostat temperature control W1209. The basic principle that the bulbs actually emit heat. So 3 DC fans are used to send the heat towards the baby upwards. As we know, hot air rises up. So with the help of this mechanism, we use 3 bulbs and 3 DC fans. Now the temperature sensor DS18B20 will constantly keep monitoring the temperature, and a feedback is being given to the digital thermostat temperature control called W1209. So once the temperature reaches 37.5 degrees centigrade, only one bulb and one DC fan will be running just to maintain a constant temperature. Now, once the temperature goes below, or if it reaches 37.3, again, all the 3 bulbs and 3 DC fans will start running. And once again, if it reaches 37.5 degrees centigrade, again, only a single bulb and single DC fan will be running. So initialization phase is almost takes about 55 seconds. And later, it requires a 6-second gap.
2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. So 6 seconds just to do the corrections part. And coming to the health monitoring system, so we can monitor the status of baby smartly with the help of IoT technology for the following parameters as shown in the figure. So room temperature and room humidity can be measured using DST11 sensor. Heart rate SpO2 is being used by MAX 30102, and body temperature is being used by DS1820B sensor. So let's move on to model presentation and demo. Please, Barbara, please. Go. It's not visible. Go, sure. So we can see the switching action, that is because the temperature has reached just 37.3 degrees centigrade right now. Back, please, it's there in the back, you can please show them. So you can see the temperature has reached 37.3 degrees centigrade. So that is because this is where we get the switching action.
Your video is not seems to work on, like, it's not visible to us. Your video is not visible to us. Either you have to, like.
Now is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible now.
Please, go. So yeah, module. So this is a weight sensor. So here we can just monitor the weight part. And here comes the baby, here we can see that the health monitoring system keeps happening over here. And now we can see the thermostat. So you can see the temperature is 37.4. So just now we experienced the switching action. So as and when it reached the 37.3 degree, all the 3 DC fans and DC bulbs will be running. So that is what we can see. It has reached 37.4. So that is why it has turned all the 3 bulbs and 3 fans on. So this is our model presentation.
We can also interface the health monitoring status.
So, okay, thank you for the wonderful
So this is
presentation, Bhargav and team. Basically, I have few questions regarding this. So, as you mentioned in initial that this is the module of the incubator for the non-premature, like for the premature, like kind of fully grown babies, but not if the baby is of 7 months premature or 8 months premature. It is just like a normal. It's the incubator is mainly for a normal baby. So, what are your prospects if the baby is abnormal, or if it is maybe of 7 months or 7.5 months old premature baby?
Yes, there are different types of incubators actually. So this one is for 31 to 37 weeks of gestation period. So this is a low cost incubator, right? Now these babies, all they require is a constant warm womb-like temperature. So that is what this is focusing on. There are different types of incubators depending on the growth of baby, like maybe 6 months to 7 months, there is a different type of incubator. So this is focusing on a low cost warm room, right? So that is why this is for a gestation, designed for a gestation period of 31 to 37 weeks.
I understand your point, but my point is what are the changes you expect to have in this incubator when you are going for incubator, which is for the babies who are more premature than having born before 31 weeks. And did you have tried to talk with some of the companies which are having in this production range of incubator, so that you can have a industry tie-up with this incubator?
Bhargav, can I take it?
Yes, ma'am. So the thing
Bhargav.
is, first of all, I think I got your point. The thing is, your question is what is the the you're asking how we can generate what developments can be done for more premature babies than this. So the thing is we can look for jaundice detection, and also phosphorus level might this is another important factor that we see. So that is why we need all these things can be done, phosphorus levels can be tested, and also the whether we can also detect jaundice detection and stuff. And doctors' feedback part, we have conducted survey in Mysore as well, as Bangalore hospitals, and got to know that NICU facilities in we got to know about NICU facilities and per day charges. So based on the doctor's requirements, we have designed this. And also they have provided a valuable feedback for us in the project to take it to the next level. So our next level is we have planned to work on jaundice detection and phosphorus level detection and stuff. So this is our ideology.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bhargav. Now I request Jyoti to invite next team.
Thank you, Bhargav, for wonderful presentation. Nice. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Tarun Tutija. Can you hear me, Tarun? Please share your slide and start your video also at the time of presentation.
Is it all visible?
Yes, I can see your screen.
And my video?
Yes, your video is coming. Your video is visible to us.
Please start.
Okay. So, good morning, everybody. This is my model presentation of Digitron Kids. What is Digitron Kids? It is a learning platform for kids providing online coding classes in a more practical and modern approach. This solves a variety of problems. So, what is this platform is? We are providing coding courses which are live and to students from classes 6 to 12. The main problems we are solving is the time consumption. Our courses are of 2 months only, which have weekly classes of 3 days. So we are consuming less time of the students because the students are of classes 6 to 12. They can't, focus more. So a time consumption problem we are solving. The price of these courses available in the market nowadays are highly pricey. So we are making them available in a more value for money price. So it's a benefit. And next problem we are solving is the programs that are available nowadays are more of a theoretical approach. But here we have hackathons for kids. We have students taking participation in live competitions with us. So what we are solving, we are solving these problems with providing the courses of minimum value at low prices and projects which really matter. We have our websites ready. I'll just show it after the presentation. After that, this was born in July 2021, and after that we have been in the working. We are already a functioning startup. We have won various competition, and we have taught over 100 plus students. So the timing was correct because the trend in the coding was increasing, and awareness and enthusiasm in the COVID times was increased to a very high extent. That is why our product, when launched, grew without marketing expenses. Then this was a type of traction that we reached. And now let's talk about the target market, like the customers we want to target. The target market are not students for us. We target parents. We target parents so that they have FOMO developed. They have the need. They feel the need that their child has to be taught this courses. I'll talk more about the courses when I show you the website. Now the second target market is we tie up with schools, provide free seminars, and after free seminars we take 10 minutes of the school and give our introduction and see which students want to join us. Now size of the market is obviously very huge. Now we have a direct competitors and indirect competitors. So I want to talk about one thing, that what's the difference between competitions right now and what is different from us. The first thing that differs us, that the price at which they as these companies provide uh, the live classes, like recorded classes, we at that price provide live classes. Now the approach and the study material of these courses available right now are a bit old. so are a bit practical and latest technology that we use. Like we focus on areas such as game development and like no code for students, so that they develop their logical mind rather than just coding. Other than, we have competitive advantages that we help students to learn at a pace through practical application in less time. Now, another significant is that our faculty is college students who are well versed in teaching coding lessons. So we teach students directly from the teachers who are working presently now. Now we also provide internship opportunities to students, and we have our own LMS website prepared. Now, we target our audience in a unique way through FOMO, as I already mentioned. So, we also partner with colleges. So this is the business model that is learning how to code. We create a FOMO and attract customers. So this was it. This is the team member. And future roadmap, you can see that we want to scale, and we rather than just working from the home and just Instagram, we also want to go live in the offline phase also. So offline phase means offline marketing, not teaching offline. So this is our website that is fully ready. We have a courses. The main key point of again of our courses are their NCRT based. So if students do not take a part in their coding classes, if they don't have to take coding or in their practical life later in their life, they can just take this course for for their school.
There are 2 minutes left.
These are the so all these website and the website syllabus is there, projects are there. We have a lot of these are the four courses. Like these are the two courses for basic levels. These are for the advanced level that cover the NCRT portion too. Then we have weekly doubt sessions. We have our own playground. I will show that. Now we have digithon for young kids, and we have innovative teaching things. So this is the playground. Like all the students that have learned with us can upload their games just like they play in the Wi-Fi tunnel or any other website that is as of now available. So they can play, and we have a ton of feedback also from students of different age groups that have been taught with us. You can see, so we have taught a lot. We are actually, what's difference between our and other projects as of right now, that we are live and we have started earning revenue, and what we want is recognition through these type of competitions, and grow as soon as possible. I think that's okay. If you have any questions, ma'am, you can ask.
Okay. So, Tarun, thank you for the presentation, and I have few queries. The first query is, uh, 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 have you ever thought about the extending your projects to unprivileged students, since you are having this kind of the platform you are doing and the work you are doing is for, I think was for the students which are quite have a facility of computer and other facilities with them. So what about the your extension of your program to the unprivileged students? First thing, and the second is, what are your approach to the general audience, like the students which are not known to computer or not known to any coding languages like Python or Java? So what are the two things? These are the two basic things that I want to
Okay.
know.
The first thing I want to answer that for non-privileged kids, what as a matter of fact, we started our first advertisement or first collaboration with government schools only. We try to collaborate with government schools which have at least a computer and a projector, so that they can practice and they can show and they can do it by themselves. So we are trying to, and we are also try and we also do collaborate with the unprivileged schools, so that, and there we don't take any charge or anything like that. And if they want us on a regular basis, they directly contact us and we go there for like free. And we have collaboration with NGO also in the initial phases. That's only how we got recognition. And the second thing is that if the see we have a very unique type of marketing strategies that we do have. First is like we introduce them to different career options, like what a student wants to do in the future. We carve them ways and tell them if they want to go, if they want to do this, then also they have to learn coding. They have to do this, they have to learn coding. Other than that, second way we approach parents is like you want to develop their mind, or you want to increase their logical thinking. So learning coding, learning if else conditions, like basic things won't harm them in any way and help them grow their mind. The third way we try to get parents take this course or let students interest us by giving them the latest technologies as available in the market, like using K-12 education terms like in the US, and lucrative terms, and we use and try to convince parents to take our courses that are not available right now. We also tell that you go and search this type of course. If you find anywhere else, please take it at lower price, and if not, try to come back to us. So that's how we get our attention of the parents and as well as the customer.
Okay, thank you, Tarun, for the explanation, and all the best for your this wonderful initiative. And we hope to interact with you in future also. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tarun. Now, next present is Fida Farisa and team. Fida Farisa, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, please share your presentation and start video also.
Can you guys can you see my screen now?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sudha Farisha, and with my team, I'm going to present AR circuit simulation today. So basically, we know that practical learning is the most effective way of learning. But now we see in colleges or in schools, we spend a lot of time sitting in the classrooms and learning and hearing the lecturers. So basically, we have labs, but labs will be 3 hours per week. What? So if we want to have effective way of learning, we need practical exposure. So what we did here was we tried to make the intersection of the AR technology and the education to have immersive experience and interaction with the learning experience for the circuit design and simulation. So in this project, we showcase how AR can be used to provide practical exposure, to provide practical learning for students so they can analyze the circuits better and learn what is happening in the analysis of those circuits. So AR stands for augmented reality. It is a technology that overlays the digital objects. They're not real, but it gives the 3D objects placed on the image. If we scan the image, we can see the models that we have connected can be placed on top of them. So our aim is to do the circuit analysis. It's difficult to do just with reading, just with staring all the pictures and circuits. So we did with AR. So we have the AR models connected to the image that we are going to scan, and the users can actually control all the parameters that is there to see what is happening and take the 3D experience. So for the implementation, we have building models, developing the circuits, programming, and connecting the AR model. So we tried to build an application that runs on a mobile. We know that everybody has smartphones. So if we just install this application, then you can learn the models if you have the pictures. So for building the circuit, we use the software called as Blender. So there we can, it is an infamous software for animations and 3D model development. So this is the example of the 3D model which we built. We have the current source here and then the resistor and LED. So we have tried to show that how the connections can be. So it will be easier for students who are not very, who don't have like the 6th grades or that. It is easier to analyze for them. And then developing the circuit, so we can export all the models that we have created in Blender to the Unity application. Unity is an application which is entirely dedicated to AR, XR, and game development. So we basically export the models from Blender and import the models in Unity in .glb files and try to program them. So our next step is programming. So we have hard coded the working of the circuit. So basically, we try to take the parameters from the user from UI of the application, and we have coded like how it's supposed to react to that parameters. And then connecting the AR model, obviously we will connect the prefabs to the images. So we'll have some images which is connected to the prefab. So whenever the user scans it, so it goes to the Unity server and it downloads all the models that is to be placed on top of the image. So this is the demonstration. My friend will take over. So our first circuit is the normal variation in the resistance. So initially when we give the lower resistance, after giving the lower resistance, we could see the glow of the LED, which is very less. And then we change to the higher resistance. So when we change the, it is the voltage. When we change the voltage, the glow will be high. This is our second circuit. Here we are changing the resistance value. So we have here 2000 as it is more resistance, the glow will be less. And then we try to reduce the resistance to somewhat 750. So the glow of the LED is more according to that. And then we have built another circuit. This is for the series and parallel connection. So when we scan it, we can enable either we want the resistance 1 to be enabled or resistance 2 to be enabled. So according to that, the effective resistance is calculated and the LED glow, it's glowing according to the resistance value and the current that is flowing through the LED. Like the so electronics and the AR technology. So our future scope of the project is, as my friend mentioned earlier, we have hard-coded the variables dynamically, which would take the input from the user. But this, if in future, if we are able to develop or if we get some simulator APIs, we can connect directly to our models, wherein the users give the values of the resistor or any component parameters they enter it. And these parameters will be given to a simulator, wherein it calculates all the parameters that are needed, and then it returns to the code. So in that code, we will connect it to our AR model, and then when we scan the image, it will just display the output. So that was our future scope for this project. In conclusion, we know that AI is a game-changing technology. We have a lot of things that is going to be built. We have virtual reality, which is in the developing stage. So it's going to be very popular, and it is also fun for students to learn if they get a sense of feeling that they have something real in front of them.
Okay.
And yeah,
thank you, Fida and the team for the presentation. And I have few questions. So, what are your target? What are your target audience for the project? And what I know is the work you have done is on a very prelim basis, because you have just used the only the circuit which has diode and resistors and only source meter as a component. So what about if the circuit become complex? Why don't you have choose a circuit which is have some storage element kind of resistors or like capacitor or inductor? So what are your like in future, what are your scope towards other complicated circuitry like diodes and other electronic component? So this is very prelim model which I understand from your work. And other question what I already asked is what is your target audience?
Yes, ma'am. So actually, this is just the starting of an idea, which we had an idea. So we thought maybe we could build this. So as my friend said, the future scope for this is we can build an API which is directly connected to simulators. We have a lot of simulators present in the market, which are 2D simulators. So if we connect them, and when a user scans a circuit, so according to the parameters that they are changing, whether it be a simple circuit or complex circuit, so it has to reflect back into the 2D simulator, which we have connected through API, and then do the simulation there, and their results will extract those results and then project it here in our 3D model. So that is what we have planned. But we just started this as an idea, so we would be doing it if we get the chance. Yes.
Okay, Fida and team, thank you for the presentation. I would like to move on the next presentation.
Thank you, Fida. Now, next present is G others and team. Can you hear me? Please share your presentation and start presenting. Yeah.
Today we are here with project called Project Veda, which is virtual electronic digital assistant. You might have heard about ChatGPT, which is very sensational topic nowadays, because it has replaced Google by 90-95%.
Others,
Because
I
everything is
request you to make your others. I request you to make your presentation full screen, and pardon, your volume is very less, so please increase the volume also and make the presentation on full screen.
Ma'am, can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, you are audible well now, and please make the presentation full screen.
Hello.
Yes, others.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
As I said, AI is very sensational to nowadays. That has replaced Google by most of the percentage. Uh, the main reason which we did this project is because of the person who has disability. We to have our hands, and we can we can search our questions in ChatGPT by using our hands, and we can see the answers which are produced by the ChatGPT with our own eyes. But the one who has disability, like the one who doesn't have hands, or the one who doesn't have eyes to see, will be very difficult to access the ChatGPT, because even they will be having questions which cannot be asked to the normal human, where technology is very important to them, even to like they will be need of assistant, obviously. The problem statement was this, and the objective was to build a simple interface which takes voice commands from the person, and search the question which he has using OpenAI website, and using HTTPS protocols and other protocols, we will be getting the answers from the OpenAI website, and that will be displayed in the display screen, which is shown here. I will show the demo of it. What is 10 plus 10?
Tight. Results incoming.
Ma'am, can you see the video of it? Hello?
No, it's not running.
Just a second, ma'am. This is the AI which we used is ChatGPT's API. We'll be calling ChatGPT API through HTTP protocols, which, as I said earlier. And the main intention of this project was the speech to text. Like the one who doesn't have eyes to see will be having his mouth, right? He'll be talking, and the question which he has will be converted to text using STT, which is speech to text. The materials which we used was ESP8266, as it's very compact and it has Wi-Fi inbuilt to it. And we used ISD1820 sound recording module to convert the voice into text, and that will be computed, and that will be converted into text, and the question will be transferred to the ChatGPT API. And using NLP algorithms, that will be as I said, the voice will be converted into text. And this is the overall view of speech to text. And for the text to speech, like after we ask the question, it should reply the answer, right? Like from the OpenAI website, the answer will be previewed. That will be sent back to another microcontroller. We have 3 microcontrollers. That will be sent back to another microcontroller, which we have used is ESP32. And the result will be converted into speech again using Google's TTS service. That too, we have used API for it, and with the speaker, the result will be spitted out. And this is the overall overview of the text to speech.
And all these STT and TTS module will be cascaded into one device called Veda, which is virtual electronic digital assistant. And all these are controlled through the protocols like TCP/IP protocol and MQTT protocol. And our application and future works is this can be integrated to the walking stick, which can be accessed by the blind people. And this can also be integrated to the smartwatches, like the amount which we have, you might have the one which we built now is quite big, but we are thinking of reducing the size of this project, and that will be integrated to the smartwatch, and adding a camera to it will be even more advanced, just by seeing the person who is in front of the disabled person, Veda will
Others, 2 minutes
reply back
left.
with saying the X person has arrived. And also we thought of including the other language as well, and the work is going on now. And the main conclusion of the project is it improves the quality of life, and it also increases the information and services independently. He won't be responsible, not he won't be dependent on someone. He can have his own virtual assistant to him. And this even builds faith and confidence to the people, because as whole technology is integrated to it, this can survive in the competitive world. Thank you. And we will show the video. Ma'am, is our video visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Hello.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, I will show the demo of it. The another more advantage of is if we ask where am I, if I ask where am I, the Veda will reply you are in this particular area and in this particular location, because the blind people cannot see the locality which he is staying, right? So if we get into if he's stolen or something, he can make use of this and get the exact location where he is. The demo of it is, where am I? Where am I?
Type results incoming.
Others, 1
The
minute
sound
left.
from the speaker is a bit low. It says you are in the Manantwadi Road, NIE Mysore, and even it will be displayed in the display which we have set.
Okay, Adarsh, thank you for the presentation. My first query is how this model is different from the voice search engine of the Google, because as I
Ma'am,
know, you are
you're
only
not audible.
changing.
Your voice is very low. Hello.
Pardon, I think my voice is okay as I received the feedback from the moderator. So there should be some issue at your end. Hello?
Ma'am, I'm not able to hear you.
You are audible, ma'am. Others, please check from your end.
Yes, ma'am. You can ask the questions now. We can.
Yeah.
Okay, so my first question is how your system is different from the Google search, Google voice search, because I think the only thing which is different in your is the search engine which you are using. You are using ChatGPT as your search engine, rather than all the things are, most of the things are most
Yes,
similar
ma'am.
to
This
that.
is just like a Alexa or Google Assistant, which we are having in our homes now, right now, but that doesn't have an AI feature in it. And even it's more big. We cannot carry it in our own hands, or just like a walking stick, which I told you right back. This can be integral. The main thing which is sensational nowadays is AI, right? So we thought of including an AI, where the more famous one was ChatGPT. So we thought of integrating ChatGPT API to it.
Okay,
The main thing was to provide easy access to the people who are who are very who doesn't know how to speak, or who doesn't have eyes. Like to those, it will be very helpful.
Okay, I
Yeah, like to
understand
the
your
one
point,
who
but
has no physical disability.
I think for the current situation right now, your model is on very prelim basis. You need to have a very high-end approach to make it comparable to that already available in the market. So all the best with your model, and thank you for presenting your model in this SRS.
Okay,
Hope we will interact in the future. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, others. Now, our next presenter is Harpita Sethi and team. Harpita, can you hear me? Arpita, can you hear me? Please share your slide. Make it full screen, yeah. Please continue.
Good afternoon to one and all. I am Apeksha Arya from the Department of ECE. I have with me Aditi and Arpita Shetty. Our project is about traffic control system. Metropolitan cities has grown exponentially in past 2 decades. The resultant offshoot has increased automobile growth, which leads to more accidents. Unlike Western countries, Indian cities does not have separate lanes for emergency purpose due to lack of road planning and infrastructure. With the lives of the people depending upon the speedy arrival of the ambulance to the hospital, an alternative solution for this problem is needed. Most modern and populous cities across the world face huge traffic congestion. Without manual intervention at the traffic junction, emergency vehicles, an ambulance with a patient requiring immediate medical attention are usually forced to remain in the gridlock of the traffic. Due to lack of efficient traffic control and management, has many times led to the loss of life due to ambulance getting stuck in the traffic jam. To overcome this, we propose a Arduino-based traffic light system for ambulance.
Let us look at the components used. We have used Atmega 2560 LCD display, RF receiver and transmitter module, 5-volt power supply, LEDs, breadboard, resistors, battery, and jumper wire. So, talking about the equipments that we have used, first Arduino Mega 2560. It is a microcontroller board based on Atmega 2560. It has 54 digital input and output pins, of which 15 can be used as pulse width modulation outputs, 16 analog inputs, 4 UARTs, and 16 megahertz crystal oscillator, USB connection, power jack, ICSP header, and a reset button. So our choice was Atmega 2560 because of its low power consumption with fast startup, easier to use with 8-bit microcontroller, being less complex than 32 or 62-bit versions. So coming to the RF module, which is a combination of RF transmitter and receiver. The transmitter or receiver pair operates at a frequency of 433 megahertz. The transmitter module consists of 3 pins, namely VCC, D in, and ground, as shown as we can see here. Transmitter module. The VCC pin has a wide range of input voltage varying from 3 volts to 12 volts. The transmitter consumes a minimum current of 9 milliampere that can go up to 40 milliampere during transmission. So next, the RF receiver module has 4 pins, namely VCC, D out, linear out, and ground, as we can see here. The VCC pin should be powered with a regulated 5-volt power supply. The operating current of this module is less than 5.5 milliampere. So now let us look at the block diagram where we have 2 parts mainly, the software implementation and the hardware implementation. The software implementation goes with the mobile application where the user or the patient installs the mobile app, feeding in all the basic details. And in cases of emergency, through mobile application app, the patient sends request to the hospital server, and as a response to the patient, the hospital checks for the availability of ambulance and notifies the patients. And next, the hardware implementation part comes, which is the traffic control unit, the main part of our project.
This is the working model of our project. We can see that we have a 5 volt power supply, a current source, and we have RF receiver, and which is connected through Atmega 2560 board. And whatever the action is being taking place in this board, it is made displayed on the 16 into 2 LCD, and we have 4 lanes of the traffic control unit. And this is the RF transmitter module, which is basically installed in the ambulance or any important vehicles required. So for now, on giving the power supply, we can see that this unit works under a normal condition. We can see here. And now let us take an example at the third lane, the ambulance is arriving. We have 4 switches here indicating each lanes, lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, and lane 4. So at lane 3, ambulance is arriving. So turning on this switch, it will send the signal, and this receiver receives the signal and transmit the signal. And we can see here that at lane 3, the light turns to green and all other lanes turn red, enabling or enhancing the ambulance to have a zero traffic and reaching the hospital at early as possible. And the internal circuit diagram of a project is shown here. And the future scope of a project is where we can build a software app as mentioned, where patient can fill in their details in prior reaching to the hospital. So it will be easier and faster for the doctors to take necessary arrangements. And when no vehicles are there on the road, automatic traffic signal should turn off to save the power consumption. Um, to conclude this, using this application, the ambulance will be able to reach the hospital without facing the trouble of traffic jam, hence saving many lives. Thank you.
Yeah, Arpita, this was a very great demonstration as well as the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
My just question is, are you going for the packaging of this particular product? Like, have you explored the aspects? Because currently what you are using is either the basic PCBs or just the normal circuitry. What is your plan to scale up and make it in perfect product based? What is your strategy? How you are going to do that?
Sir, to answer your question, as we told, we would like to implement the software part, which we have not yet been able to achieve because of our knowledge in the software field. And about that, we would like to when the lanes, like as we told, it should automatically turn off. And with the as we have used like very basic circuits, Atmega 2560 and stuff like that, we would like to explore more in that field and choose the more efficient ones.
Okay. And how would you compare with the existing technology, which is existing already available in the commercial market? How would you compare that with your own proposed design?
Sir, we would like to believe that the first aspect would be the budget. Ours is a low budget project. In places like villages that like the cities that don't have much money to invest in that, they can use this circuitry to save money and to also to help people, sir.
Okay, nice presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arpita. And next is Afrin Roshan. So, Afrin, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please share your slides and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. 1 second. So is it visible? Excuse me, sir.
So your screen is visual. Yeah, your slides are visible now.
Okay. Good
Please.
afternoon, everybody. Uh, Today, we are here to present our project model, that is automatic water tank filling machine. As we all know, water is one of the most important resource in today's world, and the wastage overflow of water has caused a major problem. So, in order to avoid this wastage or overflow, we have come up with a circuit called automatic water tank filling machine. This is our basic outline of our project, where we can see there are three wires, namely red, blue, black, which tells that when the water level is below this middle wire, the motor starts pumping the water automatically. Once it reaches the topmost wire or the brim, the motor stops pumping. So now let's get into the technicality of this project. This is a circuit that reflects. We have used a 909 volt transformer, which is needed to drive the necessary voltage to the circuit. And the heart of our circuit is an E555 timer, which is used as bistable multi-vibrator mode. The three main pins that are connected to the tank are VCC, trigger, and reset. The VCC that is connected through the resistor is connected to the bottom wire of our circuit in the tank. And the middle wire is connected to the trigger pin, and the topmost wire is connected to the reset pin. As told, when the water starts pumping, when the water falls below the middle wire, that is less than 1/3 of the VCC, the out, the output of the NE555 switches to logic high, and thus the transistor here BC547 drives a small amount of current to the relay. Relay thus amplifies the current, and then the water starts pumping, into the sump. Later, once the water is above 1 or 2/3 of VCC, the topmost wire, that is the brim, the motor gets the output of any 555 timer operates to logic low, and thus the water stops pumping. This is done automatically, which reduces the wastage or overflow of the water. This is the relay connection. Thus, the applications here are, it's a very easy installation, low maintenance, low cost, economic friendly, etc. And it can be used as told in industries, MNCs, or buildings with manual monitoring, where we find manual monitoring is difficult. We would like to present the demo of our project. Sir, is it audible?
No, we cannot hear the sound, although we can see the video.
Okay. Okay, so 1 second.
I would suggest you can just play the video, and you can, in the background, you can speak it. Whatever the things are going on, you can just explain it.
Okay, sir. So, 1 second. So here, the main aim we are trying to show is how the overflow or wastage of water is reduced. So we have used a transformer, 909 volt transformer, that drives the necessary voltage to the circuit. And here, the main is NE555 IC timer. And this is a relay coil, GBC147. And here, in the tank, as seen, the positive terminal is connected to the topmost of the wire. So 1 second. The tank is below 1/3 of VCC, it starts pumping the water. As we can see, the water started filling into the tank, and until it reaches the brim, the motor runs and fills the water. Now, as it has reached the topmost wire, the motor stops pumping automatically as seen here, and this relay coil is switched off and the circuit stops functioning. Thus, we would like to tell that overflow or wastage of water without a manual observation can also be done through this automatic water tank filling machine. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Afrin, your presentation and demonstration was good. Just wondering, you're using a step-down transformer to run your DC motor, is that so?
Yes, sir.
But in the real world application, you must be requiring the three-phase motors. So how would you compensate with that? And if you're using the live electricity and you want to save the power, so you must be having some backup power supply as well that you can include in your project. So have you thought about that aspects?
Uh, So like we had actually mainly focused this using transformer or step down transformer as it was a low cost effective applications in houses or something. So where transformers are already used as a part of the buildings. So I think that wouldn't cause any more issues. And so we can use the batteries also, so if you want, we can use the battery supply and we can, if you want the particular voltage, we can step down using the DC buck converters, but this makes the circuit complex. So we thought of using transformer now. If you want that, we can use the battery supply, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Afrin and team. Now I would like to invite next presentee, Swati and team. Swati, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Please share your slides and start your presentation after doing video on.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Swati Sharma, pursuing PhD under guidance of Dr. Prakash Chand. And my team member is Shruti Kaushik, and we are from NIT Kurukshetra. And the title of my presentation is ZIF8 and redox additive electrolyte based asymmetric supercapacitor device, a synergetic combination for ultra high energy and power density. So there are four main components that plays important role in fabricating a asymmetric supercapacitor device. These are cathode, anode, separator, and electrolyte. So the cathode is pristine ZIF8, basically a framework. And the anode is an activated carbon, and this stored charges by battery type behavior, and activated carbon stores charges by EDLC mechanism. And separator used here is Wattman filter paper. And we use here redox additive electrolyte instead any aqueous electrolyte. So this synergetic combination of anode, cathode, and electrolyte and Wattman filter paper for designing our supercapacitor plays important role. And in current scenario, energy storage plays crucial role to complete global and economical requirements of human beings. Like electricity, we use electricity 24 hours a day. Without electricity, we can't even imagine a single moment. So energy plays important role in current scenario to complete each and every requirements of human beings. And these two materials used as cathode and anode are prepared by us in our laboratory. So CV is just used to investigate the charge-discharge behavior or electrochemical performance over fabricated device. So during oxidation, Zn2 positive loses an electron to convert into Zn3 positive. This is our transition metal ion in our framework, which is used as cathode. And during reduction, at the same time, electron lost by an transition metal ion is gained by this electrolyte ions and converted into FeCN63 negative. This is a reversible process. And this is also used, provide further confirmation for electrochemical performance of our fabricated device. And this is the cyclic stability test. So our device have 87% retention up to 1500 cycles at high current density of 20 ampere per gram. And this flower shows that our device is lightweight as well. So this is used in commercial scale as well as industrial scale. This graph gives relationship between three terms: imaginary part of impedance, frequency, and the real part of impedance. Gives relationship between phase, frequency, and absolute impedance. This is the Ragon plot. So this device is firstly fabricated by us, in which energy density and power density both are highest. Uh, in literature, this is never reported earlier. So energy density of our device is 78 and power density is 20,000 at high current density of 20 ampere per gram. And we have morphology is hexagonal. So the practical illustration for real world applications is this: we connected three asymmetric supercapacitor devices in series to illuminate red, green, white, and yellow LEDs. So the practical demonstration. This is battery, and these are three devices. Material loaded, as synthesized material loaded on this electrode is just 2 mg in milligrams. If we load this material for industrial scale, for large scale manufacturing, we can load it 50 to 60 mg. So this is the practical feasibility of our fabricated device, and these are the glow time and voltages. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati, and the team for the presentation. My first question is, what is the basic, what is the basic value of the capacitive charge which is stored in your supercapacitor at this concentration where you have 5 or 2 mg of Zn? And another question is, how you compare this Zn material with the other electrolyte material, other electrode material which are already available in the market? So can you just answer these questions?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I synthesized this material. This is pristine diaphragm, not a nano composite, by solvothermal technique. And this technique, in this technique, the reaction rate is very low because in literature it is mentioned that the synthesis process takes 36 hours, 24 hours, 2 days, 3 days, and these are toxic materials as well. But this is pristine diaphragm, simply synthesized in 4 hours by solvothermal technique in our laboratory, and this is not toxic, so we can use it at commercial scale as well. And activated carbon used as anode is simply fabricated by watermelon. This is also fabricated in our lab without commercially purchased. And the redox additive electrolyte and these cathode and anode synergetic combination provides high energy density and high power density, because ma'am, supercapacitors just have high power density in literatures, and capacitors have high energy density and batteries have high power density. So in between these, this is asymmetric supercapacitor, also known as supercapacity. Supercapacity is a combination of supercapacitor plus batteries, which leads to give us high energy density and high power density. So we choose this material and synthesize this for this, so that we can use it as at commercial scale without limiting its power density or without limiting its energy density as well. Hello.
Another question is, what is the packaging material for this supercapacitor? Is because you have explained about the electrode and cathode and other things. So what is the packaging material of this supercapacitor?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I use nickel mesh as current collector, and I packaging these all things: cathode, anode, current collector, and redox additive electrolyte by parafilm.
Parafilm. Okay.
Just use parafilm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Swati, for the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Anjali?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your slide.
Yes, ma'am. Slide show. Slide kind.
Should I share your slide?
Yes, ma'am.
You are
Ma'am,
unable
please
to
wait.
share?
Ma'am, yes, we are unable to share our slide. Please wait. Ma'am, we are unable to share our slide.
Okay, so on behalf of you, I'm going to share it. You just need to say at the end of every slide next. So I switch from slide number 1 to 2. Okay.
Yes.
जो व्हाट्सएप लगा लोड ही नहीं वो तो एक भी नहीं रहा
Is it visible to you?
तेरे को हमें शेयर
Anjali?
No, ma'am. Yes,
Your
ma'am.
slide is visible to you?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Now you can start.
Ma'am, first of all, my group member Harshita will start.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Harshita, and my team members are Avni Patidar, Anjali Sule, and Ritika Mishra. So today we are here to present our model on the topic solar water heater. So we will be starting with what is sustainable development first. So sustainable development is development of our world without the wastage of our natural resources. So sustainable development can be of two types, renewable and non-renewable. So today we are using the renewable resource to work our model, and renewable resources are which are infinite in nature, like our sun, and non-renewable are like fossil fuels, etc. And advantages of it is it decreases the global warming, environmental risk, and it is good for the human welfare. Solar energy is sustainable energy. It is more suitable than fossil fuels, and it converts solar energy to electrical energy, which is very good, and it is most sustainable energy in the world. So I will now Anjali will explain the construction of our model.
Solar water heater for domestic purposes, it is of capacity 100 to 300 liters. Solar water heater consists of solar collector which receives heat from the solar radiation. Solar tubes are used which are made up of transparent glass, and black coating is placed inside which absorbs the heat via radiation. Then after solar tubes, then storage tank is placed. It is placed on the top of the solar tubes which collects the radiation from the sun, and it is made up of thick layer of metal to maintain the temperature, and it provides the insulation for hot water. Then after the storage tank, then cold water tank is placed at some height to ensure the proper circulation of water in tubes. Then with our cold water tank, then
Anjali, I request you to explain your work and not the work which is already available in the market. You can skip this part and explain the work you have done on this model.
Ma'am, we had prepared a model. Ma'am, we had prepared a model. It consists of a tank which is connected to a pipe. This pipe consists of cold water inlet. Then cold water flows through the bottle is storage tank. Then when this tank is empty filled, cold water inlet, and when the water heats, it moves out from the hot water inlet. Now my friend Amri will explain the working of the model.
So ma'am, solar heater panel works on the thermostable principle, which means the sun rays convert into the heat energy. It consists of water tank, solar and a storage tank, and a solar panel and a sun. So water tank is the main source of water, from where the water flows to the storage tank. Storage tank is a half filled, from where it flows to the tubes, and these tubes have the black panel, which sun rays absorbed by this panel, and which convert into the heat. When the density of the hot water density lowers down, which moves toward the storage tank upper area, and the cold water flows to the lower area of the storage tank. Due to this water difference, the hot water consists the upper occupies the upper space of the storage tank, and the lower tank, and the cold water occupies the lower storage tank. And from where we get the hot water to the outlet.
Uses of solar water heater. The uses it is used in houses application, it is used in hostel and restaurant, it is used in hospital and nursing homes and different industries. Advantages say it is renewable source of energy, it is a pollution free, nature friendly, and it is very low maintenance cost. And disadvantages of solar water heater, it will not work on rainy seasons, and it is not work at home inside the home.
Okay, Anjali, thank you, Anjali and the team for the presentation.
Showing you
But
video of the model.
okay, that's fine, Anjali. There's a little suggestion for you and your team that please focus on having a model which is kind of you have some similar kind of input to that. You are like you have implemented that with some additional which is already available in the market. The thing you have presented here is the one which is already commercially available in the market. So try to incorporate the changes which you have and your team are working on. Okay, that's a suggestion from my side, and thank you for the presentation.
Okay. I'm working video.
So that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali and team. Now, next presentee is Aditya S and team. Aditya, can you hear us? Please turn on your video and start presenting after sharing your slide.
I will share the screen first, then I will start the video. Is the screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible. Please continue. Your screen is visible. Please continue.
Is the video visible?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. The major presentation of the project is multifunctional clock using Nexus A700 using a FPGA board we are doing. The major aim of the project is to implement the digital clock using which has a various features such as stopwatch, timer, alarm clock, and the clock is majorly designed using a FPGA board which provides the necessary logic and the control for the clock. The digital clock by default displays both the runtime as well as the time that can be set by the user as well. And the digital clock designed is a 24 clock hour format. It displays the time in the format of hours, minutes, and seconds. And the main features we are exploring using FPGA board is first is the alarm clock. And alarm clock can be set by the flash LEDs at the specific time. When the alarm is set, the LED links up in the FPGA board. The user can set the alarm using various buttons in the board. And using this, the alarm sound can also be turned off using the buttons on the board. That the alarm can be used according to by the LEDs as well as the sound as well. Next is a digital clock. The clock displays the various time in the hours, minutes, and format, and the major time is displayed in the and then again, next feature is a stopwatch. The clock has a stopwatch function that can be used at the time events, and the user can start, stop, as well as reset the stopwatch using the buttons on the board. And the stopwatch timer is also represented using 7-segment display. And the clock can display the next is a 24-hour clock. That is a 24-hour format as well, 24-hour clock, and the user can switch between a 12-hour clock as well as a 24-hour clock. And next year, the major presentation is continued by Deepak.
Yes, ma'am. Coming to the methodology, first we will design the clock circuit, which will generate the clock pulses. And those clock pulses will be used by these digital clock display, alarm clock, and stopwatch modules. And the design, we have designed this model by dividing the 4 modules, one for each clock functions. The modules will communicate with each other using the clock pulses generated in the clock generated using clock circuits. Alarm clock module contains a counter that will count the time until that LED flashes. LEDs are displayed on the FPGA board, and digital clock module contains counters for hours, minutes, and seconds. The counters are updated every seconds, and values will be displayed on the 7-segment display on FPGA board. One stopwatch module also contains a counters that counts the time elapsed since the stopwatch is started. And coming to the block diagram, you can see that stopwatch and timers are connected to the buttons and clock divider modules. And clock divider modules, it will use the clock divider, and clock display, stopwatch, timers, all these are connected to the displays. And here is the input pins and output pins. You can see there. It will increment hour, decrement hour, increment minutes, alarm on and off, clocks are all implemented using Verilog STS code. Thank you. Next, Dhanush will continue.
Okay, I am Aditya, by the way. I am going to tell about the hardware requirements of our project. We have used Nexus A7 development board. It is a very powerful FPGA development board designed for digital circuit design. It features a Xilinx RD7 FPGA, which provides 52,000 logic cells and 220 DSP slices. The board includes 7-segment displays for displaying numbers, push buttons for user input, switches for setting options, LEDs for indicating status, and the RTX7 FPGA for digital circuit design. This is the Nexus 7 feature callout. This is the board we have used in our project. So this is the general purpose input-output devices on the Nexus A7. So here the pins we have used is U13 to H15. So this is 8-digit 7-segment display where we are displaying the clock and the digital clock, stopwatch, timer, everything. In the software we have used for the implementing the design is Xilinx Vivado, and the steps are as follows. First, we design the code and add the constraints file, and then we develop the test bench code for simulation. Then we did the synthesis and implementation. And in the final part, we generated
2 minutes left.
Then we generated the bitstream and uploaded to the device. This is the basic flow chart of our project. Now my friend Danish will continue.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Till now you have heard about the simulation and synthesis of the design. Now we'll see the implementation. It is implemented using the Nexus A7 as told by my team. We'll see the drawing. On the left to you, we'll see the set buttons. We have allotted the set buttons through constraints. Using that, we'll set the alarm, 24 hours clock, and other clock we have developed. On the right, we have showed you a demo about 24 hours clock on the right to you. These are the pins allotted to our board. You
It's for and we have set clock and 1 and 0. Here is the simulation output. For different clocks, we have generated different simulation time. This is the schematic generated by the Vivado. Okay, in conclusion, we have designed and implemented a multifunctional clock that can serve as an alarm clock, digital clock, stopwatch, and 24 hours clock using Nexus A7 and 4. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Aditya and team for the presentation. My questions are since you are using FPGA and Xilinx as a coding software, coding language for the
Yes, ma'am.
this clock.
Yeah.
So how do
Yeah.
you work on implementing this on a smaller scale? Since when you are talking about a digital clock or a clock for hand, like a hand clock, wristband clock. So how would you like to reduce the size of this entire system? Because till this point, this can be used as a wall clock, but not as a regular clock, which can be a portable one.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we have just implemented this is not for small digital clock like that, ma'am. It's for industrial clock like in the rockets and in rockets and developing missile, we'll have to set the clock timer accurately without any weather affecting the clock. It will just be accurate. For that, we have developed using FPGA.
So have you tried the temperature sensitivity of your clock or humidity sensitivity of your clock? So
Yeah, we
what are
have
the temperature your range in which your device is working faithfully, and the humidity range?
It can work up to it means high temperature. It can go up to 132. Means in the lab manual they have given it can go up to 132. In the minus, we haven't considered.
Okay. So if you are going for a rocket like other application, not for the portable one, so you need to have this the range of the temperature on which this device should work is in a very in negative, also negative degrees Celsius, like -40, because in some countries the temperatures are very low.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, so these are the temperature range for this device should be a very wide. So I would like to suggest that work on reducing the size as well as making the device efficient for high humid and high temperature, high and small temperature conditions.
-40 degree to 125 degree is the temperature range of our FPGA board. So it will work till -40 degree.
You are saying that this FPGA board is working in that range, but what about the other component which you guys are using? So overall, that temperature range of the device is not dependent only on the FPGA, but overall on each and every component which you are using. So just make this module, because this is not a module. Till now, you haven't made a module of this device. You are just have a kind of what I can say, the FPGA board, and you have just imported the Xilinx code in that. So just try to make a complete module and have a packaging of this entire device, so that you can have a wide scope of knowledge about the range and the other things.
Okay, okay. Yes, ma'am. Surely.
Okay. Thank you, Aditya and the team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aditya, for your presentation. Now, next, I'd like to invite Chinmay, Raj, BK, and team. Chinmay, can you hear me? Chinmay, Raj, and team, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah. Please share your slide.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Chinmay and team presenting census tech. Problem statement. Creating a device that assists visually impaired individuals in navigating their surroundings safely and independently. Basically, our agenda is to make the physically challenged people or the old age people feel independent and not dependent on others, and make them feel confident in their daily activities. Then, next slide. Difficulty navigating the environment. Sensei people find it challenging to move around independently and safely, particularly in unfamiliar and crowded environments. Sometimes they feel that they're over dependent on others and they're being burdened to the family members. Second thing, depending on others, make them feel uncomfortable and they make them feel low. So we are trying to overcome those problems and trying to make them feel independent. Limited access to information. Sensei people may have difficulty accessing information that is presenting visually, such as maps, diagrams, and graphs. Project objective, obstacle detection. The sensor stick should be able to detect obstacles in the path of the users and alert them to the presence of the obstacle. Navigation. The device should assist the user in navigating their surroundings safely and independently, providing accurate information on distance and direction of the obstacle. Easy to use. The sensor stick should be easy to use and require minimal training to operate it, because like when the old age people are using this, we can't make them we can make the model so complicated so that it provides one more type of problem. Like we are trying to solve one type of problem and it relates to one more type of problem. Like it's not easily compatible for all type of all age people. That's why we're trying to make it as very simple, cost effective. If it's not cost effective, even though it's a very good model and very good intention, it doesn't work. That's why we made it as cost effective, lightweight, and portable, and customizable. The next slide will be presented by my friend Ishan.
Uh, can you hear me? Okay. The components used in Sensei sticks are Arduino Uno and ultrasonic sensors for detecting the obstacles, earphones for text-to-speech conversion, which can be heard by the person, and we use TTS module for text-to-speech conversion. Basically, the Arduino computes all the information getting from the ultrasonic sensors, and based on the computed values, it selects the appropriate text-to-speech conversion module, and NPL natural language processing technique is used to analyze the input and extract the meaningful intent. The TTS library contains text-to-speech conversion code, which we used for text-to-speech conversion, and the computed value will be heard by the person's earphone. Now, Chinmay Raj will present the model.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's like small prototype of this sensor stick. So I would like to explain it briefly. So we got these three ultrasonic sensors in the bottom of this stick. We have used three sensors. One is for detecting the obstacles coming from the front, one is for the right, and one is for the left. And we have used the Arduino Uno as our microcontroller here, which consists of 8 mega microchip. And this is basically a battery powered device. And as we discussed, this will be made to put the output using the earphones, which we have used here. So basically what happens is
2 minutes left.
So this will be a battery powered, so we can plug in with the battery provided in the sensor stick. So this will be turned on. So we have written a particular code so that whenever obstacle comes within 2 to 3 feet, consider a threshold. So that will be detected by ultrasonic sensors, and that will be converted into audio output, and it will be sent to the person using these earphones. So there will be also a alert message for to consider 3 to 4 feet, and there will be a danger message for them, as well as there are two ultrasonic sensors on the left and right. They will help them navigate to the direction where they need to move.
Thank you, Tinmay and the team for the presentation. There's a few queries of me regarding your model. First is, how do the the sensor? How do the sensor work when a deep, like if a hole is come?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear your question.
how this sensor would work when a hole is coming the road or in the direction of the navigation, how the sensor will work. And the second question is, what about if the this stick to be used for the road crossing and the other application which are like real-time application? You are just letting us know about the scenarios where they are walking in general places, but what about the road crossing and other perspective, the daily life situations?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, we thought of implementing some more concepts of image processing, etc. But since this should be a portable and cost effective, basically we made this as a prototype of right now. So we thought of using some other sensors even for the hole detection or of any potholes or something that detects in the downward direction too. So there are still some upcoming future works to be done, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So have you thought about how you merge the like traffic light situations with this stick? Have you ever thought like have a idea of what you can do for this purpose?
Yes, ma'am. Like we thought of implementing the IoT applications here. Like the real-time applications could be implemented in this module so that the person will be able to know the traffic situations on his place by using even some GPS modules too.
Okay. Thank you, Chinmay, Raj and team for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chinmay, Raj and team. And our next present is Snehal and team. Snehal, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Please share your slides and start to present.
Yes.
जो डिस्प्ले है वो तो छोटे वाले ही है ना लगेगा.
Sir, I hope my slide is visible.
Till now it's not, but we will wait.
सर ये बुलेट जो मैंने लगाया है वो कौन से साइज तो 0.96 वाला ही लगाया है.
No, it's not visible.
Okay, sir. Again, I am sharing it.
हाँ 0.96.
Should I present on behalf of you? If you
Yeah, sir, please, if you can do that.
Okay, let me check. Have you shared your slides with us?
Yes, sir, we have shared.
Snehal, we have some issues with your slide. We request you to wait for the end of the presentation so that we can get back to you later on. Till now, we are moving to the another participants.
Next participant is Salini and team. Salini, can you hear me? Salini? I think she is not present. Fine. Last presentee of the list is Oliva and team. Miss Oliva and team, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, please share your slide and start presenting.
Ma'am, is my slides are visible to you?
Yes, it's visual. Please make it full screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, now is my screen are visible to you?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. A warm good afternoon to the respected dignitaries and everyone present over here. I, Payal Sahu from MIT University, Chhattisgarh, on the behalf of my team leader Oliva Khalko, I am here to present our work. And our topic is based on the sustainable paper production from agro-based resources, a profitable business plan. So here are the introduction. Slides are on. Ma'am, is my slides are moving?
No, it's not.
Slide. Ma'am, 1 second.
Should I share it from my end?
Uh,
If you're facing some issues.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please share?
Okay, I'm going to share.
Yes.
Is it visible to you? Oliva, is it visible to you? Oliva, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm totally able to
Please.
hear you and it's just visible to me.
Please start.
Thank you so much and sorry for the
No issue.
once again a very good afternoon to the respected dignitaries present over here. I, Oliver Khalko, from my team here to present on a topic which is based upon sustainable paper production from agro-based resource, a profitable business plan. As we know that we all are concerned about environmental pollution and all the problems relating that. But our key focus is in how we can reduce this waste basically. So our goal is to manage the waste segregation. As we already know that because of the use of totally synthetic product, basically the plastic, the soil and air pollution has been increasing day by day. So therefore, as an alternative idea, a simple thought where without carbon sequestration technique and everything, depending upon very hyper thing, we can come to a point where we can minimal use of the unsustainable product, basically the non-biodegradable product. So we are trying to making a paper which is totally made up of agro waste. So in two-way conversation, we can say that this paper can be beneficial both as an economic perspective also, as well as for the betterment of our mother nature also. In next slide, we can see that next slide. In next slide, we can see that we already know that we have two most abundant natural resources present in our Mother Earth. They basically the banana and the grasses. As we know that banana has been cultivated and cut down after fruiting, but where we can see that grasses also been widely present all over, but they have been burned out. So they both causes waste and they're being causing different type of pollution also. As a perspective, we have thought that paper is still in this modern era, digital era, we're still using paper, and the cost now of paper industry is much more. And keeping both things in mind, we are trying to build up a paper based from these two agro-based, which is banana and grasses. Next.
In next slide, we can see that how this this paper has been developed. The sample has been prepared by taking two different solutions, that's banana and grasses, which has been cut down, and finally these two pieces are being taken into alkaline solution, which has been treated. After treating, they have been blended together with the blending technique, and then casted using a sieve, which is normal, you can say see, which is available in every home. And finally, they've been air dried. There's no need of hot air oven also. They've been air dried, and finally, the product is developed. As compared to next slide, we can see that as compared to different commercial products being available, they require a high amount of energy for displacement of paper industries, where they have used a heavy machinery like fiber extraction machine. Directly using of banana and grasses, we don't want to extract different type of paper machine. And talking about the proposed business plans like that, we want to set up this in a not only for our use only, but for small scale to large scale industries. If you're talking about small scale and talking about G20 goals of this year, we have seen that women empowerment and economic is the main focus. And keeping that in mind, for small business, the household lady can also make in their home by using only two things. That is the sieve and the heating mantle only, the gas basically, and which can be prepared at home with these two main requirement, and they can market into different places also for the business plan. And if you go for the large scale industries also, we have seen that for capital investment of only 20 to 40 lakhs, we can set up a large scale industries where the profit will be helpful in different application field also of paper industry. If we got a proper paper industry, stationery items, and different type of other industries also. So it's not only for one area, but it can be helpful for different industry sector which is involved with the paper. Uh, for marketing and word transfer, we have chosen very type of method. Basically, we have focused mainly on the marriage agency, because we know that the marriage for a marriage in India is a very big business setup, where they use different type of paper for their paper. If, for example, in their invitation card also, in their the use of cutlery also, and different type of they require for decoration purpose also. They require a huge amount of paper in different perspective. So we are focusing basically on the marriage agency also. Next slide, we can see that there is a differentiate been given where the commercial versus normal our production have method have been shown, where the commercial production requires different type of heavy machinery like fiber extraction, drying area, and they require heavy instruments. But in our, as compared to there, we have very low intensity. We have very low requirement. Basically, we don't need fiber extraction machine. We don't require a heavy drying machine area or hot air oven like that machines will not required. So we can compare that the capital investment required for their industry or commercial work is very our capital investment is very low. In next slide. We can see the quality. We're talking about our product quality. As we can say, we are expecting the product that we're having a texture with having good quality. It can be made from different sizes also. The size can be varied. And the third thing, they have very good of absorbance quality also. And in the lab test, we have gone for a small test only. In the lab scale, we have seen that they have good biodegradability also, because 1/4 inch of paper take only 3 days to degrade. A full paper have taken only about 1 week to degrade. And same way we have tested for the load bearing capacity also. It have taken 20 gram of weight can be bared by a single sheet of paper. We have not shown the result because of the patent issue, but we have tested small thing. Still, our the main tests have been waiting for because of the technical issue. But we are going for the further testing like a shearing test or different type of calibrating test of the paper, which will be further processed on. And if we talk about the costing, our paper industry as compared to other commercial paper, we are expecting that the costing will be less as compared to the last scale industries.
2 minutes left.
And thank you so much for in the slide only. And sorry, for the final, we also have to explain that application in this specific a different area. We can say that our paper is not is used in, only for writing perspective, but has been involved in different type of stationery item also. It, and we are going for in the utensil also, different type of cutlery or different type of anything material can be prepared from that. And basically, it can be used in art and craft material also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aliba, for the presentation. And that's I know that maybe what you have presented here, I have an idea that this kind of paper is already been available in the market. So are you sure about the patenting property of this paper? Because as I know, I have heard this kind of paper already already available in the market.
Ma'am, according to our research, we have searched this type of agro waste, basically the banana, and still this grass have been not yet used. And when we have gone for the primary patenting, they were still they have not used any type of this type of paper, still not been used. When we are checking for the patent purpose also, and we have compared also, ma'am, the original already paper which has been available in the market. They require either they require fiber extraction or they require the reuse already the paper which is being developed, they are taking that material also, and their agro source also, including those source they are making. But in our, we are not using the old paper. This is the main perspective. Other they use different type of chemicals also. In our only normal alkaline solution has been taken, and they require different type of they have to remove the lignite, the plant content, basically the hardwood content, high amount of cellulose also living also. But in we have searched that banana does not, they have low content of lignin also, which is an anti.
So what?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Another question is what will be like, what will be the scale of production of this coin? Because I don't think that this the amount of the production of this agro waste based paper is to that which is already used in the market till days. So what percent of already consumed market of the paper will be supported by this agro based paper which you are going to be like on the production scale?
Ma'am, I want to say a word like that. Basically, we first of all, they were deforestation. They were going for deforestation. Therefore, people develop plastic. Now, the plastic is not degrading. People are again coming into the era of uses of paper only. So, first of all, we are in our production, we are eliminating deforestation. First of all, second thing, when we are using agro waste as a banana and this grasses, which is already a waste for our capital investment also. If you are going for our industrial perspective also, we don't require any investment in the raw material, because many industries, what the common paper industries, whether they are using a cotton also, ma'am, there are many paper they made up of cotton also, that like tea bag sachet. I've shown in the video one of them. They prepared a tea bag from cotton also, and different. But this all thing required high amount of energy and sources. For if they're going to cotton, they have to grow cotton, then have to export cotton. But with our for our paper, we just require the wastage. We are trying to utilize the wastage, which has been there is no use of the already farmer. So we are trying that there should be no cost of the low input of the raw material and high input of the product.
Okay, thank you, Oliver, for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this.
Thank you, Oliver. Now, our next presentee, Miss Snehal. Snehal, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Shall I share my screen?
I'm sharing on behalf of you. This time,
Otherwise, ma'am, I am now able to share it if you.
Okay, fine. So you can go ahead.
Ma'am, is it visible to you?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I start?
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to all the panel members present here. The topic of my today's presentation is sustainable nanogel feather, which is extracted from chicken feather keratin and agricultural waste, which is cellulose, and we are using it for sanitary pads. So as you can see over here that in basically the society, the menstruation is the natural and essential aspect of women's life. Yet with this biological process comes pressing environmental issue, the disposable or disposal of the menstruation waste. That means where we can dispose this menstruation waste. So traditional methods of disposing of this menstruation product, such as pads and tampons, basically they are non-environmentally friendly, and they also causes health risk. So we strive for more sustainable and equitable world, finding the technological solution for the safe disposal of the menstruation waste. in this, you can see the history as the material of this menstruation pad. They were rudimentally compared with the, you can say absorption of the menstruation flow. And when we talk about the availability, they are basically gained, they have basically gained the popularity in the upcoming years, and the commercialization has been worldwide. And the technology which is used in the history is basically SAP, that is super absorbent polymers. So what is the problem statement? When we talk about the problem statement, menstruation waste disposal is a pervasive environmental challenge. Conventional sanitary pads are basically using the technology of SAP, that is super absorbent polymers, which are basically non-biodegradable. This is the word which has to be marked, that is non-biodegradable, and they contribute significant amount of plastic waste in the environment. And this unsustainable practice not only harms the ecosystem, but also poses health risk to the individual. And they also introduce various chemicals to the environment. And this is how the composition of the sanitary napkins is done. That is 70% is usage of SAP, that is super absorbent polymer. 10% is made up of back sheet. 15% is a top sheet, and 5% is the adhesive which is used in this particular sanitary pads. So this is how the technology of super absorbent polymer is working. That is, it basically provide the environmental effect. It is very much health, causes risk to the health. It is having lack of access of proper facilities, and it is the
Snehal, I request to move on your work rather than having a background of what already available on the present situations.
Sure, ma'am. So what is our input in this particular innovation is that basically we are going to initiate, and we are going to provide a sustainable material for this particular technology, and which will be eco-friendly, and it will be biodegradable. That is the major thing which we are going to help with this. And this biodegradable natural material is going to be hygienic product. And as I have already told you, it is going to be biodegradable. That means it is when we are going to introduce it to the environment after its use, it is going to be degraded in the environment, and the precision of the manufacturing will be there. And you can say that how we have replaced the SAP technology, such as you can see in the left hand side, you can see this the sanitary pad demonstration, in which top layer absorbent core and bottom layer is there. So we are talking about this absorbent core, in which we are going to introduce our product. That is, in this we are going to introduce the nanogel. So which is going to be, we have extracted this nanogel. When we talk about the main polymer, that is cellulose, we are using two polymers over here. One is cellulose, and the another one is keratin. So cellulose we have extracted from sugarcane bagasse, rice husk, and rice straw. And then this is the polymer, and in this we have incorporated another copolymer, that is keratin. And keratin we have extracted from chicken feather, which is the poultry waste. And over here you can see this is the, yeah, so over here you can see this is also the natural waste. So we have incorporated the cellulose and keratin along with the alginate. So we have made two types of nanogels, which we are going to put in this absorbent core layer. So you can see this one nanogel is made up of sugarcane, rice husk, rice straw, and from here we have extracted cellulose and we have incorporated it with keratin, and then we have made a
2 minutes
nanogel.
left.
Yeah, another one is with along with the alginate, which is the copolymer, and this is the product which you can see in this picture. This is the type of nanogel which we have formed. So basically our purpose to formulate this particular nanogel is to provide a sustainable and eco-friendly, you can say the idea, so that we can minimize the waste. And this is the video which I'm going to present.
Good evening, everyone. Problem statement is technological solution of safe disposal of menstrual waste. That is under the Ministry of Jal Shakti and under the domain miscellaneous. So what do we know about sanitary pads, basically? History of sanitary pads starts from the year 1800s, when there was only a wire gauge and to be commercialized by the United States of America. And if we talk about the waste generated specifically by in a day, it reaches up.
1 minute left.
It's a very huge sanitary pad. It's made up of three: top layer, bottom layer, and the middle. The middle layer has the absorbent core. The absorbent core is basically a layer that absorbs the fluid that comes out of the women's. Absorbent core, again, after the plastic revolution, is made up of SAP, that is known as super absorbent polymer. Super absorbent polymer is further made up of fragrances that involves urea and alcohol. And to addition to that, dioxin is basically a chemical that if it comes in contact with a human, it is meant to cause the cancer.
Sneha, I would like to interrupt.
Right?
Just follow up. I have some follow-up question for you. First thing is when you and other cups which are already menstrual products which are already available in the market, why are you particularly focusing on the pads? Because nowadays menstrual cup are building like it's been used component in the menstrual cycle options. And other thing is when you are going with this process, what is the degradation time of this pad which you are product which you are going to use in the pad? Because as you are saying that biodegradable product, as you are saying it is a biodegradable product, so what is the time limit of the degradation of this material?
Yes, ma'am. So as I have told you that we are going to use nanogel, in the absorbent layer. So that we have already tested that this biodegradability of the nanogel is 1 to 2 weeks. We have already tested in our lab.
Okay. So and another thing is why so what like still the problem remains the same, that it is used in a larger quantity. So there's a cheap supplement of us supplement with us which is a menstrual cup. So why are we again focusing on the other alternative when we have a cheaper alternative as a menstrual cup options?
Yes, ma'am. So as you're saying that menstruation cups are already available, but you already know that they are made up of non-biodegradable product. And the pad which we are going to produce in bulk, that will be biodegradable.
Sorry to interrupt again, Snehal, but the product which is already used in the menstrual cups are also biodegradable. They are silicon based, so they are also biodegradable, and again they are very cost effective. So I'm not saying that your model has no future, or it is not that too, but that does not have a efficient product. But till now, since I am also a user of these menstrual products, so I can have a better comparison of what is available and what you are saying to have this.
Ma'am,
Okay,
I
so
completely agree with you. One more thing which I need to add is these are the bags which we are going to make. They will be, using the agricultural waste and biomass.
Okay, that could be that I'm already saying that this product may have some have some potential, but you have to focus on what you can have a much better options, like on cost effectiveness of this product, and also the reusability and other scopes of the product. So thank you with the presentation, Snail, and hope all the best for your work.
No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Snehal, for your presentation. Now I'd like to call our last presentee, Miss Salini and team. I think she is not present still. Fine. So thank you for this event. I'd like to thank our session chair, Dr. Ruchi Singh. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jyoti, and thank you the entire SRS team for the wonderful arrangement of this program.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, we'll meet in next session. That is start at 3:50, 3:50, right? 4 at 4:30 on the same link. Thank you. Bye.
ये वाली मैम Excuse me. Hello everyone. This is Shalini Pandey. Actually, I am not able to join via my system. So I have used Oliver system. If you allow me, shall I give my presentation now?
Select. So, I open that. I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. So,
Okay.
Shruti was introducing you right now, so we were silent.
No. Okay, no problem.
You are not audible. Okay, Shruti, go on full slide.
Am I audible right now? Let us start with the session. I welcome session chair of the thesis presentation, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, postdoctor researcher at University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and the moderator of the session will be Mr. Chandraman Patel. I request all participants to keep muted and follow the instructions of the session moderator. If you are unable to present the PPT due to the technical reasons, you can please ask your moderator to share the PPT. Now I would like to hand over the session to Mr. Chandraman Patel.
Thank you, Shruti. So first, before starting the presentation, I would like to thank our session chair for giving his valuable time, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, from his busy schedule. Now, I briefly summarize the rules of this thesis presentation. So, for each presentation, we have allotted total 9 minutes. In 9 minutes, 7 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question answer session, which will be done by our session chair after your presentation. And during presentation, you'll have to turn on your audio as well as video. Another critical instruction is that during presentation, all attendees, please mute your audio and turn off your video. And now I would, if our session chair allows, so can we start the our session?
Yes, Chandraman, please go ahead. Start the first presentation, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So I would request to first our presenter, Purushottam Kumar, kindly share your screen and start your presentation.
Good afternoon. I am Purushottam Kumar. May I begin my presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
I did my master's degree from NIT Kurukshetra, India, in the field of material science and technology. My thesis was fabrication and characterization of Fe3O4 based hydroelectric for energy application. On the basis of my master work, we published 2 research papers in reputed journals and attended 2 conferences at national level.
Can you please make it a full screen on the right click on that bottom side and make it full screen in the presenting mode.
Yes.
And now it's okay. Please go ahead.
Highlights of the hydroelectric cell. Hydroelectric cell generate the electricity through water splitting in its ion S3O plus and OH minus ion. Most of metal oxide exhibit water splitting potential. Water splitting depends on unsaturated surface cation, oxygen deficiency, and nanopores. We work on the creating extra oxygen deficiency. We work on Li dope Fe3O4 and Mg and cobalt dope SnO2 to create extra oxygen vacancy. In the metal oxide, oxygen deficiency is occurred. I increase the oxygen vacancy due to increase the current. These are the fabricated hydroelectric cell. It is the Fe3O4 based material hydroelectric cell. lithium dope Fe3O4 hydroelectric cell. It is a cobalt dope SnO2 based hydroelectric cell. It is a Mg dope SnO2 based hydroelectric cell. It shows the practical usage of the hydroelectric cell mechanism. We can divide the mechanism of hydroelectric cell in the two parts. First is the chemical dissociation of water, and second is the transportation of ion. Surface cations and the lone pair of the oxygen of the H2O more attack each other. Due to this reason, water is split in its ion S3O plus and OH ion. Formally, a temporary bond created between the Fe and OH ion is called FeOH, and S3O plus ion trapped in the trapped at the oxygen vacancy. Due to this reason, high electric field is generated. This high, which electric field accelerate the process of water splitting and create a chain reaction. That is called Grossius chain reaction. In the transportation portion, OH minus ion moves towards the zinc electrode and react with the zinc electron and produce zinc hydroxide, ZnOH2. S3O plus ion moves towards the inert Az electrode and react with the free electron and form H2 and H2O. It is a XRD pattern of the lithium dope Fe3O4 and pure Fe3O4, which is totally matched with the JCPA data. In the lithium dope Fe3O4 material, peaks are shifted toward the right one. Due to this reason, lattice parameter of the lithium dope F3O4 is lesser than the pure F3O4 materials. These are the same images of the Fe3O4 and the same image of lithium dope Fe3O4. Morphology shows a porous structure with an agglomeration of non-uniform grains. This is a VI curve. This represents the voltage and current relation. We have divided into four regions. First is the region internal loss. In this region, theoretical maximum voltage is higher than the practical maximum voltage due to the internal loss. Activation loss region. In this region, voltage is needed to start the electrochemical reaction. Due to this region, in this region, current value is about 0 milliampere. In the ohmic region, voltage decreases, but current increases. Voltage decreases due to the ion hindrance. In the concentration loss region, in this region, ions move towards the zinc electrode. It decreases due to the because one zinc hydroxide layer deposit on the zinc anode. Due to this reason, potential will drop off. This graph depicted the VI curve of the antidote SnO2. This VI curve for cobalt dope SnO2. This VI for Fe3O lithium dope Fe3O4 based hydroelectric cell. Conclusion: nanoparticle of the Fe3O4 and lithium dope Fe3O4 has been synthesized by facile competition method, and the SnO2 based material synthesized by the Sol-Gel method. In the case of the Fe3O4 base, output voltage is about 0.85 and the short circuit current is 3.91. In the case of the lithium dope Fe3O4, open circuit voltage is 0.68 volt and the short circuit current is 44.91 milliampere. In the case of antidote, open circuit voltage is a 0.787 volt and short circuit current is a 46.69. In the case of the cobalt doped, open circuit voltage is a 0.45 volt and the short circuit current is 77.52. The power progression through the hydroelectric cell is an efficient, economical, and eco-friendly technique for power generation. One of byproduct is S2. If we can able to store, then we can obtain two benefits, which are electricity and hydrogen fuel. If we use porous zinc electrode, then we can increase the durability of hydroelectric cell. I would like to acknowledge my thesis supervisor, Dr. Anurag Ghosh, for his guidance and support. Also, the friend and supporting staff of NIT Kurukshetra for their constant encouragement. Materials and Characterization Lab Facility at NIT Kurukshetra, organizing committee of SRS'23 for giving me opportunity to present my work. These are references.
Okay, Professor. Okay,
Thank
okay, no, okay, yeah, okay. So, okay. Thanks for your presentation. So, yeah, my first question is related to your problem statement. So, which problem you are addressed and what approach you have used to solve it? Have you addressed the problem or solved it in a proper way? Basically, I'm talking about your core objective for this research work.
And water splitting depends on the oxygen vacancy. We create the extra oxygen vacancy. You put on the monovalent element in the place of the divalent and trivalent element and create the extra oxygen vacancy. Due to this, current increases.
Okay. Okay. So, and actually you have used a different material for the doping, right? So how to control the doping concentration? Hello?
Pardon me.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. So my question is related to the controllability of doping profile. So how to control the doping profile for different materials? Okay, then move on the next. I think, yeah, and then you have used the COM structure, right, in your device. So, what is the minimum feature size? Yeah, what is the minimum feature size for this COM structure, COM electrode? Back. Yeah. So, what is the feature size for that? That's I think it's an mm scale. It's an mm. Not in micron.
I painted the silver paint on this face.
Okay. Okay. So it's manually, right? Okay. Have you measured the solution resistance which you have used during the filling the cathode and anode?
Yes, EIS data also present in the paper.
So what is the solution resistance? What is the value of solution resistance?
Solution resistance. In the dry state, it is 10 to power 7 in the dry state. If put in the water, then resistance about the 1000 in range.
Only from that in the mega to you just convert into a kilo ohm, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Please move on the next.
Thank you very much, Purushottam Kumar, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much. Now we move forward, and I would request to Avinav Tandon. Kindly share your slide and start your presentation. Purushottam Kumar, please unshare the screen. Okay. Now, Avinav Tandon, can you hear me? Avinav Tandon, can you hear me? Okay. So now next participant is Chirag. Chirag, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. So Chirag,
Yes, sir.
you can see. Okay, Avinav, can you hear me? Avinav or Chirag?
It's Chirag, sir.
Yeah, Chirag. So please share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Um, Good evening, one and all. I'm Chirag. I'm from NI Mysore, and my project is like Aura, and it acts as it abbreviates. It's like adaptive utility for renewable energy acquisition. And let me tell about the problem statement. Basically, as we knew that we are extracting the electrical energy from the renewable energy sources, it is also one of the type. Like as we know that we get there's a device like a solar cell and the windmills from for solar energy and the wind energy respectively. But for the wave energy, there's not a certain device which can used unanimously all across the world. Like in different parts of the world, they use different types of devices, different types of methods based upon their localities or climate conditions. So I thought I got an idea like if there is a device or apparatus which can be used all over the world unanimously, it would be better. And this is a problem statement basically to get an effective and efficient device or apparatus for the wave energy conversion. Later, the objectives is, as I told, it needs to be eco-friendly and efficient, and so low economy, and there should be no losses from that device or the apparatus. Later, the fundamentals of ARA, it depends upon the principle like the Faraday's law, and as we know that the Faraday's law, it's like the rate of change of magnetic flux, which in a closed loop, it generates an induced EMF. Like as I'm showing that there's an induction coil right over there, and the magnet is as it goes inside, there is a deflection in the ammeter, and it is an induced EMF. So this is the basic principle. Now let me tell about what is the study of the early researches I have done. So as we know that the windmill and other renewable energy sources, it has been started. The research has been and the concept has been started from the 18th century, but the researches on the wave energy has been started in the late 19th to 20th century in the 70s. Basically, the United States and Canada and majorly those countries has been researched on it. And this is a basic first model of the wave energy device. It is a air gas balloon, and as we know that it as the waves comes forward, it moves upward, and there's an induction coil below right there, and it goes upward movement as the waves come downwards. There's a downward movement. So this is the basic principle right over there, and the major this limitation right over is if the waves come so fast and so with a large number of force, it can be damaged, and there is a limitation right over that. So I thought that we can just put a remedy for that in the project Aura. Let me explain later, and let me explain the current top technologies in the wave technology, that is device like the Pelmis and the Oyster. And let me see. This is the what you're showing in the left side. It's the Pelmis, and the right one is the Oyster. The both thing which works upon the pressure difference, air pressure difference, which is created by the waves. And the second one we are which is seeing like the floating bags. It has been located below the some region, and it has inclination of the waves. So the waves come from the upward and down, and it goes downwards, and it creates a turbine thing, energy thing. So both has some limitations right over here. And later let me explain about the structural parts of ARA. I mean the project right I'm doing right now. It contains like the cross flow turbines, screw sector bar, and the adaptive ropes, pulleys which are required for the basic machine tools, and magnets, generator coils, foundation, and cables. Let me explain a bit about it. A magnet is basically used for the generation of the induced EMF, and generator coils, the foundation, and it is anchored to the seabed. And the cables from it, the AC generated AC can go through the core or the source of the grid. And later, let me explain about the working of ARA. Basically, this uses turbines. Okay, we're using two types of turbines basically. I mean, hetero two designs combined. We are combining the two designs. One is cross flow turbine, and another one is a 7-year style turbine. We are using less number of spikes as compared to the cross flow turbine, and we are using the style of the 7 years in this turbine. We are using in the ARA. Let me show you a sketch of this. This is a sketch basically of the turbine, and the second thing is connecting bar. It connects to two turbines, and the turbines are basically directed to at one end it directed towards anti-clockwise. It enhances the anti-clockwise direction for the forward movement of waves, and on the other side it enhances the reverse motion in the clockwise for the flow movement of the wave. So coil apparatus is basically a upward and downward movement of the induction coil. I'll show you the later. And basically this is the turbine coil main apparatus. Let me show you a small demo, and then let's explain to the other sketches. Just on the video right now. Just a minute. As you see, it's like if the waves comes towards you, the turbine moves like this. So there's an upward movement in the opposite side and the downward movement. So this think this is as a coil. So it moves towards down and there's an alternate motion and there's both sides is a motion. Okay. So from that we can extract then the EMF. So let me get back to the sketch and it would be very pictorial representation. Yep.
Okay.
Can you see, sir? Yeah. So the coil apparatus basically, as the waves come towards you, the bar will rotate in anti-clockwise, and the coil apparatus which I was saying on the left side, it moves upwards, and which is on the right side, the coil apparatus moves downwards. So the upliftment of the coil the coil inside it depends upon both the turbine and here the another alternative thing. The basic thing of the coil apparatus. This is the thing, and we have attached a spring plate for the if there is a more excessive wave force, and then later these are structural factors like the RPM of turbines, elasticity of ropes, etc. These are the structural factors of the RM. Functional factors are these factors are same for the induced EMF itself, area of generator coil, velocity of generator coil, number of coils, etc. And the environment factors is a major factor which you consider while doing this high tides, low tides, and the marine ecosystem, sediment transport, climate resilience, and the visual impact. And we should need to supervise the things a lot. And these are the efficiency calculation, the practical application where we calculate what is the efficiency of that. As I know, there is one major situation where all kind of devices may go wrong. That is, we can't predict it. The waves are very unpredictable. So if there is a low tide, means we can somehow manage. There's nothing going on. But when there's a high tide, it has more force. There's a chance of damaging the things. So when there is a X number of force, we have attached basically for if X number of force is a Y load going up. If there's a 2x of the force, you need to alternate the system. Like it can attach to the more load. So it can lift to 2y. There's another Y connection attached to that bar. So this is the one of the hypothetical solution for this, and this is the future work I needed to do, and I need to research about it. Later, the conclusion is, as I told in the objective, it is same like eco-friendly, and it should be beneficial for future. As we know that the wave, if we harvest the wave energy properly, we can solve the 50% of the global electricity problems, and it can consume that. So as the final thing, as a project is still in a prototype model, it may sound a lot of hypothetical. I know that it needs a lot of feedback and other source of knowledge. I hope I can get through this during this presentation.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Chirag, for your presentation. So, yeah, basically, I have just two things regarding your turbine design. So, yeah, basically, how to handle your friction during the design. I think you have modeled the structure, right?
Sir, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Okay, so are you model the structures, right?
Sir, it's still in the prototype model. I need to do it model still now.
Okay, so how to deal with the friction in the turbine? I'm talking about the friction of turbine.
Sir, friction on the turbine, it's basically adapted the, and to tell another point, there's a gear system, it has been embedded into the turbines as a force depends, if there are 2x force, like we have a gear system in the cycles or bicycles, same thing we can adapt into the turbines, so that as there's a more number of force, it can go to the next level of the rotation turbines.
Okay. And which material you are using for the turbine, as in turbine blades and all those?
Yes, sir.
And which material you used?
It's basically should be a non-corrosive metal since it is being in the water. So like we can use the stainless steel, aluminium, and the very low cost things.
Okay. And what about the efficiency?
The efficiency, currently the solar energy and the thing what you're using, it is of the 15%. My prototype model is it's still in like the 8 to 9% range. It needs to be enhanced more.
Yes, it's quite low, right? Yeah. Okay, Charles, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Chirag, for your nice presentation. Now we move forward, and I would request to Dr. Mahek Singla. Are you there? Can you hear us, Dr. Mahek? Hello, Dr. Mahek, can you hear us? Okay. So, Dr. Ansika Srivastav, Next
Yes, sir.
participant is
Am I audible to you?
okay. So Dr. Ansika Srivastav. Okay, so you can share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, is my screen is visible too?
Not yet.
Okay, sir.
Now it is visible.
Okay, sir.
On presentation mode. Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Good evening to all of you. My name is Dr. Anshika Srivastava. I have completed my PhD from Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, under the supervision of Dr. Shweta Tripathi. Currently, I am working as an assistant professor in MITS Gwalior. Today, I am going to give my thesis presentation that is based upon the fabrication and characterization of pentacene-based bulk heterojunction photodetectors. Okay. Now coming to the introduction. There is a problem with this screen. Now coming to the introduction. Actually, electronic industry is attaining the greater momentum nowadays because of the revolutionary advancement in the optoelectronic devices. Optoelectronics, what is optoelectronics? It is a communication between the optics and the electronics, and it includes the study, design, and manufacturing of those hardware devices that converts the electrical energy into the light energy and the light energy into the electrical energy with the help of the semiconductor. Among various optoelectronic devices, photodetectors are very famous nowadays. It converts basically the optical signal to the electrical signal. And its market is growing a lot. As we can see here in the picture that it has a CAGR, that is cumulative annual growth rate, is of around 10%. And it has increased from 2017 to 2020 by $17,035.50 million. It is increasing every year by the rate of around 10%. And most of the growth is due to the people around Asia and Pacific region. They are using this photodetectors in their various applications. Now, coming to the, actually, sir, there is a problem while changing my screen.
Okay, can I hear from here if you are facing any problem?
Yes, sir. Actually, my slides are not changing properly.
Okay,
That is
Ansika,
why
so
I'm
please
facing.
share your screen. I share the screen from here. Okay.
Okay.
So you will just
Okay.
present the data. Okay. Wait a minute. So I think now slides are visible
Sir,
to you.
please say, yeah, sir. On the slide number 3.
Okay.
Okay, now let's understand what is photodetectors. Actually, photodetectors are the faster and cheaper device. It is a sensor which detects the presence of light. How it works, it has various mechanism as it is shown
Dr.
in
Srivastava.
one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please move on the core part of the presentation, please. Skip the
Yes, sir.
introductions.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay, sir.
please.
So
Yeah.
please go to the next slide. Actually, in the thesis, I have used the bulk heterojunction structure in all over my work. Heterojunction of photodetectors can be divided into two parts, that is planar heterojunction and bulk heterojunction. In bulk heterojunction, what happens? The active layer, the donor and the acceptor part of the active layer are blended all over the area so that the various junctions can be formed and it enhances the efficiency of the overall device. So please go to the next slide. Next slide, sir, please.
Yeah, actually, I have changed the slide from here. Okay, next slide.
Okay. Now this is the brief description of my PhD work. Actually, what I have done, so please go to the objective part of the slide. Actually, what I have done, I have used the pentacene material in my thesis. The pentacene material is an organic small molecule material which has various disadvantages as it was reported by other research people. It was said that pentacene material cannot be used for the UV detection as well as it cannot be,
पाकिस्तान से
it can
participant
only
है
be
ना, तो
deposited
उसका
using the
presentation.
thermal evaporation method. But in my work, what I have done, I have used the solution process low cost method to deposit this pentacene material, and it can be used for the photodetectors having a wavelength range from UV region to NIR region. And it has showed really good response as we can see it further. These are the 4 objectives that I have aimed towards during my PhD thesis. First of all, I had studied the pentacene material for the UV photodetector. Then I blended that pentacene material with other inorganic compounds so that the wavelength range can be extended from UV region to NIR region. And I have used various other materials like ZNO, MOS2 for copper oxide for the blending purpose. And these papers were presented and uh, these papers were published in the IEEE journals. Now coming to the methodology of my fabrication. First of all, the fabrication step was taken, that is from the substrate cleaning, then solution process method was used to prepare the pentacene material. Then the deposition process was done using the solution process technique, that is a spin coater I have used in that case. Then vacuum annealing process was done to stabilize the film. After that, to make the device, I have deposited various metals. Basically, I have used aluminium metal, and I have used the method for the same is thermal evaporation technique. After that, various characterization was done for the film study as well as the device study. So
Ma'am,
please next slide.
yes, ma'am. Sorry for the interruption. Only 2 minutes are left, so please try to wrap up
Okay,
your
sir.
presentation.
So please next slide. Okay, here one of the discussion is I have presented here, like I have deposited pentacene, copper oxide and EZO, that is Arabian dope ZNO material over the substrate by using an whole transport layer of PA.PSS. After that, I have collected some of the information related to the film that I have deposited using Solgel method. Here, first of all, the XRD data was collected, which represent the crystalline nature of various film, and it was found that when we have blended all these 3 materials, the crystallinity of the film was enhanced. After that, we have checked about the surface of our film, and it was found that when we have blended the 3 materials, a good STEM image was gained, which has a pit-like cavity. And due to those pit-like cavity, what happened that the light reflections becomes more and more into the device, and due to which the light absorption in the device was enhanced to increase the efficiency of the overall device. Sir, please next slide. These are the results. First of all, we have checked the absorption of our film, and it was found that the absorption of our blended structure was from UV region to the IR region. And then we have checked the stability in terms of its IV characteristic. The working principle can be seen from figure D. Here, in this working principle, we found that photomultiplication process is occurring due to the electron trapping at the aluminum and the active layer junction. After that, we have checked the IV characteristic for different light incidents, like for UV region, visible region, and then IR region. In the UV region, the change in the current order was around 1. Then in the visible and NIR region, we found that the order of current which was changing was around 2. Next slide, sir. After this, we have checked about the stability of our device in terms of different power. We have increased the power and we found that the current value was very minutely changing. The external quantum efficiency was in the order, it was greater than 100%. It is due to the photo multiplication process which we found during our analysis of our device. The responsivity was around 9.42 ampere per watt. The detectivity was around 34 joules, and detectivity says that how weak our signal can be detected. After that, we have checked our device stability in terms of by increasing the number of days also. So we found that around 180 days, our device was giving a good response that can be used for various applications like in optical communication or some consumer electronic applications or some bioimaging applications. We can use our device. We have compared this device with other reported literatures also, and we have found that pentacene material was showing good results by using this solution process method, and it can be further used in the solar cell fabrication and other biosensors also. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Srivastava, for your presentations. Yeah. Okay, so my first question is related to the conversion efficiency. So, what is the efficiency you get in your fault detector?
Sir, it was around 1246%.
Okay, and okay, and what is the size of aluminum electrode you have deposited over your
Sir, the diameter of that the diameter of that aluminum contact was 1 millimeter mm.
Okay, so this is quite large, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
Sir,
have you
actually,
think about to deposit that in that's aluminum within a few hundred of micrometer, because in the mm is basically the too high and generate a very high amount of electric potential over the surface, right?
Sir, it is around 1 millimeter of diameter I have taken. The
Okay, so
aluminum point. Yes, sir.
but then that's
So we can decrease
quite big.
the size of that aluminum contact also by using the mask which we are using. Actually, the mask which we got after the order that has the small circular mask of 1 mm. We can
It's a metal
decrease.
shadow mask. Metal shadow mask, right?
Yes, yes, sir. It
Okay.
was a metal shadow mask. We can decrease it, and when we'll decrease those contact size, the roughness of our device will decrease, and there will be more smooth conduction of the current while collecting the change in the
Okay,
photons.
okay. And then how to control your surface roughness during the spill coating of the materials?
Sir, we can work upon the viscosity of our solution. First of all, other methods can also be used, but they can be more costlier. Our purpose was to make a low-cost device. That is why we
Okay,
have used
so
the solution
have
method.
you measured surface roughness of the deposited material?
Yes, sir. The surface roughness I have measured using AFM
Okay, so what value you
instrument,
have?
and it was around 43, sir. It
43
was around
nanometer, right?
43. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you
Srivastava.
so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. Dr. Mahek Singla, can you hear me? Hello.
Mahek Singla message किया है. Yes, sir.
Dr. Mahek Singla, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Am I audible?
Your voice is not clear, Dr. Mahek Singla.
So, can you hear me now?
No. Your voice is
Hello.
too low.
Okay, sure. Hello. Am I audible?
Now you are audible. So I'm just sharing your slide. So please be ready for your presentation. Yeah. So slides are visible to you, Dr. Mahek Singla?
No, sir. Slides are not visible to me.
Okay. I think your net is too slow. Please check it once.
Yes,
I
sir.
think it is
Yes,
fine.
sir.
Yeah. So please start your presentation.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Mahek, presenting here my thesis that is transition metal dots, core and defective graphene or graphene aneurysms for hydrogen gas sensing. Principal study. Like there is supervision of Dr. Neena Jaggi from NIT Kurukshetra. Can you please move to the next slide? Okay, so my thesis that consists of 7 chapters. First one is introduction, second theoretical consideration, and rest 4 chapters are based on different type of dopants and defects that are used in the film for increasing the hydrogen gas sensing. And first chapter that contains future. Next slide. Can you please change the slide?
Hello,
Okay,
Dr.
so
Max. Your voice is not clear. Your voice is breaking.
the material that is basically utilized for its unique properties that it has electron modulate. Okay, next. We cannot use graphene as a pure material because that cannot be used for gas sensing applications. So, for improving its properties towards gas sensing, dopants and defects have been utilized. Next slide, please. Please can you
I
take a
think
second part that is theoretical considerations. I'm trying to be fast for shorter time.
hello,
Dr. Manik Singla, your voice is not clear. It is
Hello.
continuously breaking. So if you find you can present your work after
Can you
some
please
time
come
and
to the
when you are in
separate
stable
second?
net connection, because your voice is not clear. We are not understanding anything actually.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So
Maybe
please,
due to the external noise.
yeah. So first, please try to sit somewhere where is stable net connection. Then we will present your work after finishing 2 to 3 presentation. So please first go to the stable net connection area.
So actually, okay, actually I'm traveling, so network connection will be like that only
Okay.
after 2 to 3 presentations
Okay.
also.
Then try to. I think it will be good if our session chair allow. Can we directly go to the work before?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I'm changing the slide. Directly go to the work.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So can you tell me these are the software details, theoretical parameters you have considered, and this is a course introductions, theoretical details. Yeah, this is your work, I think.
Okay. Yes, from here. Right. So basically, I have done a different type of dotting and we created defects in graphene to improve its sensitivity towards hydrogen gas. Okay. So I have done this with the help of DAY-2 study using ghosting software. So first chapter that consists of copper and platinum dot or code of breaking for hydrogen gas sensing. Basically, in this, I have calculated some theoretical parameters with the help of which interaction of hydrogen gas can be determined. Like these parameters include absorption energies, band gaps, charge transfer, density of states. Okay, so in next slide, please change the slide. These are the computational details. Like I have utilized this graphene structure. This is intrinsic graphene structure. No defects in doping is what it consists of 42 carbon atoms and 16 hydrogen atoms. 16 hydrogen atoms have been utilized for termination for saturation. Okay. And I have utilized Identification basis है LA and undivided. These are the structures after doping of atoms like copper, lead, platinum, gold. So as you can see, the geometry is distorted. The structure becomes curved after doping of the atoms. This is because copper and platinum atom have large size as compared to carbon atoms, so it protrudes out of the surface. So these are the doped and co-doped different structures. Now in the next slide, yes, these are the optimized structures after hydrogen absorption. Hydrogen molecule is absorbed on these surfaces. Okay, now these 1.776 angstrom, all these values represents the bonding distance of hydrogen molecule towards the surface. In pure or inclusive graphene, the bonding distance is about 3.54 angstrom. As you can see in this table, and absorption energy is quite low, which is about minus 0.001 electron volt. But when we dot the graphene surface with copper atom and platinum atom, it has increased. In co-doping, due to the effect of both the atoms, platinum and copper, the effects have been increased 4 times also in case of copper. Okay? So the absorption energy is increased and bonding distance is decreased between hydrogen atom and the modified graphene structure. The next observation is bond length of hydrogen molecules have also been increased. Like for free hydrogen molecule, bond length are 0.74 angstrom, but after absorption to the surface, bond length has been increased 2.78, 0.79. These are the bonder values which are basically utilized in practical applications like change of resistance and inductance. So after absorption of hydrogen molecule, the band gap rises. Why does it rises? Because hydrogen molecule is reducing in nature, so it has the tendency to donate electrons. When it donates the electrons, the resistance of the material increases, that is, band gap also increases, so conductivity decreases. So after absorption of hydrogen molecule, band gap factor structure increases. So conclusions are, we can conclude that doping with copper and platinum that increases the ejection and energy of hydrogen towards the surface of graphene, and simultaneous doping that increases its absorption more effectively. As we can see in the absorption energies, which have increased from minus 0.13 to 0.7 angstrom. And in addition, band gap values are also increased. That means there is better stability and better probability for absorption. Now, in next chapter, in next work, I have done yes, another transition metal with boron and nitrogen atom. So basically, the parameters which I have calculated are same, but the dopant atoms have been changed. Now gold is combined with boron and nitrogen combination. Next slide. Yes, you can see
So,
these structures.
Mahek, I think you
Yes.
have done the, you have actually summarized here 3 works. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so all 3 works are related to the doping and for H2 sensing.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So, session chair, I think
Okay.
these all 3 works,
Okay.
I think you have understand
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
brief
Yeah.
summary.
Okay.
So
Okay. So.
now we go for question round.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, this are all the DFT study, right? Computational study.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, what do you think about the experimental validation for that?
Yes, sir. Experimental validation can be done if we further study this for device fabrications, right? If like the study which I have done, that is for the material graphene,
Okay.
different
Okay.
dopants and defects.
Have you validated your computation results with the previously published experimental data?
No,
And
sir,
how?
because the dopants and defects that I have chosen, that have not been done experimentally. I have studied these theoretically only.
Okay. So. Okay. Okay. So there is no work published on that on the experimental point of view on that on your case, right?
Yes, sir. That is not published, but the software itself, that is GFT study, if some structure is not validated or not suitable
Okay.
for gas
Okay.
absorption,
I got it.
results
Okay.
are opposite. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mike. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much,
sir.
Dr. Mahek. for your presentation. Now we move forward, and I would request to Bikram Maharshi. Can you hear me, Bikram?
Yes, I can.
So please share your screen and start your presentation.
Sure. So is my screen visible?
Yeah, Bikram, your screen is visible.
Please go ahead. So good evening to everyone. My name is Vikram Hershi. I'm from IIT Delhi. So the title of my presentation is Wafer Level Vacuum Packaging for MEMS Technology. Here's the outline of my presentation. I would like to start with small introduction, followed with the different wafer level vacuum packaging work. So wafer level packaging. So what is the packaging? Packaging is basically protects the devices in a power efficient manner without compromising the reliability and the cost. So it basically works as a barrier for the devices from outside environmental effects, mechanical stresses, contamination, and also provide the interconnect from the devices to the package. We are doing for the wafer level packaging. As of now, we are aware of that we are in the miniaturization. We are in the scaling down mode. So we are just scaling down all the devices so that we can incorporate multiple devices into a single chip for a high performance devices. But as of now, we are reaching into physical constraint mode as well as some technical constraint. We can't go that miniaturization or can't go that scale down. So miniaturization should not be the solo criteria for these high performance devices. So we need to have some other option as well. So wafer level packaging and 3D wafer level packaging is the key enabler or key technology that integrate more and more devices in a 3D stacking so that we can have a high performance devices. And for wafer level packaging, capping or encapsulation and TSV through silicon via are the key technology that enables heterogeneous and the hybrid bonding technologies. So for that, first is thin film vacuum package. So in thin film encapsulation, what happened? We just deposit a thin film. Sorry, we deposit a thin film over a structure as a sacrificial layer, followed with a cap layer deposition, and we subsequently as this sacrificial layer through the edge holes in a cap layer, and followed with the sealing of the vacuum packages. What we have done is we developed a package where we use the silicon dioxide as a sacrificial layer, followed with a porous alumina, anodized porous alumina as a capping layer, and then followed with the sealing of tie and gold layer. So these pores allow solution to diffuse through it, and as the sacrificial layer of the package as well as sacrificial of this SY wafer. So these FSM images ensures the cavity formation, and that also shows that the sacrificial layer is etched. And for the sacrificial layer of this silicon dioxide or SY wafer, we ruptured the package intentionally and ensured that the gap between the Pirani structure as well as the bottom substrate ensure that the sacrificial of this SY wafer is also etched through these edge holes. Secondly, the novelty of our work is that we developed a film vacuum package and integrating a post sealing gator. So gator is a reactive substance which basically used in a vacuum chambers so that they basically react with the available species active gaseous ion and make a stable compound. So basically they used to maintain a stable vacuum there. So we seal this porous alumina membrane as a gator material. So it avoids the fouling of the gator as well as increase the surface to volume ratio of the gator film that enhance the adsorption capacity of the vacuum package. And we also wanted to make sure that the material which we are depositing in the pores, we should not be inside the device area that might degrade the devices. So we also scan the EDEX mapping through the EDEX mapping as well as the cross-sectional FE7 and EDEX mapping ensures that no material is deposited inside the device area due to the high aspect ratio of the pore structures as well as the shadowing effect in the deposition process, which ensures that the material is deposited inside the pores only and have a higher surface to volume ratio. And we also calibrate this, we incorporated Pirani structures and we incorporated the resistance with the different available pressure ranges. Now, since we sealed these devices at around 50 microtorr and we activate this gator around 300 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. So after the gator activation, gator will react with the available species ions and will absorb it. So what we observed that the different devices, the resistance is decreasing as per the initial duration of time because of the absorption of this available gases species ion, which basically tells the sealed pressure is around 50 microtorr, which is going to be below around 3.9 microtorr
microtour in the vacuum range. And so basically, and we characterize this our vacuum package around from last 600 days, and the vacuum is quite stable. So the pressure is quite below this range because, and we can't read it because the insensitivity of this Pirani is in this microtour range, right? And what happened in the gator substrates, we did this EDEX before and after. So after the gator activation, we can found that the available copper as well as the oxygen adsorption at the gator interface, which basically maintain and stabilize the vacuum inside the package. But the issue in this work is that we still require a high temperature process of 300 degrees Celsius. So we do not want to a high temperature process in MEMS kind of technology where there might be degradation of the polymer and the different metal surfaces. So, but there is always outgassing and the micro leakages are there in any vacuum chambers. So we are looking for an active generation of vacuum inside a micro devices. So that's why we developed a different thin film vacuum package where we are incorporating a glow discharge gator process. So here what we have done is we incorporating two metal electrodes based are so basically they are on the titanium only. So and we are trying to make a plasma between these two electrodes, and this plasma basically sputter this titanium gator ion, and which react with the available species and have a stable vacuum there. So it's an active generation of vacuum, and if we have a 200 nanometer titanium film and we can sputter out 50 nanometer, and it can be reusable again and again. So here's the FSM image of this MEMS vacuum package. We can see the two electrodes and sealing layer underlying Pirani structures. So when we apply the high voltage supply between these two electrodes using this limiting resistance as well as the discharge capacitor, so capacitor will start charging at the maximum full limit, and then support this discharge glow discharge process. But definitely this sputtered titanium will deposit somewhere in the package only, but we want that the material should not be deposited inside the device area. That's why we rupture the devices and examine the entire skin area, so it confirmed that the material is deposited in the porous alumina film only. So we are able to have an active generation of the vacuum package inside a micro package. The second one is a wafer capped encapsulation. In the previous work, we are doing the encapsulation with the thin film only. Now we are doing with the wafer encapsulation. So wafer encapsulated with the device wafer doing with some bonding. So there are a lot of existing bonding technologies are there, like anodic bonding, eutectic bondings are there, but they have several disadvantages, like they are performed at the higher temperatures around 600 to 900 degrees Celsius, required high voltage. So there is a polymer or adhesive bonding, which basically are low temperature bonding technique there. But there are several disadvantages of these polymer bondings are that they are deposited using the spin coating process, and we can't go like we have a released MEM structures, we can't go this spin coating process. Secondary, when you are doing the solvent based coating, when the solvent went out, they leave out some holes, some venting, some porosity are there. So these are the not hermetic bonding are there. So the novelty of our work is that we are using polymer based bonding or polymer based packaging and having a hermetic bond interface. So what we are incorporated is we are using parylene as a polymer material, and we are doing deposited using the CVD material. So first we leave out other two issues, spin coating as well as porosity. Secondary, as a deposited stage, parylene is a semi-crystalline material, but so we want to increase the crystallinity of this material. That's why we
Vikram,
have
sorry for the interruption. Please try to wrap up your presentation.
Sure. So during the recrystallization, so before and after I have performed this parylene recrystallization and parylene bonding, these FSM and IR images confirm this bonding mechanism. And after that, we developed this vacuum package with a wafer capped, and these are we incorporate a cavity into the glass wafer, and then check the hermeticity of the package, where we confirm that the parylene bonding has provided a hermetic MEMS vacuum package. Other one is we also developed this hybrid bonding for the heterogeneous integration, as a current trend suggests that the industry working on silicon dioxide and copper bonding as a 3D stacking of the devices, but there is a lot of issues with the silicon dioxide and silicon nitride. So we are coming with the novel solution that we are incorporating parylene as an insulator, which has a lower elastic modulus and the lower surface roughness for the bonding purpose. These are the electrical as well as the mechanical characteristics for this hybrid bonding. Second, we also developed this tactile sensor development, which is lithography-free approach by using this porous alumina membrane as a template, and we used PDMS substrate to mold over it, and we fabricated some nano needles on this PDMS
Bikram,
substrate.
please complete the session. Sorry for the interruption again.
Okay, Vikram.
Session here. Please, you can kindly ask the question.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Vikram, for your presentations. And yeah, that's a very fantastic work. I already read your work sometimes. So, okay, my question is related to your membrane structure. So, have you any like an collapse voltage for the from to top to down membrane collapse voltage?
No, the collapse voltage basically works on the electrostatic or pull-in one. I agree
Yes,
that
yeah.
maybe you are talking about the droop that the structures after the fabricated, there will be a droop smaller. Like in my structures, I am not operating any electrostatic actuation or the collision or the droop or the pull-in.
Okay.
But I agree that there definitely a droop is there. That's why this third image basically shows this is the profile, step-wide profile after the release process. So there definitely 150 nanometer droop structure is there. When I make a cavity of this 700 nanometer, so after the deposition, because of the pressure difference, the inside is a 50 microtorr and outside is different pressure. Because of the P1 and P2, there's a pressure difference, there is a force is applicable on the membrane. That's why there is a droop over there. And secondly, some residual stress is there, which also lead to droop the structures. That's why there's a 150 nanometer droop in the structure is there.
Okay, and what is the thickness of your membrane?
If you are talking about cap, the cavity is around 700 nanometer, and this membrane total is this is around 1 micron. So 500 nanometer is for 500 is the porous alumina, and we are sealing with the 200 I and 100 nanometer of aluminum.
Okay. Have you seen like an anodic bonding, right?
Yeah. So no, I have performed it, but in this work we have not performed the anodic bonding because it requires higher voltage, and we are limited to the bond to silicon to glass only. So so that's why the alternative of this bonding is wafer, the parallel bonding.
Okay, so I just one short query on your like an anodic bonding. Whenever we bond the silicon to glass,
yes,
sometimes there is a air bubbles are appeared in between. So how to remove that?
So these are the process. Firstly, air bubble can be happen because this anodic bonding can happen only for the soda lime glass. This is soda lime borosilicate glass.
740, yes. Yeah.
Yes, so not for the every glass surface. So in general, these like people understand about this only the same process, the same glass wafer can come with the anodic bonding. So the bubbles can happen on the other glass surfaces. Secondary, we need to control the voltage as well as the pressure. So if we are not providing the definite pressure, that might lead to induce the air bubble between these two surfaces. If we have a proper forces, there is a no force, like the wafer should be so atomically close that the gap between less than 1 nanometer of this gap.
Yes. Sodium ions are play the role, right?
Yeah, sodium ions then will diffuse into the oxygen surface. And
yes. Yeah, thanks, Vikram. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bikram, for nice
Yes,
presentation. Now I would request to Dakshita Mandaloi.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Am I
So
audible?
please share. Yeah, you are audible. Please share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. So is my screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible, Dakshita. Please start your presentation.
Okay. What is happening? Is there a problem on the screen? I'm not able.
No. You can start your presentation.
Okay. So good evening, first of all. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. I will be presenting my MSc final dissertation work, that is studies on the electronic and response properties of confined hydrogen atom. And I'm from Sri GS Institute of Technology and Science, Indore, and my thesis work is guided by Dr. Arup Banerjee sir from RRC at Indore and co-guided by Professor Dr. Andrews. So the world is right now the world is facing significant challenges related to energy production, storage, and environmental sustainability. Hydrogen has emerged as promising clean energy carrier, and its properties at atomic levels are of immense interest. Now, this is a theoretical study of hydrogen atomic model that I have done that can be used to understand and develop various realistic applications and realistic models. Now, the very term confinement refers to restriction of an atoms or molecules under certain region by some potential either of molecules or atom present in the system. Confinement drastically affects energy levels, wave function, and the electronic properties of atoms and molecules present in the system. Some of the examples of confined atomic models are metal organic frameworks that have several applications. Anhydrous fullerenes, atoms trapped in porous materials such as zeolites and under high pressure in the walls of nuclear reactor. So the overview of my work is that we have done a study on soft wall confined hydrogen atom. And
Your presentation is not in a moving condition. So can you please check it? Not moving on your.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So you are facing any problem?
Yes, sir. Can I just reshare my slide once again?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
You can reshare.
Is my screen visible now?
Not yet. Now it's visible. Okay.
Okay. So we have done soft wall studies on the soft wall confined hydrogen atom, and we have seen its effect on confinement effects on energy level, wave function, and other physical properties. So we have chosen confinement potential for that, and a variational method is used, that is approximation in quantum mechanics, and we have constructed trial wave function accordingly. So hard wall potential majorly causes the discontinuity at the boundary surface and is not seen as a realistic case. So we have used the soft wall potential where we can control the stiffness and we can adjust its stiffness in terms of various parameters involved in the potential. So this is soft wall potential we have used that we can see the convergence of soft wall to hard wall by increasing the number, and the potential becomes less penetrable as we increase the number n, and this is the graph of Coulombic and confinement potential that we have used in a problem. Now, to study such atoms trapped in such potential, we are using the Schrodinger equation, and for that the potential involves Coulombic and confinement potential. The Schrodinger equation follows the equation that is in the last. Now, as we are using variational method, we have to construct trial wave function. For that, we have constructed trial wave function that follows the boundary condition for its asymptotic limit, and for r tending towards 0, we see if the wave function is finite, and we see that the exponential part is making the wave function finite on larger radius, and in the wave function constructed, there are several linear and nonlinear parameters. So the variational method states that the expectation value of Hamiltonian in any pre-assumed state psi is certain to overestimate the ground state energy. So we have done the variational calculation that involves kinetic and potential energy terms with respect to the ground state wave function, and we have minimized the energy from the variational theorem that states that minimization of the first order variation of the energy functional vanishes as we minimize the energy. So we have done the minimization with respect to each variational parameters, and we have checked our results through virial theorem of confined atoms, that is 2t plus vc equals to nvn. The RHS part is the confinement potential part. Now, we have calculated our results, and we have compared our results with the numerical method, and we see a close agreement in our results. We also see the convergence of soft wall to hard wall as we increase the number, and in the graph you can see for higher stiffness parameter, the results approaches the hard wall result, and we see in the virial solution that our results provide quite a good accuracy. As we can see, it is less than 0 in every case, and for lowest stiffness parameters, it is quite a good number. Now, we see the wave function that around a strong confinement regime are equal to 1. We have analyze the probability density, we see that the wave function is getting more localized as we increase the parameter n, and this is the wave function. Now we have also calculated the dipole polarizability. We have calculated each physical properties and all the expectation values and compared our results with the Numerov method, and we saw quite a good approximation in that. And we have not I have not included the data actually in that, but I am showing it through graph that it also verifies the potential that we have used. So we can see here from dipole polarizability that as we increase the number and the dipole polarizability almost become constant as we increase the number n. This is because the space available for the electron from in the highly confined region becomes very less. So basically dipole polarizability is a measure of electronic distortion. So the distortion will definitely become very less if the confinement is very less. If the confinement is more. We have also calculated the nuclear magnetic shielding. This data I have presented in atomic units. So we can see that in the parentheses, these are the data of numerical method results, and we are quite in good approximation in that. This is the pressure. We can analyze for r equal to 10, which is quite a large confinement radius, which is almost a free particle radius, and we can see its pressure is almost 0. So we have calculated our results, and the accuracy of method is defined by the trial wave function constructed, and we see quite a good accuracy, and the accuracy of the method that we have employed and the trial wave function constructed. So the study of electronic and response properties of confined hydrogen atom within the nanomaterials holds a great promise for technological advancement in sustainable energy solution. It offers unique pathway to address the world's growing energy and environmental challenges, moving us closer to the cleaner and more sustainable future. Now, it also helps in clean. It also helps in offering as a novel approach for clean energy storage and catalysis. It provides unique properties that can be harnessed for catalytic reactions, potentially revolutionizing the process in chemical and manufacturing industries, making them more sustainable and eco-friendly. And these are the references. Thank you.
Okay, Doctor. Thanks. Okay. So basically, you did a theoretical analysis, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And which software you used to analyze the data?
Sir, I have coded the complete problem in Python.
Python, okay.
Yes, sir. We have used Neldermead method for optimization of energy and various quantities.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so that's your analytical data. Have you compared those results with the experimental to just know how the basically our theoretical data trend look like?
Yes,
with
sir.
respect
And
to
also
the
how the method is approaching to its better
if I'm
accuracy.
asking about if I'm asking about to your novelty of your work, so what your online statement regarding your objective and novelty?
So objective is to develop the computational method that is more cost effective. Like we have not used any software like DFT and all. We have just coded our data, and we have used the variational method that is simpler to use. And we can, in our method, we have used 11 variational parameters. That is quite a large number of parameters to optimize, and that is simply done by the Python software. So the coding is done by. Yes.
Okay. And what about the novelty?
So novelty. So I'm not able to answer. Sorry. So can you please explain it, like what you're asking about?
Okay. Basically, which problem you have addressed and solved?
Okay, so we have the problem is basically on computational methods. Like it is cost effective. Like we are not using any software and all. The computational method we have developed by using the algorithm and using the variational approach. Generally the Gaussian basis states are used for these problems, but we have not used, and we had made it easier to use and made this problem work on this problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Now we would move to next participant, Avinaya.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so please share
Am I
your
audible,
screen. Let's
sir?
start. Yeah, you are audible. Please share your screen and let's start your presentation. Avinya, can you hear me?
Sir, I'm trying to share the screen, sir. Just a
Okay.
minute. Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yeah, your screen is visible. Please start your presentation.
Good evening. I'm Abhinaya, research scholar from the Department of Physics and Nanotechnology. I did the project under the guidance of Dr. K. Janani Shivashankar from the Department of Physics and Nanotechnology. My title is Chemical Functionalization of Aluminum Nitrate Nanotubes using a first principle DFT study. Nanomaterials. Nanomaterials are materials with at least one dimension measuring between 1 to 100 nanometers. This range is called nanoscale or nanoscopic or nanometric range. Classification of nanomaterials. Nanomaterials are classified based on the dimension. 0 dimensions where all the dimensions are less than 100 nanometer. 1 dimension where 2 dimensions lies in nanoscopic range. 2 dimensions where 1 dimension lies in nanoscopic range. In 3 dimensions, all the dimensions are greater than 100 nanometer. 1 dimensional nanowires and nanotubes have various applications in science and technology due to their unique and fascinating chemical, electrical, optical, and thermal properties. Aluminum nitrate nanotube. Aluminum nitrate nanotube is a structural counterpart of carbon nanotube in nature. ALNT can be imagined as an hexagonally rolled up ALN layer or as CNT in which the carbon atom has been completely replaced by an alternative set of aluminum and nitrogen atom. Depending on this crystal lattice orientation, it can either a zigzag or an armchair structural shape. Why ALNT? Inorganic aluminum nitrate, which is found in various forms, namely nanotubes, nanoclusters, nanocones, nanochains, and nanosheets, has caught the attention of researchers because of its unique electrical and mechanical characteristics as well as a high chemical and thermal stability. ALNT has an higher energy of absorption and reactivity with considerable polarity in comparison to other nanostructures. The non-carbon ALNT are highly interesting material and are more suitable than other nanostructures for sensing and biological applications like drug delivery. These are the computational details I have used to optimize and functionalize the structure with quantum ATK package. This was the optimized structure for ALNT and I have functionalized with hydroxyl, carbonyl, and thiol. This is single and double functionalization images. Band structure and density of state. This was the band structure and DOS of pristine ALNT. ALNT is an indirect wide bandgap semiconductor and it is directly proportional to its diameter. The band structure of pristine ALNT exhibiting a symmetrical distribution. The DOS predicts a direct proportionality to band structure of the system. This was the band structure and DOS obtained for ALNT with hydroxyl, thiol, and carbonyl. The band structure in the case of hydroxyl and thiol, the functionalization exhibit an asymmetrical band structure. But for C double bond O, the functionalization energy level shifts upwards in the valence band and downwards in the conduction band, it retaining a symmetrical distribution. In comparison to the single functionalization of thiol and carbonyl with double functionalization of thiol and carbonyl, it shows an increment in band gap due to their upward shifts of conduction band energies. Thus, the functionalization reduces the band gap of armchair ALNT. This was the band structure and DOS of double functionalization of hydroxyl, carbonyl, and thiol. The density of states distribution for the one-dimensional armchair ALNT varies as E minus half and matches exactly with the band structure as shown in the diagram. Functionalization with hydroxyl and thiol moieties predicts an increase in DOS magnitude in the valence band and decrease in DOS band in the conduction band, whereas functionalization using C double bond O moiety predicts an increase in DOS magnitude in both valence band and conduction band. These findings suggest the possibility of strong orbital hybridization between C double bond O and ALNT, highlighting the formation of strong polar covalent bond. Next, projected density of states. The projected density of states of ALNT shows that the electron-rich nitrogen contributes maximum to the valence band and the electron-deficiency aluminum contributes maximum to the conduction band. The effect of functionalization on the electronic properties of ALNT are validating using PDOS spectrum. Functional group induces orbital hybridization with higher concentration of ALNT in the valence band. Functional group have higher contribution in valence band than the conduction band, except for the case of C double bond O functional group, which has a strong peak at 1.3 EV that lies in the conduction band. The results of PDOS predicts effective bonding interaction between the functional group and ALNNT and ALNNT. These were the results I have obtained. The total energy of the hybrid system is less than that of the functional group. The total energy or binding energy are calculated to predict the structural stability of the system. The negative binding energy of the system predicts the thermodynamic stability of the system. The bond length of the ALNNT was fixed as 1.81 Armstrong. Polar covalency was reflected in sp character, that is decrease in s character and increase in p character. When the p character is greater than 75%, it indicates sp3 hybridization. That is, after functionalization, the material is shifting towards sp3 hybridization. Energy band gap. After functionalization, it reduces the energy band gap of the system. When the partial charge is greater than 0.4 E, it indicates polar covalent bond. Thus, in the case of carbonyl and the double functionalization of thiol, the values are greater than 0.4 E. It indicates the formation of strong polar covalent bond. Chemical potential. Functionalization decreases the chemical potential towards blue wavelength region. Percentage ionic
Avinya,
character. Yes,
sorry
sir.
for the interruption. Please try to wrap up your presentation within 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Gibbs free energy of solvation. The ability of a solvent to dissolve completely in a solute is calculated through Gibbs free energy of solvation. The values higher for carbonyl and it predicts the stable structure. Conclusion. The geometrical properties such as bond angles for the structures ranges between 97 degree to 109 degree. P character is greater than or equal to 75%, predicts a complete transition towards sp3 character. The negative binding energy and total energy value indicates thermodynamic stability of the structure. The DOS distribution for the one-dimensional ALNNT varies as E minus 2 and matches exactly with the band structure. The partial charge and the dipole moment supports an increase in hydrophilicity upon functionalization. The results of PDOS suggest the formation of chemical bonding. The finding of percentage ionic character and Gibbs free energy of solvation predicts the highest solubility of ALNNT carbonyl structure in aqueous media. Hence, double functionalization of carbonyl structure could be used as a potential nanocarriers for targeted drug delivery application. This was the paper I have published in Surface and Interface Journal. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Vinaya, for your presentation. And okay, so my first question is related to your orientation or structure for your CNT. I think like nanotubes have three different geometry, like spiral, zigzag, and armchair, right? So
Yes,
have
sir.
you simulate all these structures or only the
No,
armchair?
sir. I'm working on armchair only, sir.
Okay. And what about your conductivity of this? Is metallic or semiconducting?
Wide bandgap semiconductor, sir.
Okay, what is the band composition?
We have obtained energy bandgap as 3.81 EV. It is wide bandgap.
Okay. So can we use your CVD as the carbon nanotube for the not for the right electrical connections, right? Because it's not having a ballistic electron transport, right?
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, I'm talking about the electron transportation in your in your carbon nanotube.
Sorry,
Hello.
sir. I don't.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we move forward. And Sneha, can you hear me? Sneha? Okay. So,
Yes, sir.
okay, Sneha, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please share your screen and start your presentation and try
Ah,
to bind up your presentation within 7 minutes because actually we have a validatory session after this presentation. So
okay.
please give it. Okay.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, Sneha, your screen is visible.
Okay. Good evening, all. I'm Sneha, research scholar. I worked under the guidance of Dr. K. Janani Shivashankar, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics and Nanotechnology. My topic is creation of single wall. So,
Sneha, are you facing any problem?
yes, sir.
Okay. On your behalf, can I share the PPT if you are facing problem?
No, sir. It's okay, sir. Is my screen visible now, sir?
Yeah, now is your screen visible? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Nanomaterials. So nanomaterials are materials having at least one of the dimensions, that is length or width or height, in the range of 1 to 100 nanometer. So this range is called nanoscale or nanoscopic or nanometric range. So properties of nanomaterials. So they exhibit different colors depending on their size. The size of nanomaterials plays an important role in pharmacological behavior. When they are exposed to water or other dimension media, nanomaterials can modify their crystal structure. So categorization of nanomaterials. In zero dimensional nanomaterials, all the dimensions are measured within the nanoscale. So no dimensions are larger than 100 nanometer. Most commonly, 0D dimensions are nanoparticles. In 1D dimension, one
Sneha,
dimension is outside.
please skip the introduction and then move on the original work.
Okay, so this is my material, sir. So boron
Okay.
nitride nanotube. I have worked on it.
Okay.
And
Yeah, please.
this is the
Continue.
optimized structure of boron nitride nanotube. I have functionalized with glutamine, glycine, and serine. And band structure. So large ionicity of BN bond causes an energy gap between valence band and conduction band. So therefore, BNNT tube behaves as a wide band gap semiconductor. Functionalization with amino acid induces more energy levels in the valence band and few energy levels in the conduction band. So the reduction in band gap is observed in functionalized system in comparison to the BNNT system. So the DOS predicts direct proportionality to the band structure of all systems. Functionalization increases the intensity of DOS in the valence and conduction bands. Interaction energy, I have the interaction energy between two hydrophilic BNNT2X structures were analyzed at different distances, that such as 2.5, 3, 3.5, and 4. These are the results. Total energy. So the total energy of the system indicates the stability of the system. The total energy of pristine system of BNNT is found to be lower than the functionalized system. So this indicates that interaction between BNNT and amino acid functional group is strong and contributes significantly to the overall stability of the system. Bond length. The observed bond length, the average BN bond length is obtained as 1.45 Armstrong. Functionalization yields an increase in bond length. And bond angle. Functionalization of BNNT with the bond angle with amino acids causes an transition and hybridization from sp2 to sp3 character. Binding energy. The negative values of binding energy for functionalized system indicates that it is a thermodynamically stable structure. So therefore, functionalization with glutamine is results in a stronger interaction with BNNT compared to glycine and serina. P character. So a higher P character indicates higher bond polarity. P character, which is greater than 75%, indicates sp3 hybridization. So tuning the material from sp2 to sp3 character is an important aspect of solubility. So higher solubility indicates reduced toxicity. And partial charge. Partial charges are created due to asymmetric distribution of electrons in chemical bonds. A partial charge which is greater than 0.4 E indicates polar covalent behavior. Chemical potential. A redshift in chemical potential is observed for functionalized system. Percentage ionic character. So in this study, higher ionic character is observed for BNNT2X structures with a higher ionicity for BNNT2 GLU system. And Gibbs free energy of solvation. In this present result, BNNT2X structures favors negative solvation energy with a higher value for BNNT2 GLE functionalized systems. And conclusion, DFT generalized gradient approximation calculations were performed on BNNT and functionalized single and double functionalization boron nitride nanotube structures. So it reveals a wide band gap semiconducting character. whereas amino acid functionalized BNNT impart a reduction in the band gap. So higher p character partial charges and dipole moment obtained for BNNT X and 2X structures favors its aqueous solubility with a stable BN bond formation. So the increased percentage ion character and Gibbs free energy of solvation predict an enhancement in the solubility profile for the BNNT2 GLU system, making it highly biocompatible and less toxic. These results advocate the possibility of using functionalized BNNT as nanocarriers in targeted drug delivery applications. So this is my article which I have published in Surface and Interface Journals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sneha, for your presentation. So, yeah, this is the similar structures. The previous, I think it's having an armchair structure or something else.
It's armchair, sir.
Okay, okay, similar one. And what is the band gap of your CNT?
Sorry, sir.
What is the band gap of your CNT?
Band gap 4.16, sir.
4.16. Okay.
4.4.
Okay, have you calculated the density of state for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So these are the density of states.
Okay. So which application you will use your boron nitride CNT? And why you choose the boron as an dopant, right?
Yes, sir. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
In recent decades, carbon nitride nanotubes have been widely used as drug carriers. So the possible cytotoxicity of CNTs has restricted their use in biomedical applications. So boron nitride nanotubes have been introduced as alternatives because of their non-cytotoxicity and biocompatibility due to their structural stability. So that's why boron nitride nanotube.
So can we use just as for the drug delivery inside the human body?
Sorry, sir.
Can we use for the drug delivery inside the human body?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we will move forward, and I would call to Ram Gopal Kashyap for the next presentation.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Sir, how much time I have, sir, for presentation?
Only, sir, 7 minutes, including question answer session. So please try to wrap up your presentation within 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, sir. Thank you so much. So my screen is visible to you, sir?
Yes, your screen is visible, sir. So
Okay.
please go on presentation mode. Yeah.
Yeah. So good evening, Honorable Session Chair, sir. My topic of presentation is a fast and accurate early detection of breast and vulvar cancer. I'm Ram Gopal Kashyap. So these are the heartbeats of slides. So because of limitation of time, I'm not covering. So breast cancer is a very important challenge in worldwide, and vulvar cancer. For that, what is our contribution we are planning to? We are designing a deep learning model that is giving 96% accuracy, and for that, we are showing this work. So this is the data I'm projecting. 28.4 billion people are affected by this cancer, breast cancer, and this is increasing every year. And data is in front of you from the 32% to 56% till 2020. And this is the picture of vulva cancer. What are the side effects of these? So we have to think for the new model so that we can early diagnose this any tumor or any cancer cell is there. So what we are doing, we are taking this tissue extraction, and after that we are converting it to the histopathological images of vulvar cancer and breast cancer, and after that we are applying. This is the histopathological conversion of breast cancer as well as in vulvar cancer. I'm showing picture of breast cancer. So what we are doing, we are converting into histopathological form, and this image we are giving to our novel deep learning model, and that is performing more better than MRI scans. MRI scan machines are giving 84% accuracy, and sometimes it gives wrong result, but our novel deep learning based model is giving 96% accuracy. So these are some histopathological images. So this is the biggest question: can deep learning solve the early detection problems? So yeah, it may help us. So many models are there. So these are the four major objectives: early detection, and we have to create an advanced deep learning model. Correct segmentation is also very important, because we have to give some results to the society. If any person is having cancer and we are showing that you are not having cancer, so So this may be the wrong perception. We are giving a wrong direction to anybody. So for that, we are giving a correct segmentation as a solution, and fast segmentation is also very important because data are huge and we have to work on that. So I'm skipping this literature review part, and these are some results of the popular methods. They are giving a 95% accuracy, 92% accuracy, all are related to deep learning models, and our model is giving 96% accuracy. So this is the proposed methodology. What we are doing, we are taking histopathological image, then after that we are performing pre-processing. After the pre-processing, in between pre-processing, we are going for normalization and data augmentation so that we can increase the size of data, and it may avoid data overfitting problem. After that, feature extraction, and this feature extraction and classification, I am explaining. This is a novel model which I have proposed. So what we are doing, as you can see, we are giving this histopathological image to the model, and here max pooling, stochastic pooling, all operations we perform. Main contribution to this model is the dilated convolution. What the dilated convolution is doing, it is pointing out the very small spots. If in image very small spots are there, then there, as you can see, dilated convolution is coming here, then in second row, third row, and just before this concatenation. So 6 times dilated convolution is coming, and it is helping us in giving a very minor spots. If it is in less than 90 millimeters, then it is able to identify. So this is our contribution, and for that, this model we are calling as a ghost block, and this ghost block we are giving into the 19 layers model. This is basically 15 layer model, and before that, pre-processing 2 stage and post-processing 2 stage. So it is a 19 stage novel model, and here we are as a layer 2, we are keeping this model. In layer 7, we are keeping this model, and if any replication is there, then we introduce one another model, that is avoiding redundancy in the model. So for that, this model is giving 96% accuracy, and this is the internal working of this model. What it is doing, it is taking the histopathological images, then it is getting some features, and even small spots are there, then it is able to identify, and it is classifying, is it benign or malignant, or in stage 1 or stage 2, like that. So for that, what we are doing, we are using this level set equations, and as you can see, this is the demonstration. This is a zoom version of that our internal working. What we are doing, very small spots it is capturing, and it is performing very fast because MRI sizes are huge, and we are dealing with the histopathological images, and it is a gray conversion of that histopathological images. Now you can see it is correctly identifying the spots, as well as proper diagnosis is doing. So for that, I wanted to show you these are the results of histopathological performance, and you can see these colors, and these colors are the classifications of features, and green color is showing for due to limited time, I'm giving only brief. So this green is showing that there is some problem in this image, and you should go for the proper diagnosis, and it may avoid some chances of cancer. So here it is showing that some percentage is there. So all percentage is having a different value. Some is showing that this image is having cancer, this image is having not cancer. So segmentation quality patches, we compared with the 10 popular methods, and we found out that our method is giving a second highest result as compared to the latest research that is done in 2023. So here you can see, yeah, these are some results. Accuracy, it is giving a 93% for some images. Average accuracy we calculated, that is 96%. Precision we calculated recall value F1 score, and we compared with the top models, VGG models, ResNet model. These are the latest models and very popular model in the deep learning, and our proposed model is giving approximate in average scale, it is giving 96% for the 100% case. If we are taking a 90% training data and 10% testing data, then it is giving 96.56% result. And if we are going for 80 and 20 ratio of the data, then it is giving 97%. So that is much better than other models. So now coming to this magnification results, and ROC curve is approximate 96, 97. And these are the key findings. MRI machines are giving 95% accuracy, sometimes 84% accuracy, but our proposed model is giving 96% accuracy. And for that, we published approximate 3 SCI publications with having impact factor factor of 4.5. So, and this is the new work, and we are after the completion of this conference, this conclave, we are about to submit this research paper in a journal. So these are the some findings, how it is working. We are pointing one spot, and after that we are putting energy terms, and it is evolving and it is capturing all the spots. Even minute spots are there, then it is able to identify that was missing in the MRI machine. So this is the latest contribution, and we can improve the accuracy. And for that we have used this formula. Here we are using two types of energy functions, internal energy and external energy. But due to limited time, I'm telling that this is nothing but a one rubber band. Rubber band is there, and we are leaving that in the spots, and rubber band is evolving as per the tumor size, and if tumor is there, then it is trying to capture. So for that we are using smooth functions and all these things. And due to the limited time, these are our findings, and we are planning to go for clinical trials also. If we are getting permissions, then our model is giving efficiency, and but we have to approach to the WHO and other DBT teams so that we can go for a clinical trial. Is model we can test or not, because computationally it is giving better result. So we should go for that, and we can contribute to the society. And these are some references which I have referred. So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kashyap. So,
Yeah.
actually, my question is related to the efficiency of the basically the accuracy of the DNN. So, as you know that the basically DNN training model having a lot of drawbacks as well, right? And
Yes, sir.
sometimes they are providing in a very misleading informations in the current AI era. It's a basically huge mistakes done by the most of the DNN models. So how to deal those issues in your models?
Yeah, sir. What we are doing, sir, here we are considering each and every spot, sir. Very small pixel we are considering, sir. And for each pixel, we are leaving one contour. And contour is having two energy. First one is internal energy, and second one is external energy. So two types of energy. For example, we have a one bottle, and above that bottle, we are putting one this rubber band. So there is maybe some external energy. Bottle may respond that rubber band should not capture it, and rubber band is trying to capture that spot. So we are using internal energy and external energy, both energy, and for that we are using that lattice Boltzmann model that is available in the gas automata, that is related to gas equilibrium, and that we implemented for the fast processing of the spot capturing, and that is giving a proper and correct segmentation of spots. And with the help of that correct segmentation, what we are doing, we are correctly identifying each and every small spots. And once a spot is identified, means that spot is benign or malignant, we are identifying, and we are repeating this process for the complete images. And we are quickly, because it's a deep learning model, so we are quickly can perform this operation for the complete images. And after that 10,000 to 15,000, 20,000 images we can train, and we can test that this model is correctly identifying the results or not. So we are going for segmentation first, and after that classification also. So if segmentation is very strong, then we are working for each and every spots. So that is very important. What basically yes, sir?
And what is the basically computation time for your model? Suppose that if you are taking in 500 to 1000 images for having in a resolution of 12 plus 512. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah.
what is the computation time your model will take to compute all
Sir,
this data? And
Sir, yeah, sir. So what we are doing, sir, we are using in this tensor board, and for tensor board we are using Collab server, and for Collab server, if we are going for this 19 layers of model, so for 5 MB image, sir, for 5 MB image, it is taking 2.5 seconds in normal Collab server, in normal TPU server, sir. So for 5 MB of images, it is taking 2.5 seconds approximate, sometimes 2.3 seconds, some 2.8 seconds for one image. And if number of images are more than 10,000, then we can multiply average 2.5 with the 10,000 images. And this is the training time or responding time, sir.
yes, okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kashyap. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you very much, Ram Gopal, for your nice presentation.
Yeah,
now, I would
you,
request next participant, Poonam Bhusan. Can you hear me? Poonam
Yes,
Bhusan?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So please share
Audible?
your screen. Yeah, you are audible. Please share your screen and start your presentation. And please try to wrap up your presentation within 7 minutes.
So it's my
Hello?
hello. So my
Yeah,
screen is visible.
yeah, your screen is visible. Please go in presentation mode. Yeah, now
Evening,
your slide is full. Please start your presentation. Your slides are
thank
visible.
you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Poonam Bhushan and from CGS Institute of Technology and Science Indore. And my dissertation title is Piezoelectric Nanogenerator Using Biomass Waste. I did this under the supervision of Dr. Pragya Oja, Assistant Professor in the Department of Applied Physics and Optoelectronics. So coming to the introduction part, we have studied how biomass waste is used to produce piezoelectric energy harvesting device by the polymer PVDF, and we have used biomass waste as a CH. So PVDF is an emerging material and it is a semi-crystalline thermoplastic fluoropolymer. It combines high piezoelectric properties with high mechanical strength and biocompatibility. It is also used in harvesting and sensing applications with piezoelectric properties. So piezoelectricity is basically a phenomenon in which certain materials, when we apply mechanical pressure on any piezoelectric material, it produces electric charges. So piezoelectricity converts mechanical energy into electrical energy. This is the piezoelectric effect phenomena. Piezoelectric nanogenerator. So piezoelectric nanogenerator is an energy harvesting device that capable of converting external kinetic energy into electrical energy. Piezoelectric nanogenerator consists of a thin film or nanowire made from a piezoelectric material such as zinc oxide or zinc lead zirconate. It is used in wearable electronic device and various remote sensors and sensing applications. So the material which we have used is PVDF, polyvinylidene fluoride, and we have used here solvent, NMP, N-methyl pyrrolidone, and CH, which is our biomass waste. So the method. Firstly, we have processed CH from a waste coconut and dry. After that, we have wash it properly with the distilled water and completely dried in oven. And after cutting, we have grind it in a grinder. Then 1 gram of PVDF and 10 ml of NMP. We have stirred this for 2 hours, and after complete stirring, we have dried kept inside the oven for 4 hours. And after complete drying, it is result composite thin film. So these are some results of XRD. The graph shown the XRD peaks of PVDF and CS. The CS peaks are not sharp, which shows the amorphous behavior of material in all the 5 composite films at different weight percentage. The sharp peak of PVDF depicted at 20.4 degrees, which corresponds to beta phase, and it can be seen that the intensity of peak decreases with the simultaneously increase in the beta phase. And the second one is FTIR analysis, which is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, which refers the concentration of a specific component or analyte in a sample. It is determined and on the observation intensity of characteristic peak or band associated with that. It is recorded at room temperature, and the structural assignment of the vibrational frequency are likely to be 418 to 574 centimeter inverse, which corresponds to alpha and beta phase of PVDF. We have calculated the beta concentration by using the formula is the beta concentration graph. We have compared between BATIO3 graph and PVDF CH graph. So we can see that the beta concentration of bio waste is higher than the BATIO graph. And this is a device which we have made. We have coated gold on our sample. Then we have connected with copper wire, and we have calculated voltage, current, and resistance with the help of DSO and multimeter. And we have calculated the current by digital nanometer. And these are the results of that. So here we have used the CH, which is we have used CH because it has good it showed good piezoelectric behavior, and the conclusion of it is we have calculated the XRD and interplanar spacing, which is D spacing, which is 4.3 angstrom, and calculated the beta concentration. Some applications of piezoelectric nanogenerators can be integrated into wearable electronics such as smartwatches, fitness trackers, or it can also be used in wireless sensors, and network can be used for application like environmental monitoring. And some future scope of biomass waste is it is renewable and abundant resource. It has good environmental benefits such as waste management and greenhouse gas emission. And many more research is needed to optimize the efficiency, reliability, and scalability of CNG using biomass waste.
Okay, thank you, Poonam, for your presentation. So, yeah, actually, my question is related to the generated voltage for your nano generator. So I think it's quite low, as I think it can charge the capacitor or battery like of things. If you can integrate with that.
Sorry, sir.
Your your voltage generated by the nano generator is not much high.
Yes, sir. Sir, because we have done it without polling, so it is quite low.
Yes,
So
that's
that is
quite
why
low,
we
right?
cannot get that efficiency.
Yes, yeah, and it is not able to charge from any external electronic devices or run any sensor circuits, like, right?
Yes, sir.
So how
Because
to
we have,
improve it? How
sir,
to improve it?
if we done polling properly, so it can generate to 15 volt. But due to some reason, we cannot done polling, so it is quite low.
Okay. Okay, Poonam, thank you.
Thank you, Poonam, for your nice presentation. Now, I would request to next participant, Princy Trivedi. Can you hear me, Princy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so please share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay, sir. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, Princy, you are audible and your slides is also visible. Please go in full presentation mode. Yeah,
okay, sir.
You can start your presentation.
So, good evening, one and all. This is Princy Trivedi from SRS' Institute, and my thesis presentation title is Automation of Piezo-based Nadi Parikshan Device. I did this under the supervision of Dr. G.T. Andrews, sir, Professor and Head Department of Applied Physics and Optoelectronics at SRS' Institute. So, let us start with the introduction of the title, that is the Nadi Parikshan. So, basically, Nadi Parikshan is a non-invasive technique that can diagnose through the pulse. It can accurately diagnose both the physical as well as mental imbalances, and this technique was used since 5,000 years ago to determine the amount of doshas which are predominant in our body and concluding a disease. The next one, that is the three doshas. So three doshas are basically the three fundamental energy which governs the function of the body. And these three fundamental energy togetherly known as the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So here the figure shows the nature of the pulses. Basically, the three doshas, that is the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So Vata is basically the combination of ether and air, and also called as energy required for the movement. The Pitta is basically the combination of fire and water. It is also known as the energy required for the digestion, and Kapha is nothing but the combination of earth and water, and also known as the energy required for lubrication or form the structure. From the figure, it is clear that if the motion of the pulse resembles with like moving like a snake or jumping like a frog and moving like a swan, so it denotes the three doshas, that is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. The next, that is the seven levels of pulses. So basically, the pulses are categorized into the first and the seventh level. First level is basically known as the superficial level, and the seventh level is known as the deepest level. So here, the figure shows the division of the seven levels of pulses from first up to seven level. And first level denotes the Vikruti of an individual, and the seventh level denotes the Prakruti of an individual. The next, that is the device development, includes the methodology. So here the figure shows the schematic of the proposed setup for the Nadi Pariksha. So it is basically consists of number of components, that is data acquisition card, the air pressure sensor, relay, pump, solenoid valve, balloon, and the sensor. So from the schematic setup, it is very clear that the four wires from the data acquisition card is connected to relay and further connected to solenoid valve and the pump. The two wires from the data acquisition card is connected to the air pressure sensor, further connected to power supply, relay, pump, and solenoid valve. So the balloon input is connected to the solenoid valve, and the balloon output is connected to the pump. And a 10-wire bus cable is connected to data acquisition card just to detect the pulse from the sensor. And here we have used the data acquisition pad, that is USB 6251. It is basically a 32-bit configuration. So there are 16 analog input, 10 analog inputs, 2 analog outputs, and 16 digital input output signals. So we have used 10 analog inputs for the sensor. The 2 analog outputs are used for the air pump and the solenoid valve, and remaining 2 digital input outputs are used for the air pressure sensor. The next, that is the components. So these are actual components which we have used for the development of Nadi Pariksha device. The first one includes, that is the piezoelectric pressure sensor. So basically, these are basically the type of pressure sensor which are based on the piezoelectric effect. And as we know that according to piezoelectric effect, when mechanical stress is applied on any material, that it can generate electricity. So we are using this type of piezoelectric pressure sensor in our device just because it is very cost effective, its sensitivity, and just because of its wide frequency response. The next one includes, it is the resistive air pressure sensor. So these are basically the type of pressure sensor which are based on the piezo resistive effect, and they can detect the air pressure just by detecting or utilizing the changes in the electrical resistance. And the change in the resistance is recorded or done by using the Wheatstone bridge circuit. The next one, that is the direct driven pump. So these are basically the type of pump in which the impeller is directly connected to the motor, and there is no need of external component for their transmission. And just because of its configuration, they are used to generate the fluid flow of air and the gases. The next, that is the butterfly solenoid valve. So it is basically the type of solenoid valve which have the disc-shaped butterfly element, and there is an electromagnetic solenoid actuator is controlled by it. And this electromagnetic solenoid actuator is used just because of this electromagnetic solenoid actuator, the pivot, opening of pivot takes place. So these are actual component which we have used. The next, that is the pulse sensor fabrication. So here the figure shows the various steps involved in the fabrication of Nadi sensor. So we have used the piezo disc, which are easily accessible in the market. And the cutting of the piezo disc is done with the help of CO2 laser. And the next, that is the spacing between the lines. So we have concluded that the one finger corresponds to the four sensor, and the spacing between the lines is like 2 inch for each one. And the next, that is the wires is connected to the top electrode layer by using the soldering iron, and the ground plate is carefully soldered. And additionally, a glued gun is added to make the electrical connection hold together. The next one, that is the wrapped up with the aluminum foil just to avoid the EM interference. The next, that is the automation using LabVIEW. So here the figure shows the LabVIEW VI front panel and a diagram window. So the block diagram is used to detect the pulse from the sensor and display with the help of the LabVIEW VI front panel. So front panel is basically consists of its gain rate, number of sample, termination mode, maximum and minimum voltage, and the 10 analog inputs. And next, that is the power spectrum is used to analyze the frequency of the pulse. The next, that is the final product developed for obtaining the radial pulses from the human subject. So here the four photographs shows the actual photograph for the experimental setup. The first one, it is the experimental setup. The next one includes the Nadi Parikshan Yantram. And the next, that is the components which we have used for the device development. And the next one is hand wrapped up with the calf at the time of generated pressure. The next one, device development, includes the system of procedures. So we have employed the system of procedure for the development of Nadi Parikshan device. First, we will determine the pulse point, then find the pulse, measure the data, and air pressure sensor on, and then pulsation stop if yes, then air pressure off, and if no, then air pressure on. The next, that is measure the pressure and S1 to S9, and then open this solenoid valve and measure the pressure, then reduce the pressure by 1/7 if yes, then measure the pressure from S1 to 9. Then close the solenoid valve. If pressure is equals to 0, yes, then display the data. And if no, then repeat the same process from measure the pressure in S1 to 9. The next, that is the result and discussion. So here the graph shows the Nadi signal obtained from volunteer 1 and 2. So we have used the Labio graphical programming environment just to evaluate our results. So from this result, it is very clear that the 9 sensors are used to detect the pulse. So the first 3 sensors resembles the motion like moving like a snake. So we have concluded this shows the bat-like nature, and the next 3 sensors, that is from S4 to S6, which are red in color, represent the motion like a jumping frog. So we have concluded this is as a fifth. The next, that is the from S1 to S9. So they resembles the motion like a moving swan. So we have concluded this is as a calf. So we have concluded that all the 3 doshas, that is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, are present in this individual. But this individual is a Pitta dominating person because the clear phase shift is seen with the help of 3 sensors, that is from S4 to S6. The same phenomena is also seen in the next graph, that is the sensor from S1 to S9. Nature of all the pulses is clearly shown, and this volunteer or individual is a healthy volunteer and a Pitta dominating person. The next, that is the Nadi signal obtained from volunteer 3rd and 4th. So we have also concluded the data, that is nature of all the pulses like motion like a snake or moving like a swan or jumping like a frog is clearly seen. But from the third data, it is very clear that this individual is a healthy individual, but all the 3 doshas are imbalanced in this individual because there is no clearly phase shift is seen with the help of this data. The next one, that is the 4th volunteer. So the nature of all the pulses is clearly shown, but the basic difference is that only the nature of all the pulses clearly seen in each one of the sensor, that is in S1, in S2, in S3 up to S9. So we have concluded all the 3 doshas are present, but all the 3 doshas are balanced in this individual. The next, that is the conclusion, application, and the future scope. So basically, Nadi Parikshan is a non-invasive technique, but the important or the main thing about the Nadi Parikshan is it is used, it not only tells us about the symptoms of the disease, but also the root cause of this disease. And by implementing the Nadi Parikshan device, we can also eradicate the human errors. And there are wide range of application for using the Nadi Parikshan device. That is, first, it is used to detect the cardiovascular diseases. Various chronic diseases like hypertension, diabetes, paralysis can also be detected by using the Nadi Parikshan device. And the future scope of our device includes the validation and standardization of Nadi Parikshan device and the accuracy of Nadi Parikshan device, its clinical application. And we can also analyze the pulse rate by using the machine learning artificial intelligence. So the next, that is, these are the references for the device development. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Princey, for your nice presentation. So, okay, so what is the efficiency for this developed system?
Sir, the efficient actually, sir, we have one reference that is from the Vasantra Dattatreya Lad book. So the reference is not available for us. So these are the results. The accuracy of this result is 100%, sir, because we have done in our lab also.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
and what is the cost of the system?
So the cost of this system is generally between 500 to 1,000.
So you have purchased all these sensors and in the
Yes,
functions
sir.
and build them.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. The piezo disc we have purchased, and
Okay.
next, that is the cutting and all things we have done in lab also.
Okay. So what do you think about this future further modification or any improvement in this model and develop
Yes, sir.
setup?
Ye- Yes, sir. In the future scope, we have also seen the validation and standardization of our device.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, uh, Princy, for nice
Yes,
presentation. Now, I would request to all the participants, please join on the sampling because we have a validity session at 6:30. So only 3 to 4 minutes are left. So please kindly join on the sampling. Dr. Sanjay Kumar, please share the evaluation sheet with us. So for this session, so we can summarize the result for all the session and then start the
So,
validity session.
yeah, please just wait for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good evening, all. I hope I'm audible. So we are at the end of our event SRS'23. Let us move to our validatory session, where we will celebrate the achievements and honor of our participants. Thank you for making SRS'23 a memorable event. And let us commence our validatory session with a heart full of pride, inspiration, and gratitude. Please join me in a round of applause for all our participants. And let's make this validatory session a moment to remember. I invite Professor Shaibal Mukherjee to declare the winners. Welcome, Professor Mukherjee.
Good evening to all. I think we are concluding the Student Research Symposium of 2023. And over the past 2 days, I think all of you have had a wonderful sessions, which has been filled with, not only technical sessions, but also interactions. And we got to see and witness many good talks and also interactions with industry partners. Some of the startup, I think directors of some of the startup, they have also shared their experiences in this forum. So, and it has been a fortunate, incident and program for all of us that we could connect the entire India, and also we had a number of applicants from outside of India also. So you could say it has been a very good program in terms of not only a national level event, but also an international event. So now coming to the final part of this particular program, in which, like, many of you have presented your work, which you are doing at the level of bachelor's or master's or PhD work. And unfortunately, we could only select 3 presenters out of the total presentee of more than 15 in each category. 15 in each category. So we ideally would like to have more, award winners, but there has been some stringent criteria to restrict total number of awardees to 3. That's why we are just, showing the names of the awardees who have been marked for their overall presentations based on the technical content of the presentations, the way it is presented, and also with the enthusiasm they answered or replied to the queries that have been raised by number of participants. So based on that, the evaluation has been done not by us, but the members, expert members working in the particular domain of your work. And based on that, average marks has been evaluated. And based on that, the calculation and formulation of the award winners are decided. So I now request the organizer to just show the names of the award winners. So the runner-up prizes goes to Shruti from NIT Kurukshetra and Vinita from Sharda University. So we'd request, Shruti and Vinita to please switch on your video so that we can, take photographs for the award winners. Shruti and Vinita.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
And third prize is Muskan Jain from PDEU. Second prize goes to Ram Gopal Kashyap from Amity University, Chhattisgarh.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And first prize goes to Nadim Tariq Beg from IIT Delhi. So many congratulations to all the award winners. So a big round of applause. And the organizer will contact you with the awards, and they will contact you regarding the shipment of the awards as well.
So now
So
we are moving to the model presentation prize winners. So I request Professor Mukherjee.
module of technology presentation, the first prize goes to DK in my Can we see them? तुम्हारे इसमें आ नहीं रहा है. Okay, many congratulations. Second prize goes to Swati and team from NIT Kurukshetra.
I request participants to please switch on their camera.
And the first prize goes to Arpita S. Shetty and team from NI Mysore. So once again, many congratulations to all the award winners. I think all participants can switch on their video and they can also clap with respect to the award winners so that, we should appreciate.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome. Now under thesis presentation category also, the third prize goes to Princey Trivedi from SGSITS Indore. Second prize goes to Vikram Maharshi from IIT Delhi. And first prize goes to Dr. Anshika Srivastava from Madhav Institute of Technology and Science. So many congratulations. On one side presentation, the runner prize goes to Likhi Dhruv from IIT Indore. Third prize goes to Shafia Gul from University of Kashmir. Second prize goes to Shilpa Priyadarshini Das from MNIT Jaipur. And first prize goes to Melina Maxim Vas from NIE Mysore.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mukherjee. Now it's time to success. It's the success that is SRS'23 is a success. We had 9 speakers for plenary talks, 39 participants for oral presentations, 14 participants for model or technology presentation, and 13 participants for thesis presentation, as well as 35 participants for one slide presentation. So as we compare with the last SRS, that is SRS'22, we can see that the number of participants have drastically increased. We also had more than 400 attendees in the SRS'23. So thank you so much to all the attendees and participants. This is our advisory team. So I thank all the advisory committee and the event organizers. SRS'23 has been a culmination of months of hard work, dedication, and unwavering enthusiasm. It's a testament to the tireless efforts of our organizing team and all the individuals who have come together to make this event a reality. None of this would have been possible without each and every one of you. Your presence here today, your support, and your enthusiasm for this event mean a world to us. So I thank all of you. And these are the sponsors for this SRS'23, Sensil International Private Limited, IEEE Madhya Pradesh section, uh, Contact L2M Innovation Private Limited, IEEE Young Professionals, Excel Instruments, Rudraksh Technologies, and Optimized Solutions Limited. So I request all participants to please switch on their camera and we will have a photo of the participants. I request all of you to please switch on your camera.
Request all the participants to please switch on their cameras.
Smile, please.
So thank you all participants, all guests, all dignitaries, and uh, thank you all of you once again. So it's a happy ending of SRS'23. And also congratulations to all the winners.